Chapter 61. Issue 61. Secret Wars Part 11. Ghost Spider went out to face down the exemplar Mysterio. This match was the most confusing to watch, since as soon as the battle began, both of them stood still for a while. Peter knew that the Ghost Spider was in the middle of an illusion. However, it seemed that it had little to no effect on avenging spirit that dwelled inside the anti-hero. The Ghost Spider slowly made his way over towards Mysterio. Step by step, the ground beneath him lit up in blue ghostly flames. Mysterio started to freak out as he intensified the illusions, tearing into the Ghost Spider's memories to find a fear he could take hold of. However, once the exemplar came across the memories of hell, something absurd happened. Mysterio's eyes glowed seconds before blue fire began to shoot out of them, destroying his fishbowl helmet in the while he screamed out in pain. Ghost Spider touched his face and said, "Look into my eyes." Mysterio's body went limp as he fell to the ground. He wasn't dead, but he was most certainly a vegetable now. That one has the power of a fallen angel coursing through him. One of the elder gods shouted, making the rest of them tense up. If they didn't win at least one of the matches, they would have to leave Earth forever and use primitive animals to recreate the bed of the octessence. He walked back and hopped over next to everyone who looked at him with a bit of fear, and fear was to be expected when dealing with the Ghost Rider/Spider-Man. After all, it's not every day that one gets a glimpse of hell. Peter trembled a little as he stared at Mysterio burned-out eyes and said, "I don't envy him at all." "Yeah, hell can dive even the gods mad," the Beyonder Spider-Man said as he disappeared and reappeared next to his target. "This Spider-Man was smart to choose me to fight Styx. This way no one had to die." As soon as the battle began, Beyonder Spider-Man snapped his finger and shattered Vulture's relic. As the powers drained out of Styx, he snapped his fingers again and turned him into a dog. Everyone's jaw dropped as he walked back to them holding the now immortal dog Styx. Vulture's relic reforged as it seemed the Beyonder Spider had no intention to permanently destroy the object. After all, the deal would be void if he did. Even Peter's jaw was dropped as it was his first time seeing reality warping on that scale. He thought of his own Merlin gem and shivered before saying, "Reality warpers are scary." Next up was Richie vs. Gorgon. Everyone cheered him on as Richie flew over to him and started their fight. "Kick his ass, son," Peter said with the rest of his other versions. "Man, this is weird. Wait until I tell Dad what happened." He raised his hand to his chest and tapped on the eye of Agamotto. As the eye opened, Gorgon began to throw out mystically imbued chains. Richie smiled and opened up his bag of infinite space and started to pull in the chains. "Thanks for the relics. I'll take good care of them." Gorgon's body moved like a blur. He appeared behind Richie and his entire body inflated with muscle as he swung the blade of his katana at Richie's neck. Richie's spider sense helped him out as he stepped forward and appeared behind Gorgon. The Sorcerer Spider Supreme then punched out with many powerful spell circles surrounding his arm. The air around them blasted out, shaking the environment. To avoid the attack, Gorgon jumped back and surrounded himself in his chains. He threw out his arms like a maestro leading an orchestra as the chains began to fly out of his body and chase after Richie. Richie jumped around dodging the chains as best he could, and every once in a while, he would teleport to avoid their assault. He suddenly started to fight back as a power violet-colored webbing covered with spell circles shot out from his wrist. Gorgon used his chains to intercept the webbing's onslaught, but before they connected a portal appeared around the two lines of webbing and altered their course. Seeing this, Gorgon had to react quickly as the portal opened next to him. He moved out of the way and redirected his chains to defend. However, Richie had once again created another portal and shot through the chain barrier. This continued on for some time, right up until the entire battlefield was covered with a complex and tangled structure of chains and webbing. They looked each other down as they stood across from one another on a line of Gorgon's chain and Sorcerer Supreme Spider-Man's webbing. "Well now, isn't this a strange predicament we find ourselves in?" Gorgon said as he started to lift the bandana that covered his eyes. "Look into my eyes," Gorgon shouted. "You first," Richie responded as he suddenly activated his trap. All of their webbing and chains were actually in the shape of a massive spell circle. Richie had not only used his webbing, but the chains to form one giant spell matrix. He had forced Gorgon to help him create it by positioning the attacking chains to follow him, strategically leading him around the battleground to key locations. The moment Gorgon revealed his eyes, he felt he could no longer stop his abilities, and as a strange mirror appeared in front of him, his eyes widened in horror. "Mirror of Punishment. I made this relic based on the magical properties of reflection. Any abilities you have will turn back on you," Richie shouted as Gorgon's ability started to turn his body into stone. After a few minutes had passed, only a statue of Gorgon stood in place of his opponent. Richie then jumped back as he shouted, "Kraken's eternal prison." The chains started to rattle as the webbing forced them to surround Gorgon until it crushed him down to a human-sized box. He stared at the elder gods and bowed. "I win." Kraken was furious. To have his own power seal in his herald was a great insult. It was like being defeated by himself. "Talk about slapping your own face," Peter chuckled. He then headed back to everyone to be met with cheers of joy. "Great match, son," the Peters said in unison, making everyone laugh. The Elder Gods were fuming when they suddenly decided to bank it all on Kraven. They turned to Farala and said, "Give him the full limit of the relic's power." Farala frowned and said, "Fine." Kraven suddenly shouted in agony as his body began to morph into a large behemoth-like creature. 2 long horns curled around the side of his head, and a cattle-like tail appeared out from his back. His legs turned into hooves as the rest of his body started to grow fur. A wolf-like snout appeared from his face before he grew claws that resembled those of a fierce lion. He sent out a roar that showed he was losing his sanity. Not that this version of Kraven displayed much from the beginning. His feral red beast eyes formed as he howled like a madman. However, energy accompanied this roar. The vibrations from his voice were so powerful that it shook the surroundings. Cain looked on and thought, "This guy's like me. I guess I can't hold back in this one." Cain jumped down and started walking towards his opponent. His body then started to grow in size. His muscles bulged, he grew 2.5 feet, and 6 spider legs shot out from his back. Thanks to the suit being made of unstable molecules, they were still covered in the suit's fabric, and they couldn't see the other's appearance. He couldn't help but be thankful for the suit. He could focus on the fight and not worry about freaking out his family. He charged at his opponent as they began to fight like a wild beast. 2 large fang-like stingers appeared from his wrists as he slashed out towards Kraven's neck. Kraven's claws shined as he cut away at Cain's body before opening a gash on the spider's chest and sending blood spraying across the ground. Kraven narrowly avoided the blow to his neck but was cut across the face. As they traded attacks like madmen possessed, neither of them backed down. Every slash or cut resulted in the loss of large sprays of blood. Kraven leapt back on all fours and began to jump around at insane speeds while Cain chased after, shooting out gigantic webbing from his spider limbs. Kraven dodged and tried to hit the other several times, but the giant man-spider effortlessly dodged it and continued what it set out to. The other was hopping and dodging all over the battlefield, forming several large cobweb-like structures ready to entrap his prey while every time Kraven missed, he found himself with less room to maneuver and was slowed down slightly. As he clawed his way out of the sticky situation he fell into, he began growing frustrated. The inner beast of the hunter howled as a red glow surrounded his claws. Then, with a single swipe of his hand, the whole nest of webbing was cut in half. Cain jumped over at Kraven, dodging over the energy-empowered slash before they collided. They rolled around on the ground grappling, biting, clawing, and hitting each other with fierce punches. Everyone was shocked by the sheer brutality of their fight. The two continued to struggle, when all of a sudden, Kraven's body started to grow. It didn't stop until he was 10 feet tall. Cain also continued to grow as he grew 4 more arms and almost reached 12 feet tall. 2 spider-like feelers grew out from his mouth as the suit opened up an opening and grew 4 more eye slots. The battle continued as they charged at one another. They slashed, bit, and bled across the platform. As the battle carried on, it became apparent that Kraven was still far faster than Cain. He flew by biting and eating chunks out of Cain's shoulder, but Cain's body began to heal the damage almost instantly as he spun in a circle, shooting out giant webs from his arms and mouth that were around 4 feet thick. Kraven started to jump at the space in between the webs and clawed the ones in half that almost reached him. However, the entire battlefield was slowly filling up with dense webbing that was getting harder and harder to cut. Kraven's foot stepped in some of the webbings as Cain grabbed 2 giant cords of webbing and used them to slingshot over and pounce onto Kraven. Cain was getting even bigger as he grabbed both his opponent's arms and legs and stretched them out as his spare arms laid dozens of punches into the defenseless hunter's body. Kraven opened his mouth, ready to create a sonic boom with his voice. However, Cain was ready. A stream of webbing shot out of his spare hands, filling up Kraven's mouth. It traveled throughout his body, locking up his organs and muscles from the inside, while it filled his lungs. After there was no more space, he continued to web until Kraven's entire body was covered up with webbing like a fly prepped for dinner. With a monstrous cheer that shook the tower, Cain Totem reveled in the fight and his victory. The scarlet spider then dropped to the ground and shouted in pain as his body morphed back into a more human shape. He shrunk down and held onto his body face down on the floor, curled up as he grasped his sides. After a few minutes of him enduring this agonizing pain, he finally returned to his natural form. The Elder Gods look on in fury as they had lost the bet. They turned to the Spider Goddess and said, "You haven't heard the last of us, Kokiang Woody. You realized you just made enemies of us all?" Kokiang Woody looked at her strongest spider and said, "I don't think you'll be able to bother me. After all, my strongest totem can easily just kill you all. Even I could sweat you all with the entire power of the multiverse. But as you know, that's not what I'm about. Leave now, I'm losing my patience." The Elder Gods all went red-faced and their faces twitched. From Peter's perspective, it looked like the Elder Gods were acting like spoiled brats stomping their feet, whining, and crying about their loss. The 8 relics began to glow and rise higher into the sky before shooting across the cosmos like a bat out of hell. The image of the Elder Gods started to fade when Peter noticed that the powers from the exemplars weren't disappearing. "Hey, why aren't they being depowered?" Peter asked in frustration. "That wasn't part of the deal." One of the Elder Gods mocked as they disappeared. The Beyonder Spider-Man walked over to Peter said, "Can we go home now?" I could help with the whole depowering thing if you want, but when a person alters reality on this level permanently, it usually has a ton of negative consequences when it comes to gods of chaos. As he snapped his fingers, returning sticks to human form and bound in glowing webbing. Peter sighed as he said, if you could just make a device that seals their powers, that would be better. Beyonder snapped his fingers as 8 thin leather-like collars formed around their necks and suddenly forced them all to lose their exemplar powers. They were now just regular old humans. Kokiang Woody smiled down at her totems and watched on as they said their goodbyes. They spent a few hours conversing and taking a few pictures, when Kokiang Woody waved her hand, opening up a portal that led to each of their universes. Beyonder Spider-Man smiled and said, it's been fun, and really good to see you again. He stared at Ben and his parents. Later. And with that, they all left saying their goodbyes one by one. It's been cool hanging with a younger version of you, Dad. Mom. Later. Mayday gave her family a large group hug before she flew into her portal. I'm glad to see there was a responsible version of Ben in this universe, Ghost Spider said as he headed into his portal. I think I'll come back and visit sometime. Warlock Spider-Man said as he waved goodbye, vanishing inside the door made of light. I can't wait to tell Dad and see the look on Mom's face when I tell them that you're with Auntie MJ in most realities. Richie giggled mischievously. Be nice to other me, Peter shouted out. MJ laughed. Give em hell, kid. Let's not do this again, Cain said as he waved his hand behind his head and walked into his portal. I'm glad that's over, Peter said as he fell onto his butt. Now what do we do about them? MJ said, pointing at the depowered exemplars. Chapter 62. Issue 62. Secret Wars Part 12. As the ground began to shake, and the God Machine started to collapse, Peter ran over and webbed up the exemplars. He then started carrying them away while saying, they're Fury's problems now. Hopefully they can lock them up somewhere far, far away. Maybe I'll have to make a special prison of my own if that doesn't work out. Peter landed on the ground as the scrap from the God Machine started falling from the sky. He looked around and then headed towards the group of captives that he ordered DP to watch over. Seeing that everyone was okay and that Agent Hill was dealing with the captives, Peter walked over and thanked her personally. Thanks for the help, Hill. Tell Fury that we have some highly dangerous prisoners to take care of. I'll send a report later. Just don't remove the cuffs under any circumstance. Spider-Man. Deadpool ran over. I did good, right? Pat me. Yes, Deadpool, you did well. Peter walked over to Agent Hill and sent her a file. This is every Hydra base I managed to uncover. SHIELD should take down their targets immediately. Agent Hill looked at the data and said, there are SHIELD agents in this list. Yes, so you and Fury should be busy for a while. However, cleaning up the house is going to be a lot easier with a to-do list, Peter responded. Thank you, Spider-Man, Agent Hill said as she held out her hand. Fury will be even more thankful once you get to work. I'm going back with my family now, Peter said as he shook her hand. With that said and done, he pointed to Wade and said, look out for him. I know he's crazy, but he's the good kind of crazy that can help out a lot. He's worth the headache, I think. Peter then looked to Wade before calling him over. Peter then used his suit and covered up Wade. Webster quickly started to cure his cancer, making Deadpool feel like $1,000,000. As he came back down, he looked to Spider-Man and said, what did you do? You'll find out later, or you could just remove your mask. Peter laughed as he left through a portal and returned to Avengers Tower. His family was still shocked as they saw all the people they saved. They didn't know if they should be proud or scared. Peter sat down and tried to convince them that it was better to let them be heroes. The conversation lasted most the night when they decided to continue it another day since it was already getting late. Peter spent most the night catching up with his parents. Everyone got the full origin story and heard what they've been through during their journey. The young hero was sitting next to his father discussing what they would do for work, when Peter had an idea and said, you could work for some friends of mine, MJ, and I have plenty of connections. Next year we'll be going to the Avengers Academy next year, so you could apply to be a teacher there. Although SHIELD is mostly a spy agency, a lot of people there do good work, such as the other fellow scientists in the Research and Development Department. You could also work for me, Mr. Parker. Tony came in and sat down beside them. I could use a few geniuses to help me out on some projects that have been keeping me busy because your son won't accept my job offer. I never said you couldn't bring people in on the research, but it has to stay close to the Avengers. Anyone else is just no good. Can you imagine how fast that would blow up in our faces if people found about it? Peter said, slapping his hand on his forehead. Why? It's your property, it's not like... You know what? Never mind, it just occurred to me why you're keeping this so close to the chest. Keep up the good work, kid. Tony said, giving Peter a thumb up. I swear, Tony, you got to stop leaping into things without thinking them through, Peter said, staring him down. Tony laughed before saying, sorry kid, a leopard can't change his spots. Some people take the time to learn to walk. I'm the kind of person who likes to run first. Yeah, like a kid with scissors. Peter shot back. Peter's parents were shocked to see Tony Stark acting so close with their kid as if they were best friends. He looked to them and smiled before saying, Peter has his own plans to create his company someday, so I don't mind helping out a friend's parents. You know I could always ask Reed Richards to hook you up with a place to work as well. Peter said, making Tony shout, Come on kid, I offered first. What does the Baxter office offer that I don't? Peter laughed and said, And they're my parents, they can choose who they want to work for. His parents were happy to find out that their son was so together with his priorities and life goals. You know your mother and I wanted to start our own medical company. The VENOM project was designed to be a cure-all, but the suit was too volatile to be put to practical use. How did you work around that problem? Richard asked. Peter shook his head before saying, Well, I used magic to speed up its understanding of the human mind. I essentially copied and pasted my morals and spirit into the symbiote, thus helping it achieve a level of understanding that isn't normally possible without years of life lessons. Peter then began to explain how all life is violent when they start out. I doubt the material humans first absorbed in the oceans to create single-celled organisms weren't too happy with being eaten. All life is this way in the beginning. Chaotic, primal, volatile, and only evolution brings order. They talked for a long time before they went to bed. The next morning Peter woke up and received a call from Fury. He picked up the phone and said, You have reached the phone number of someone who just wants to sleep. Please hang up, and don't try again. Fury ignored him and responded, Hey, good work with the Hydra agents. Because of the list you provided, we've managed to clear out any moles in S.H.I.E.L.D. Better hire Professor X to make sure. I don't know if the heads I cut off have all the information. Good idea. We took down the bases you marked out. How'd you get them on lockdown? I have to keep some secrets, but if you must know, I just gave a little mental suggestion. Peter yawned. Speak clearly, kid, Fury huffed. I'm hanging up now unless you tell me you're going to give me some time off for my good work? Peter said, rolling his face out of his pillow and staring at the ceiling. Well, actually we had a mission for you, but seeing what you have planned, we'll need about a week to get things in order. Once that's dealt with, we'll talk about vacation days, Fury countered. Great. After this you're going to give me some time off, you hear me, Fury? Peter sat up. So, how'd you like the proposal? S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy's Triskelion becoming part of that ship you and Tony have been working on. I'll consider it. Fury answered. Great, I can't wait, Peter said as he got out of bed. I didn't say yes. Peter snickered as he hung up the phone. Coming from you, I'll consider it is a yes. He headed over to the window and hung up the call before turning around to go eat breakfast. Peter entered the lounge to see Aunt May cooking for everyone. Peter, you're up. These are the bomb. I have to record their recipe so Jarvis can cook them for me. Tony said, chowing down on her wheat cakes. Peter smiled and started to join in on the meal when he turned to MJ and asked, So, how are things? Looking back and forth between her parents, she smiled and responded with, I think we've come to a conclusion. Since they really can't stop us, they gave in, but Dad says that he wants to help, since he's a police officer and all. I don't mind, it's good to work with the police, gives us a lot more trust with the people, and we can work together to do our best to stop crime in New York, Peter said as he chowed down. When MJ said, Hey Peter, can you help me out with the patient we brought back? Of course, Mary Jane was referring to the mutant Forge. Peter nodded his head, and after they ate, she and Tony took him to a medical room. After arriving at the mutant's room, Peter saw the unconscious Forge and said, Yeah, I can help with this. Placing out his hand and touching Forge's head, Peter started to send telepathic commands to reach what was left Forge's mind. Your mind is a piece of broken machinery. Anything having to do with Dr. Maynard is nothing more than a virus which you need to make an antivirus program to delete. Suddenly Forge's mutant power was activated, and quickly began fixing his mind. He took in a deep breath and shouted out as if he was being tortured. MJ and Tony started to panic, when suddenly, Forge opened his eyes. What the hell? Forge shot up with a panicked expression. Peter turned to him and gave him a smile as he said, Good morning, Dave Daniels. How did you know my name? Forge looked at him when Peter said, I think Professor Xavier will be glad to see you're well. After all, you went missing a few years ago, and they all thought you died. Peter then grabbed him and pulled him and MJ through a portal that led to the X-Mansion. He appeared inside Charles' room, who was sitting behind his desk drinking a cup of tea. When he sensed Forge's mind, he looked over to see him in good health. He also saw Peter and MJ waving at him. He didn't know how to feel when he looked at Peter. He was both thankful for healing his legs, but also disappointed in him because of the whole power copying thing. Peter sent him his memories of what happened that night, making Charles shout, Did that really happen? In total surprise. Peter nodded his head and said, I know I betrayed your trust, but as you can see, I had good reasons. He grabbed MJ and was about to teleport when he received a phone call. Man, did I get more popular, or does this world not want me to sleep? It was from Johnny. Yep, the world wants me to become a caffeine addict. Peter picked up the phone and put it on speaker as he answered. You're speaking to the hero that vastly surpasses the Flaming Torch in popularity. How can your friendly neighborhood Spiderman help you today? You are not more popular than me. Johnny shot back first before continuing on with why he called. I need your help, Webhead. Sue's pregnancy is having complications. She's been getting weaker. Every day her belly gets bigger. Aren't you overreacting? That's what happens when carrying a child. The bigger they get, the more energy they sap from you, MJ said as she walked closer to the phone. I would normally agree with you, but Sue hasn't woken up, and it's almost been 18 hours since she went to sleep. You guys have those symbiote things. I was wondering if you could use them to check on her condition, Johnny asked with a freaked-out tone in his voice. Peter teleported over to them and discovered he couldn't enter the building. Reed has been putting up some new defense systems. Incredible. It looks like he managed to create a spatial distortion wave that reacts and interferes with teleportation methods. Heading inside the building the old-fashioned way, he was led up to a medical room and saw everyone standing around Sue, who was hooked up to several machines and sleeping sounding on her own bed. Walking over to her, they were all greeted by everyone worried expressions. Reed was looking like he was at death's door. His eyes showed he hadn't slept in weeks, and a bit of his beard stubble had started to darken. Peter walked up to him and placed his hand on his shoulder when he said, "I'll see what I can do. I promise that she'll be okay." He then stretched out his symbiote and started to check out the unborn Franklin, and saw that his power was pulling more nutrients than necessary because it was following its natural instincts to grow. However, it just a bit too much for Sue to take. He figured her body would adapt given time, but during such a time, it put her and the baby's life at risk. "I can help," Peter said as the entire symbiote flew onto Sue and began charging her with his healing factor and other powers. "Reed, your kid is a reality warper, a mutant, and a very powerful one at that. My symbiote can keep her healthy long enough until she gives birth. But you need to find a way to create some devices that can put up certain mental blocks on your future kid. You'll have to teach him to control his power very slowly. Over time, I imagine he'll become one of the strongest heroes to ever live." Reed looked shocked at Peter's analysis when Sue suddenly opened her eyes. It was apparent that she was feeling better than she ever had before. She then looked around the room to see everyone staring at her and her belly before she said, "What's up? Why is everyone in my room? What's going on?" Chapter 63. Issue 63. Secret Wars End. Reed, Johnny, and MJ all jumped into her arms and started crying. "I'm so glad you're okay." Sue looked puzzled as she questioned, "What's happening?" Peter began to explain the situation, and after he finished, he smiled and said, "You need to keep wearing my symbiote until your child is born. It's the only way to keep you and your baby healthy. Reed also needs to get to work on creating a way to suppress this kid's power, some kind of device that can limit his ability to warp reality." Sue looked to Peter and pulled him into the group hug. "Thank you for saving my baby." Peter patted her on the back and said, "It's okay, I mean, we're practically family. And I have no doubt in my mind that you would do the same for me. But what about your suit?" Sue asked, feeling the collection of powers Webster coursing through her. "I'll be fine, I have a spare. I mean, it's not as good as my symbiote, but using my magic suit should be just as fine for now," Peter replied as he pulled the spare suit along with his bag of infinite space out of Webster. Reed and Johnny hugged Peter tightly, and kept saying, "Thank you." MJ smiled and watched them with a gentle expression on her face. They continued to talk and helped Sue adjust to her new and temporary powers. After a long while, Peter looked outside and noticed that it was starting to get dark. Sue insisted that they stay for dinner and agreed before they chatted about their lives and what they've been up to lately. "No fair, Webhead. How come you never invite me to these events?" Johnny shouted. "Because you're always busy." Flaming Torchic, Peter shot back. "Did you just call me a Pokemon again?" Johnny shouted. "Oh no, are you about to use flamethrower?" Peter laughed. Shut it. Go spin some web spinnerack." Johnny yelled out. "Stealing jokes now, Johnny? You can do better than that. But maybe that's too much to ask from a guy who is constantly frying their brain in literal fires." Peter pointed his finger back at Johnny. Everyone started to laugh at the two of them bickering. After dinner, the two spider heroes decided to call it a day and went back to Avengers Tower to take a break. Tony called him to come work on his new project while his parents and MJ joined in as well. The time spent with his family was a welcome one. At the moment, they were total strangers to him. With being imprisoned for most his life, they missed out on a lot, and the job he was working with Tony was helping him reconnect with his family. MJ enjoyed the time he spent with his mother as well. Their favorite pastime was teasing Peter to the point he turned red, and Tony enjoyed every second of it. Damn baby stories. I can't even be mad at them because I'll probably do it to my kid someday. Tony and his father were helping him create their own company, and with having StarkTech as an influential partner and brother company, Peter was having a much easier time looking for capable and honest men to work for him. Part of Peter wondered if S.H.I.E.L.D. was helping him behind the scenes by sending the right people his way. Peter, Tony, and Richard worked together until they had the basic design of Peter's company building. When thinking of a name, Tony couldn't resist throwing out some really fun titles. "How about Silk? No too fancy. How about Spiderfam Inc.? No, you're not publicly Spider-Man yet. I got it. Webhead Industries. Ugh, still not my top tier." Tony suddenly slapped his fist into his open palm. "Aha! I got it. Dick and Peter's Tech Company. A real manly name is, I do say so. Snicker." Peter smirked. You wanna do this with the King of Dis? Sorry, Stark, but I'm not vain enough to use my own name for a company. Oof, I feel the heat from that one, son. Richard laughed and held out his hand for a high five. With a quick slap, Tony shook his head and laughed. Time passed by pretty slowly that day. He had a lot of fun catching up with his father, and explaining how he got a hold of a giant ship the size of a small city was fun to watch how he freaked out. So, about that name? Richard said as he geeked out over the alien tech. I'm thinking of something futuristic and inspiring. Arcadia Industries? Since Arcadia means a vision of pastoralism and harmony with nature, I think it fits with my ideas for a company that stands for the betterment of all humankind and the planet we live on. Not bad, but you can do better, Stark rolled his eyes. I called up the defenders to take our patrols for the next couple of days. MJ wrapped her arms around Peter's neck with a hug. Oh, thank God. Honestly, I'd just like to spend the day with you guys. I've been working myself ragged, not to mention our magic studies. About that, you got to let me on that, Tony said with a grin. Sure, when we feel good enough to teach, MJ stuck her tongue out. Peter laughed as he saw the grown man pout. So, what are you going to do with this mini-city? Richard asked. I'll make bridge and use it to connect the ship to the city. I've already made most of the buildings in the biomes for the school, the rest will be rentals, and that big one over there will be Arcadia Industries, Peter said as he pointed to the largest skyscraper. That one over there is going to be my textile and fashion company, MJ bragged with an excited expression. It even has the sign up. Rosemary Incorporated is ready to shine. I even got a couple of my friends to agree to be my models. Since it's technically not on land and off-grid, you get to avoid some pesky taxes, you lucky dog, Tony's eyebrow twitched. But aren't people going to freak out when a small city pops up in middle New York? MJ lifted a brow. That's what the press conferences are for. Eddie knows our identities, so we shouldn't let him abuse that. Once I go public, I'll announce the business and new floating mass outside everyone's windows. Technically, nothing I'm doing is illegal, but I know how hard the politicians are going to gripe and bother me. I think it's time I get a good lawyer. Got someone in mind? Peter's mother asked. A couple people actually. Who? MJ asked. Someone who owes me a favor. Peter made his suit appear. Going out. Richard lifted a brow. Yeah, I'll be back for lunch. MJ. You coming? Sure, can't wait to see what you got planned. The two spider heroes said goodbye and went to Hell's Kitchen. Hello, Matt. Peter grinned. While Peter was getting ready for his first hire, across the city at Oscorp Labs, Norman was currently shutting down the Super Soldier Project. What are you doing? We're so close. Kingsley shouted. I only started this program to heal my wife. However, since the doctors say she's been cured, I have no need for a place that does nothing but suck away all my money. You've had your chance, Kingsley. I told you to get me results, and you failed. Failed. The recent lab tests show an increase in the formula's strengthen method across the board. But you're leaving out a detail. I don't need a weapon that becomes a lunatic. I saw the trail test. Do you know how hard it is to cover up a dead body? Even with him signing a waiver, it's hard to convince the public that it was just a work-related incident. What? Thought you wouldn't get caught? Mr. Kingsley, I'm not mad that you killed someone. I'm mad that you lied about it being ready and failed. Osborn leaned in. For the last time. Please, sir. Just one more chance. I promise. I've made some changes to the formula. I know that I got it right this time. I'll be sending for security to escort you out. Osborn snapped his fingers before a group of men came marching in the room. Please. Don't do this. I swear I got it right. Kingsley shouted as the men started dragging him off. Consider it a mercy I haven't called the police, Norman said as he walked away. Damn you, Osborn. After convincing Matt to support his endeavor, Peter waved goodbye as they headed towards Manhattan. Where are we heading now? Harry's place. I want to ask his mom to become our environmental lawyer, Peter answered before thinking, and to try and keep the Green Goblin from being born. Hopefully, offering to form a partnership will get Osborn out of the dirty side of business. You're going to offer Osborn a job? MJ knew about his history as the Green Goblin thanks to meeting with the alternate timeline version of themselves. She learned a lot about what kind of turns their future could take and who their biggest villains might be. Yeah, I don't like the guy, but he knows how to handle the more volatile side business. Now if I can just him to use those powers for good. Peter shook his head. You want him as an attack dog? MJ laughed. Who better? Peter chuckled. The two continued webbing until they ended up at a large building they had only been to a couple of times before. They landed on the terrace and looked in to see the family eating lunch. However, Daddy Osborn wasn't around. Probably at work, Peter said as he tapped on the window. The two Osborns looked up from their meals and opened their mouths wide as they saw the spider couple waving at them. Ahem, is this a bad time? Peter said as he jumped off the wall. Seeing them not responding, MJ called out, Can we speak for a minute? It's the spider duo. Harry shouted as he ran over and opened the door. Yeah, I was here to talk about a deal I'd like to make with Osborn and your mother, Peter said as he pulled out a document. I just went over this with my lawyer. It's a contract for something truly revolutionary, and I want your environmental R&D department on my team. I'm sorry? What? Emily Osborn said with a shocked expression. I'm a fan of your research, and I want to fund your department. Actually, I want you to work for me, Peter said with crossed arms. Work for Spider-Man? Emily lifted a brow. He's starting a multi-tech company, and he wants to offer Oscorp a partnership. Spider-Man is starting a company? Wait, can he do that? Harry mumbled while curiously eyeing the contract. Oh, and be sure to tune in to the news channels. Something fun is going to happen in the following week. I think you're going to like what you see, MJ stated as she webbed to a distant building. Later, Harry. Peter jumped off and started web-slinging away. I should have asked for an autograph. Harry shouted in frustration. Emily looked at the thick folder of papers and said, well, let's see what this is all about. The spider duo stopped on a building and took a look at their city before MJ asked, so where are you going to put it? Depends. Where do you want it? Peter wrapped his arms around her. Pervert. MJ chuckled. Seriously. That ship almost as big as Shelter Island. Where is it going to go? I was thinking Lower Bay, between Brighton and Midland Beach, Peter smirked. Seriously? You just had to put it next to Queens, MJ laughed. Hey, what do you expect? I'm the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Gotta represent my home. All right, let's go prepare. You an interview tomorrow, MJ said as she webbed another line before stopping and asking, why don't you use that magic trick your 616 counterpart used? Well, I don't agree with it. Sure, I might be able to shield my loved ones better, but I also feel like I have to take responsibility for the events that played out thus far. Venom will most certainly try and pressure us with our identities, but now that we gave our loved ones some suits, they should be safe. Kind of hard to take down someone with the built-in spider-sensing radar I put in those things. What about you? Are you sure you want to go through with this? I mean, it's a lot of pressure, Peter asked. We can handle this. It'll be good publicity for our startup companies too. I've made a list of capable vice leaders so we can continue working as heroes. We just have to get the company up, put out a few products, and let our very own version of Pepper Potts run the thing, MJ replied before sighing. I'm just worried about ending up like Osborn. What if I end up neglecting our family? We know what that was like for Harry. With how many trustworthy chairmen that I've got planned to work for us, I don't think that's going to happen. There's Anna Maria, Max Modell, Betty Ross, Deborah Whitman, my dad, Miles Warren, and I even got S.H.I.E.L.D. to help me get a couple agents that Coulson trained. I think we'll have a lot of free time on our hands. No neglecting family for us, Peter laughed. Peter wouldn't admit, but he had hoped by hiring a couple of these people, he could avoid making certain villains. Good. I don't think I can take working 24/7 and being a superhero. It get real hectic real fast. The two went back home and had dinner with their family. They had a lot to discuss. Since the duo had to unmask, there was a lot of stuff to go over. Later that night, Matt dropped by to help with more legal issues. For one, they're trademarking their hero names. Anyone conglomerate that's made products using their image will have to pay up. He wasn't going to go after individual creators and step on a little man, but he was going to tear into the companies that have been making fortunes off their image. MJ was especially happy that she could take down some competition in the clothing industry. So how do you want to do this? First of all, I don't want to rock the boat too much. 25% of the profit and royalties sounds fair. Peter thought that asking for more would result in some average Joe or Jane losing his job. You could ask for more, Matt mentioned. Nah, that's good for me too. But the one that made me a provocative motivational poster, they have to pay. Seriously, hang in there in a bikini? That guy gets nothing. MJ snickered. Did Foggy get the down payment? Peter asked. Yeah, he nearly passed out. 30 million can help us hire quite a few lawyers, and we'll need them too. We have a lot of products to track down, Matt laughed. Cool, I guess we'll see you tomorrow, Peter shook his hand. I guess we'll have to say goodbye to this place. Aunt May looked out her house. We've lived here for a long time, Ben followed up. The new residential area on the ship is far more secure. The houses Tony and I designed are really nice, not too much clutter and the perfect amount of nature. Not mention we'll have a seaside view too, Peter smiled. With Hydra still out there, we won't be safe. Maybe you can rent the place out like you did for my old place and come back when it's safe. Richard put his hand on his brother's shoulder. Not a bad idea, Richie. I'll deal with that after we pack everything up, Ben replied with a comfortable expression. S.H.I.E.L.D. will take care of that, MJ said as she called up Maria Hill. Well, shall we go? Marie nudged her head towards their cars. Everyone drove to Tony's place and was shown the ship that Peter and MJ named the Estes Walker. When they arrived at their new house, they marveled at the ship's size and how green their new neighborhood was. The place had plenty of yard space, was a futuristic-looking house that was pleasant to the eyes, 2 stories with 10 rooms consisting of 4 bedrooms, a kitchen, living room, basement, garage, and 2 bathrooms. While Peter teleported their packed belongings, and they spent that day unpacking and decorating the house. When they started getting ready for the bed, he had called Sue to help set up a press meeting, and let Triple J host the conference in his building, for posterity's sake. He also made a few other calls to ask them to prepare for a few videos he would need. I called in a lot of favors with this one, Peter yawned. We're good for it, MJ snickered. Did your background checks pay out? Yeah, the people I picked are golden. The company is actually taking shape, Peter nodded his head. Honestly, I was expecting this to happen later. I mean, we still have university to deal with, and we're not 18 yet, so our parents are technically in control of our companies, but we're the ones basically running it, MJ said as sat on their bed. You nervous too? He asked as he sat beside her. A bit, MJ leaned into his shoulder. So, any news on Eddie? No, he's smart and has the memories of an alternate version of me. Whatever resources Hydra has given him is allowing him hiding him from my new scrying spell. Pretty sure they have a magic division. Bummer. Yeah, but I'll find him. It's just a matter of time, Peter smiled. Peter and MJ spent time with their family while enjoying the week off, only dealing with legal issues, permits, setting up a conference, and settling their family into their new living space. When it came time for the day to reveal their identities, the two went to bed earlier so they could wake up the next morning and ready for the conference of their lives. While they napped in the same bed, across town, in an old warehouse, a certain doctor had spent every last penny he had to make a proper lab. He sold his house, his car, and all his most valued objects to get everything he needed for the experiment. The man in question was none other than Dr. Kingsley. He currently sitting what looked like a glass chamber with dozens of automated injection ports on his body. He pressed a button before injecting himself with an experimental serum while the chamber filled with radiated gas. His muscles swelled as it broke through the restraints while his body height increased to 8 feet tall. His skin turned orange while his hair fell out and his ears became pointed. He looked exactly like an orange version of the ultimate Green Goblin. A sinister laugh echoed through the room. Ha 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 ha. I've succeeded. When he got up, Spider-Man started the day by accessing the web. Not the World Wide Web, but the special one. Using the space, mind, and reality gemstones, he was gathering information from various worlds and timelines. Today, he'd spend a full minute gathering information from a version of him that was an ingenious chemist/alchemist. When he finished memorizing several formula and techniques from that version's memories, he ran out of time and realized it was getting a bit late. Peter took a shower, got dressed, and ate with his family before heading into a car that Tony sent. Natasha, good to see you again, Peter gave a subtle nod as he sat down. Nat. MJ gave her a hug. So you're really going through with this? Natasha asked as MJ sat next to Peter. What can I say? We felt bad being the only Avengers with a secret identity, Peter chuckled. We put a lot of thought into this. We decided it was for the better. Besides, I've always wanted to be famous. Might not be what you expect. You'll get a lot of attention whether you want it or not, the Black Widow shook her head. Our family is living here, I don't the paparazzi will be able to get in with security features made by the brightest people on the planet, Peter laughed. True, not everyone has their own floating city. You haven't seen anything yet, wait until we make the beach, Peter smirked. You're making a beach? Natasha lifted a brow. Hee hee, yeah, spider powers aren't the only powers we have, MJ gave a sly smile. Well, I'll look forward to the show, Natasha nodded her head. So, how are things with hunting Hydra? Peter asked as he watched the car pull out of the garage and out onto the street. Well, with Professor X being a lie detector, we've been able to root out Hydra completely. As a bonus, we even managed to oust a few council members. That's good, MJ smiled. It is. For one, the Avengers are now a global peacekeeping force that has diplomatic immunity in all countries. With Fury being the sole leader, we can finally advance the initiative as we originally wanted. Natasha handed Peter a folder. Cool, so we're like global cops that can act with complete autonomy. Any stipulations? Mary Jane questioned. We need at least 10 board members, and we're not to get involved in wars or political conflicts. Unless they're spurred on by a crime or threaten humanity as a whole, Peter said as he flipped through the new contract. Fury outdid himself. MJ started to read what was in the folder, and after a few minutes she looked up and asked, Wait, does then we can't be charged with murder? Peter pointed to a few lines. Not unless it can be prevented. We have the same right to survive clause police officers have. Only use lethal force if absolutely necessary. They felt the car come to a stop before Natasha opened the door and stepped out to help a certain blonde soon-to-be mom inside. Peter. MJ. It's so good to see you again. Missed you too, Sue. How's the baby? MJ questioned with a warm smile. The baby is doing fine. Honestly, since Peter lent me the suit, I can barely tell I'm pregnant at all, Sue laughed. I'm glad to hear that. Did Matt send you guys the contract? Peter asked as she sat down. That he did. Of course we signed. Getting our own lab in a real alien spaceship is a dream come true. There's no way Reed could turn that down. Heck, even I'm dying to see what kind of labs and technology you've uncovered. The car started again, and they all drove down to the Daily Bugle. When the car stopped, they put their suits on and exited the car before they walked inside to the conference room. Peter waited until the room filled with reporters while they were assaulted with constant snaps of their cameras and the garbled questions of dozens of reporters asking them at the same time. Ahem, Peter stepped up to the podium. Glad I have your attention. Ladies and gentlemen, I've brought you here to make a very important announcement. Chapter 64, Issue 64, New Age Part 1. To start us off, my friend here, the very lovely Sue Storm suggested that I allow a few of you to ask some questions. And since we're in the Daily Bugle, we can start with Jonah. Thank you, JJJ said as he stood up. Why do you do what you do? Can you be more specific? I do a lot of things, Peter chuckled. Why risk your lives to help others? Oh, that. Well, you see, my family brought me up on a very special saying, that with great power comes great responsibility. Shortly after before turning 16, I was just a regular guy with a good head on my shoulders, but when I manifested my powers, I realized that if I didn't stop bad things from happening when I had the power to, then I would be letting innocents die. I do this because I have a responsibility to do so. The room chatted a bit before Triple J asked another question. What is your connection with the Avengers? Oh, we're card-carrying members. Peter pulled out his identification card and smiled. The card was my idea. I see. And what is the purpose of this super-powered organization? To protect mankind and the planet we all live on, whether that threat be foreign or domestic. We've gotten the approval of several world leaders and only a few haven't signed the Avengers Accord, so this is a worldwide peacekeeping task force. Oh, and not all our agents are super-powered. I see. JJJ wrote some things down on his notepad before turning the page. Why is it that you've gathered us all here today? About that. You see, a dangerous guy learned who we are, and I'm the kind of person that likes to take away any advantages my opponent might have. To keep him from blackmailing me or others and to get the protection my family needs, I've decided that I will be unmasking today. And yes, I'm that petty. The room blew up with dozens of questions before Peter raised his arms to quiet them. Is that everything you have to ask? Jonah shook his head. No. So are you telling me, if this person hadn't found out your identity, you would have kept his secret? Yes. Anonymity provides them a level of protection that just can't be beat. However, now that my identity has been discovered, I've been left with no choice but to make other arrangements to keep my family safe and do something else I'll be discussing during this conference. You said that your powers manifested. Are you a mutant? JJJ asked. Yes, I am. The room once again became garbled by the sound of dozens of reporters asking questions. What is your opinion on mutant-human relations? Another report called out. Well, for starters, it's dumb to separate us into these categories. All humans are mutants and possess the X gene. The only difference between us is whether that gene is active. I know that many people tend to look down and the few that outright promote hate against our own kind, and to those that say mutants are problems, I say they are the solution to the humans' biggest problem. We live on this small planet, yet we take its resources for granted. We pollute our oceans and deforest entire lands. Now, we've come a long way since then, but it still hasn't stopped the worst offenders. Peter looked to Sue as she pulled down a projector screen behind Spiderman. What we are about to show is a different viewpoint on mutants and other superpowered people, Sue explained as she pulled out a remote and pointed it at the screen. The image of a forest burning appeared before it switched to a small island of plastic forming in the ocean, melting ice caps, deforestation, and several other environmental travesties. Due to the folly of humanity, we have destroyed more than we've taken care of. However, mutants can do stuff most people can only dream of. Sue switched it to a live feed of the Antarctic. Iceman from the X-Men was standing on an icy bridge while looking at the camera. This here is one of the X-Men. His mutant gene allows him to control the cold. So in layman's terms, he is a cryokinetic-powered individual. Peter tapped his mask. Do it. The Iceman smiled as he turned around and raised his hands to the sky. The area around him was suddenly covered in waves of pure water that flooded the polar ice caps. When he finished, a dense layer of snow was deposited on top of it and the area became more expansive. While the group gasped, Peter smiled and nodded at Sue to continue. You think this is impressive? Well, let me tell you that this is just the tip of the iceberg. Peter got a few chuckles. Our next image is of a up-and-coming scientist that was hired by the Baxter Foundation. His name's Samuel Smithers, and he is a mutant that can manipulate plant life, Sue explained as she hit the remote, showing a green man with pointed ears and bark-like skin. Go for green. Peter spoke into his comms. Everyone watched as the man showed a deforested area made by logging companies that cut corners and didn't plant new trees for the ones they cut down. The mutant known as Plant Man put his hands on the ground and let a greenish energy flow into the soil. Within a few minutes, stumps grew new trees, the foliage returned, and an entire forest was repopulate. As you can see, mutants have many useful abilities, and can do great things for our planet. However, the hunting, experimentation, and discrimination against our own kind has to stop. Give these guys jobs instead of looking down on them, help their powers flourish and gain protectors, but most of all we need to stop calling them mutants as if it were some derogatory term. Are you saying that there are people hunting mutants to experiment on them? Another reporter called out. Yes, and at a level you can't even begin to imagine. The Avengers have many missions and rescued hundreds of victims. We can't publicize their names to protect them, but we do have field reports and listings of what powers they've managed to manifest. The group chattered some more before Peter took a few dozen questions. He answered them all, and even MJ chimed in on occasion. Offering her 2 cents to the conversation, she managed to dispel many rumors about the spider heroes and improve their image somewhat. So, who are you? JJJ finally asked the question. Right, we'll get to that. However, before the big reveal, I think we should show what it is we can do. Peter opened a portal to the location he planned on putting his island. "Ah, we live?" MJ asked as she checked her camera footage. "You guys are on," Sue said as the portal closed. MJ looked to Peter, who gave a thumbs up and said, "For starters, we'll be making a couple of companies. However, it's more than that. We purchased the land we're about to use, so don't freak out or anything." Peter switched the camera view to MJ as she raised her hands. Piles of sand under the water began moving closer and closer until it formed one giant mound. She then used her geokinesis to turn that sand back into stone and soil before a beach popped up around the edges of the island. Now, when I say that mutants are useful members of society, I want you to get a clear idea, just how much they are needed for our future. The living space you see here is just the start. I know a group of mutants that can terraform entire planets. Mars could be greened and filled with oceans in just 7 days if I had that team at my disposal. Making peace with our neighbors won't just save Earth, but will allow us to spread amongst the cosmos. MJ snickered as she continued to use her power. She then opened a portal that brought over Plant Man and had him green the entire island. Peter then pointed to Tony's place as he said, "I've already formed a partnership with Tony Stark, so I want you guys to see what happens when humans and mutants work together." Everyone watched with apt attention, while the massive doors the size of an entire island opened up beside underneath the ocean near Tony Stark's house. The ship floated into the air and slowly made its way over to the human-made island, while the group in the conference room gasped in astonishment. "Allow me to introduce the newest island to New York, Watker Island." Tony, who was watching this in the ship, frowned, and he called me vain and uninventive. He just named an island by slamming half their last names together. He also named the street his company is on, Parker Street, Jarvis added. "Of course he did," Tony chuckled. The ship landed and opened up, revealing a massive city that looked like someone took a chunk out of New York and made a super high-tech island out of it. It had high rises and a residential section that was surrounded with greenery. The rest of the metal started to transform and reach out to make bridges that connected them to roads that led to Staten Island, Queens, and Centerville. When it finished, it made the island look a bit like a spider from the aerial view. Peter then ported back into the room while MJ sent Plant Man back to Professor X's mansion. "Welcome to New York's newest island, Watker Island." Peter held his arms out in a presenting manner. "We made this place for people that want to help humanity live better live, for people that want to do good things for our planet, and for people that want to be pioneers of a new age." The room dissolved into chaos while the spider heroes explained what they could. They told them how they could apply for residency, explained the legal sides of things, and what the city would be used for in the future. There were many hoops they had to jump through if they wanted to live on this island. Background checks, a short interrogation, and cost of purchasing buildings were all out in the open. When questioned the legality of the citizenship, Peter informed them since it was technically a vessel, they didn't have to abide by the same laws for living on the land. Not to mention, they owned the land surrounding the island ship. When asked how they did this, Peter snickered and said, "Ingenuity, technology, and company secrets." What he's trying to say is that classified. MJ pointed at the reporter. They answered many more questions before the time came to unveil their identities. Peter took a deep breath and started. Lifting his mask, he showed his smile and said, "Hello. My name is Peter Parker, and for 2 years now, I've been Spider-Man. I'm Mary Jane Watson, and like my boyfriend, I've been Spider-Woman for about 2 years." MJ revealed her face. Once again, the room was crowded with chatter and questions, mostly about who they were. They answered what they could, mostly about their age and how they took down certain criminals. Peter was very adamant that all personal questions are off the table. However, MJ, who had aspirations to get some of her girls into acting, shared a few spicy details about their romantic life, much to Peter's embarrassment. After the conference was done, they knew there'd be lots of people crowding about, so they opted to teleport away and leave portals for Sue and Natasha to get back. When arrived in his house, Peter saw his family crowded around the television. Before he could say anything, he got a call from Fury. "Hey, how the hell did you manage to make a working truth serum?" "Ah, I see you got my present. It's just something I've been working on in my spare times. I finally managed to get the side effects down to slight drowsiness. I also figured Charles and Jean could use a break from all the mind reading." "Damn kid, is this how you plan on filling up that city?" I did say slight interrogation, Peter chuckled. So what's the real reason you called me? Hydra bases have been located in foreign lands. I'll be borrowing the Avengers. Nick, I let you be in charge because I don't want to waste precious time. Not to mention, the AI I've been working on will be the new real head of the Avengers. It'll have all the information on any heroes we hire and their identities. You're just the guy with all the keys. Yeah. I remember our deal. If it take the paperwork away, I'm all for it. But are you sure about keeping their information on a computer? Ha ha ha. No, you didn't just call the AI we've been working on for months a plain old computer. Relax. Nothing can get in her systems. With the tech we used, I doubt there will ever be a hacker good enough to get in. Not to mention where I hid her server. Trust me when I say it can't be found unless you know where it's at. Besides, we have to show the public that we can accept accountability. Some heroes might screw up on the job or jump the gun. If the public turns against us, it's over for the Avengers. Fine. I can't believe I'm agreeing with you, but this isn't a half-bad idea. Peter shook his head. So, about that vacation. I got you 1 month, Parker, and you owe me for the agents guarding your little island. Little? Being a bit bald, I mean a bit bland, aren't you? You son of a... Peter hung up and laughed. You know he's going to shoot at you someday, MJ smirked. I got him a gift. He'll forgive me, Peter said, going heavy on the drama. During the press release, it was clear that people all across New York were in shock. Peter was barely an adult and a hero who had saved countless lives and even the world during an alien invasion. Flash was watching his television with his jaw almost hanging on the ground. All of those who bullied Peter were in the same condition too. Harry was sitting next to his mother with wide eyes and expression of pure shock. Pete, of course. It all makes sense. All those times they bailed are perfectly aligned with the spider duo being active. Ugh. I'm an idiot. That little boy. Oh my. Emily blushed as she thought back to looking at some of the images and drooling over his butt. Her son must never know. The shame was turning her face bright red. Where's Dad? He's at work. He said something about shutting down a part of his company's research to reallocate funds into better projects. I got call Liz. Harry took off. Jessica and the rest of the defenders all showed wide eyes as they looked at each other. Did you know? The group asked while Angel started snickering. You knew? Yeah, Pete and MJ saved my life. While their name was buzzing all across the world, the two heroes had to deal with the influx of requests to come and live on their island. Not to mention the crappy encounters with bureaucrats and would-be politicians. Luckily, they had a furious fury to keep the idiots at bay. However, there were 1 or 2 suits who tried to call them in for possessing such tech and not sharing. And of course, they tried to use some B.S reason to call them in for a judicial meeting. Peter laughed in their faces and sent them to their team of lawyers to rip into the legality of their claims. No, Governor, I won't be coming into City Hall tomorrow. You have no grounds to summon me. However, if it's a power play you want, if you call me again, I'll send S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to arrest you for harassing a public civilian. Peter hung up. Ugh, when will this day end? His phone rang again. Look shit for brains. Little rude, Harry's voice echoed on the other side of the phone. Oh God. Harry, it's you. Sorry. Been a bit busy. Lot of assholes have my number now. Yeah, I can tell, Spider-Man. How you feeling about that? I don't know, my best friend has been lying to me for 2 years now. How do you think I feel? Grateful I didn't drag you into a world of danger, Peter chuckled. You got my citizenship card, right? Yeah, Mom really wants to check out the new place. Did you really have to give up your identity? Yeah, you know a group called Hydra? The Nazi group formed WW2? That's the one. Turns out, they're still around and kicking. One of their members managed to figure out who we are and kidnapped our family a while back. The whole reason I want you guys here is because the island is secure. What about the rest of our friends? Harry, anyone I can call my friend can take care of themselves. Meaning the majority of them have powers. Let me know when you guys get here, we'll talk then. Alright, but you're explaining everything, and I mean everything. And I don't have powers. Batman would disagree, but okay, I see what I can do about that whole power issue, and will regale you with the adventures of the amazing spider duo when you get here. His phone rang again. Sorry, Harry. The President is calling? Of the United States? Harry blurted out in surprise. No, the President of Mars. Of course, it's the President of the United States. Peter hung up and sighed. Please, just let this day end. While Peter was talking with the leader of their country, Osborn was getting a call from his son, Oscorp. Yes, I understand. Just ship it to the Brooklyn warehouse and store it. I don't care what you're doing with the projects. Just shut everything down and move it storage. Osborn let out a frustrated sigh. He hung up the phone and it rang again. Yes, huh? My son is calling. Put him through. The line changed over. Dad? Yes, Harry? Look, if this is about the funding for plastic eating fung, I already talked to your mother about this. We'll have the money for more of her projects in a bit. No. Haven't you heard it yet? Heard what? Harry grabbed his forehead. Harry was about to explain when a loud boom interrupted their call. An explosion shook the entire floor while the line went dead quiet. Dad? Dad. Harry's voice echoed on the speaker. Hello, Osborn. Kin. A loud crash was heard before his father screamed out. The last thing Harry could pick up was the scream becoming distant, like he was being dragged away at high speeds. Harry immediately hung the call up and contacted the only person he could trust with this. As the other line picked up, he heard Peter saying, Mr. President, I agreed to a tour, not for you to hold up the line. Damn it, Peter. It's me, my dad's been kidnapped. Chapter 65, Issue 65, A New Age Part 2. I'm suiting up now, Harry. Get here ASAP. You know what, start packing, we'll come to you. Do you think it was Hydra? Could be, but hate to be the bearer of bad news. Your dad's companions and business partners aren't the nicest people in the world. It could be something else entirely too. So I'm going to head out. MJ will come help you guys pack, and I'll start looking for your dad. Please, Peter. I can't lose him. Gotta go, Harry. I'll call you when I have something. Peter hung up and gave MJ the red alert text. The moment she saw it, she stopped what she was doing and suited up before opening a portal to Harry's house. Peter was already at Osborn's Oscorp office and looked around at the shattered room for clues. Window broke from the outside in, the edges are melted so fire was involved, maybe an explosion. Peter looked at the erratic placement of the glass, almost like wind pressure pushed it around. He then saw the claw and foot imprints near the desk. He looked back at the window and ran towards before jumping to out of the skyscraper. He turned around and webbed higher up before slingshotting himself into the air. Okay, if they had a glider or wings that might explain some things. Come on, where are you? Peter pushed his sight to the limit while peering out over the city. That's a flock of birds, flock of birds, flock of birds, I got ya, Peter said before opening another portal while falling through it feet first. His momentum shifted as the soles of his feet landed on the head of the giant Hulk goblin. Let the guy go. Peter's kick loosened his grasp and Norman started falling towards the street. Another portal opened up below him to send Osborn to safety. However, the goblin laughed as he flapped his wings and rushed to pick up where he left off. He nabbed Osborn out of sky before Peter landed on his back. Didn't you hear me the first time? Peter charged up his venom blast. I said to let the man go. I wouldn't do that if I were you, Spider-Man. I've doused his body in a type of flammable gas. Even the slightest spark will set it off. Peter noticed the orange smoke rising from the goblin's rapidly evaporating sweat. The hell are you? Peter damned the fact he didn't have access to his space sapphire. Since was completely drained, he couldn't just manually teleport Osborn away. I'm the Hobgoblin, Mr. Parker. Now if you don't want me to blow up our dear friend, I suggest you get off of me. I think you'll want to put him down, Peter growled. To make matters worse, he had sealed away the mind-reading part of his X-gene and didn't have his symbiote to reactivate it. A mistake he promised he wouldn't make in the future. However, he still had one trick up his sleeve, the telekinetic properties of Charles's powers. Peter pried open the goblin's hands open and let Osborn fall through the portal before smashing his hand against the back of the hobgoblin's head. They plummeted towards the ground before the hobgoblin suddenly ignited in orange flames and gripped Spider-Man's leg. Stop getting in my way, webhead! The goblin shouted as he slammed Peter's back onto the street's blacktop surface, creating a large pothole in the middle of traffic. Peter webbed up the goon's face and punched him in the jaw before he could rip the same webbing off like tape. He then hit him in the gut so hard, it made the giant keel over. He didn't stop there. While he was weakened, the hero hit him with another hook to the jaw and then a spinning back kick to the side of his head. The goblin fell on the ground before he suddenly spat a wave of flames at Peter. However, that wasn't good enough. Peter used his pyrokinesis to shove the flames back in his mouth and kicked him dead in the face with his shin. His body flew down the street before Peter opened a portal underneath them that led over a desert and jumped in after him. The hobgoblin roared in anger, but all he was met with was another kick to the face. As the villain flew down the hill of sand, Peter started to web him up, but the guy was actually strong enough to rip them apart. He flew at Peter while the flames erupted from his body. The goblin aimed a punch at Peter, but he dodged it effortlessly and countered by punching him in the throat. The goblin laughed before Peter suddenly gathered up a fistful of chi and knocked his 80 feet in the air. Due to the nature of the chi-empowered venom blast, the hobgoblin's body short-circuited like a broken computer before suddenly exploding with wave of intense electrical disgorges. Peter watched as his body hit the ground before he walked over and checked his pulse. Still alive. That's the Oz formula all right. Peter ported himself back to his place while dragging the goblin through the portal while thinking, got to get MJ and get rid of the serum. However, instead of the happy reception he was expecting, he saw Harry holding his father next to his mother, crying into his chest as he rocked back and forth. No. Peter paled as he ran over and saw the large hand imprint on his neck. Peter. MJ hugged him as she saw the damage to his suit. Oh God, Harry. I'm so sorry, Peter put his hands on his back. Why did he have to die? Why, Pete? Harry blubbered through a stream of tears. Peter looked back to the killer in question. I don't know, but I'm going to find out. Harry and his mother looked up with fury in their eyes before he nodded at MJ. You need to get rid of whatever is in his bloodstream. I'll burn it. Spider-Woman walked over and used the Spiderling to do just that. The moment the suit expelled the chemicals, Peter roasted it with his pyrokinesis. The body of Kingsley shrank back down to his usual scrawny self before Emily growled. I recognize him as one of Norman's scientists. Wake up, Kingsley. The recently widowed wife pulled out a gun from her jacket and stuffed it in Kingsley's mouth. Whoa! Peter pulled her arm back. Let me go. Calm down. Can't get answers from a dead man, MJ said as she took the gun. I know why he attacked Norman. It's my fault, Emily broke down into tears. What are you talking about? Harry asked as he cradled his father's lifeless body. I made him promise to shut down the weapons division. Kingsley was the head scientist for the super soldier projects. Norman told me he was volatile. I see, MJ said as she picked the goblin wannabe and carried him through a portal. I'll get S.H.I.E.L.D. to put him away in a special prison. Peter sighed as he realized that this day couldn't get any worse. He walked over to his friend and gave him a hug while Emily sat on their sofa, bawling her eyes out. Come on, Harry. Let's put his body somewhere else. Peter picked the man up and kept a sorrowful expression throughout the entire night. The autopsy showed that Norman had died around the same time Harry lost contact with him. The hobgoblin didn't know his own strength and snapped his neck when he flew out the window. They held a funeral the next day. Of course, it was like the world was toying with Spider-Man because the day was cloudy and started to rain. Peter sighed as he, MJ, Liz, and few of Harry's family members said their goodbyes. When it came time to leave, Peter got in the limo with his family and handed them each a bracelet. What's this? Harry asked. It's a suit that copies my powers. With this, it won't be easy for you to end up in danger. I also had one for Norman. Oh God. I'm so sorry, Harry. If I had just given this to you guys earlier. Harry stopped him and shook his head. Peter, this isn't your fault. Life can be pretty terrible at times, and all we can do is our best to move forward when tragedy strikes. When'd you get so zen? Peter smiled. I've been hanging out with Danny too much, Harry said while nudging his friend with his elbow. When they arrived at Walker Island, Peter drove them to their new house and said, when you guys are feeling better, we'll talk. Thanks, Pete. Peter turned to Emily and said, it's not your fault either. Kingsley is the only one we need to blame. I know things will be a bit hard at first, but I promise it will get better. If you guys need anything, we're here for you, MJ added. Thanks, you too. Emily wiped away her tears. After they left to go to their new house, Peter sighed and went to bed with MJ. The next morning, Peter got up and nudged his girlfriend awake before saying, come on, we're going to Camartage. What for? MJ asked as she yawned. To use their time chamber. I figured it's about time we master our magic. What? MJ blinked with wide eyes. They have a room that lets us get in about year of training for a week outside. I figure we can spend about 70 hours inside while spending the rest of the day dealing with our company issues. What about the president? Don't you have a tour to chaperone? I delayed it. We have about a month before he shows up. He opened a portal and met with the other sorcerers and sorceresses before getting approval to use their Temple of Time. So for the next week, Peter and MJ spent roughly a year inside, reading and learning to master their spellcraft. The now both 18 nearly 19-year-olds managed to become rather proficient at using magic. The two spider heroes had almost grown to their full height and decided that they should test the limits of their powers. Since they've continued their physical training alongside their magical training, they were curious as to just how strong they were. Peter stood under a machine and let a cylinder push down on his hands while he pushed back with his physical strength alone. The numbers started to rise until it hit 175 tons. He couldn't take it anymore and let off before taking a deep breath. Pretty good. He looked over and saw that MJ was barely able to get to 174 tons. Next came running and speed testing. Peter and MJ were able to hit 700 miles per hour on foot and roughly 3x the speed of sound when jumping and swinging, and all without their symbiotes and only chi empowering their bodies. Of course, Peter didn't have his favorite suit currently, but that would change in roughly 2 months' time. What's with all the tests, babe? MJ asked as she hugged him. Well, it's a bit of a surprise. I'll let you know during the next big Avengers meeting. Peter booped her nose. Other than train his magic, Peter had surfed the web of life and destiny almost every day and learned a lot about various technologies and biological hacks from multiple versions of himself. He also used a timeline where he became Sorcerer Supreme and studied his magical knowledge. Eventually, he had armed himself with enough knowledge to be considered one of the smartest Spider-Man in the multiverse. He learned how to manipulate his Infinity Gemstones and came up with a few really good ideas on how to use them without damaging the world he lived in. For one, he mostly used the reality topaz to create elements and valuable resources he could use for his experiments. The Mind Sapphire allowed him to access and memorize any and all information that went beyond all normal means and boost his intelligence when needed. The Space Amethyst was his favorite, not because it could allow him to teleport anywhere in the universe, but because he could make things bigger on the inside. He could make a room hundreds of times bigger while not taking up space, so he had many plans to build a shield world from the Halo series. Should Thanos ever succeed in getting the stones, he could move everyone on Earth into the shield world. The Power Ruby was probably the easiest thing for him to master. He was very responsible with it too. The Soul Emerald was the only thing he hadn't really touched on, mainly because he used it to give a soul to Jarvis. It scared him how easily he created life, and he didn't really want to mess with that kind of power, especially after Tony said that Jarvis was technically their kid. He did not want to be a dad yet. As for the Time Opal, he only used it in conjunction with the other gemstones to access the past for information gathering. He even made a holographic window screen that acted like a search engine. The last thing Spider-Man wanted to do was screw up his own timeline, so no time-traveling shenanigans took place and was strictly forbidden. As he took stock of his plans, Peter suited up and looked at MJ as he said, "I'll be out for a bit. I have some recruitment issues to take care of." "Cool, I have to get my business up and running too. I got Glory, Angel, and Liz to agree to be my first models. I just ran into some issues with the Unstable M clothing line. Need any advice?" MJ shook her head. "Nah, I was thinking of making them my most expensive pieces. There's nothing wrong with using the silk formula for the cheaper brands. So one suit to rule them all, but it will cost an arm and a leg?" Peter chuckled. "You'd be surprised how much I can make with this plan," Mary Jane laughed. "All right, I'm heading out. I'll be back for dinner." Peter put his mask on and opened a portal. "Go get Tiger." MJ gave him a kiss on the cheek. "You got it." Peter hopped through and stood in front of one isolated Magneto in a room made of tempered plastics. "Hello," Peter said as he took a seat across from him and held out a gift. "A chess set. Made of wood, of course," Peter snickered. "Why are you here, Spider-Man?" "Well, for starters, I'm here offering a deal." Peter pulled out a file full of papers. Magneto looked at what was in front of him and read a bit before saying, "You want me to work with you?" "I do. However, this comes with stipulations. You and Charles need to kiss and make up." Peter tossed out another folder with the words Project Eden stamped on it. Eric looked it over and then back to Peter with an astonished expression. "Is this real?" "I guarantee it's completely possible. However, I need you, Plant Man, Iceman, Wind Dancer, Geogirl, and Quake to work together. 7 days. That's all the time I'm asking for? You want me to give up my organization?" Magneto flipped through the pages of the file. "Not entirely. Just the kids. Let them grow up like people and get training from the X-Men. I don't like the idea of you sending out untrained kids to fight for you." "Very tempting, but I'll have to pass. Now hold on, you haven't listened to what I'll personally be rewarding you with." Peter pulled out another folder showing that Hydra was still alive and active. Eric growled as he clenched his fists. "I don't mind letting the Nazis' version of the boogeyman back into the scene. However, those in the Brotherhood have to become Avengers and go through the training we set up, and to put the icing on the cake," Peter leaned in and whispered, "I can de-age you and even make you stronger than you can possibly imagine." Magneto was looking quite tempted when Peter opened up a portal and said, "If you agree, have Charles contact me the next time he pays a visit." "I will think about this," Eric replied as the Spider-Man hopped through the portal and ended up in the middle of the Fantastic Four's new lab. "You like?" Peter smiled. "Pete." The four cheered. "Dude, this place is awesome." Johnny shouted as he pointed to the garage. "I can't believe I finally have my own engineering lab. I'm going to make so many new cars. The equipment is incredible. I can't get enough of this place," Sue added. "There is so much to unpack here. The information is incredible. I have no idea how you got a hold of Skrull ship without it imploding, but I really don't care. I'll be studying this stuff for years." "Stretch says he might be able to find a way to cure me," Ben grinned. "I'll look forward to the day," Peter smiled before looking at Sue. "So the other reason I came here was to take back my symbiote." "Is it safe?" Reed and Johnny asked at the same time. "Actually, I've spoken with Webster a lot, and he managed to duplicate into a new symbiote for Franklin. He'll act as our kid's governor until he can completely control his powers." "Ah, that's good. So Webster finally went through mitosis. I'll have to cut that off with my reality topaz," Peter thought as he raised his hand and felt the symbiote bond with him again. He also managed to tap into Sue's powers of making force fields and turning invisible. After long enough, his blank gene would add it to his stockpile of powers, and he wouldn't even need Webster to use it. Peter also made sure to spend a little time with them so he could program the new symbiote with the parents of Franklin. After setting countless failsafes, Peter looked at everyone and said, "You know, there is another way I can handle this." "What?" Sue asked. "I can take away his power to manipulate reality and just give him a combined version of your powers." "You can do that?" Reed looked at Peter with a flabbergasted expression. "Yeah, my powers and Magicraft are a lot better than they used to be. So I can do this without any risks, but the choice is yours. Do it, Sue said with a serious expression. Are you sure? Yeah, that's too much power, Pete. Even with all the restrictions, it's just too dangerous. Okay, Peter said as he activated the reality topaz. However, before he acted, he thought of something and smiled. I'll take the kid's power and use to empower the gemstone. However, I have a feeling little Franklin will need this back someday. I'll just take some to show off and seal the rest. Less than 1% should be good. With a wave of his hand, a magical matrix of lights and numbers appeared around Sue before he heard Webster speaking. Reality gem has increased in power several-fold. New time limit, 30 minutes. Growth factor recognized. The reality topaz will continue to evolve. Good to hear you again, Webster, Peter announced as he looked to the parents and said, It's done. The soon-to-be parents sighed in relief as they leaned into each other. Good, for a second there, I thought we might end up having our kid destroy the world, Sue said as she laid back on the couch. Without the symbiote, she was really feeling the weight of the kid. Reed sat beside her. I agree. I can't even imagine what kind of problems we'd have to deal with if he could alter reality, especially with the mind of a child. I'd love to stick around and chat, but I'm very busy today. What's got you so busy? Johnny asked. Cleaning up the world a bit, Peter said as he jumped through a portal. Next place he ported over was the moon. Now, on to some unfinished business. Peter used the reality to remove Mayhem's soul and destroyed it before he stored the symbiote inside a vial and ported it back to his personal lab. After that he looked out into the galaxy and said, thanks to the history search engine, I finally know where I am in the Thanos timeline. They should be at the collectors any day now. After getting Webster to leave a device capable of sending alert signal halfway across the galaxy and nowhere, it should be able to spot the Guardians. Once that was done, Peter ported over to Venus and tilted his head at the large project he thought of. Let's test it out. Peter raised his hands and felt the magnetic pull of the planet. It's defiantly doable. I'll use Venus as my base. Eric can have Mars. Peter wanted to terraform it on the spot, but he'd have to wait a bit. He wanted humanity to be part of their expansion into the space age. He went back to Earth and floated above the planet while thinking, let's see, who would be a good fit for joining the Avengers. I know Peggy. She's pretty old right now, but with the serums I made. Peter teleported to a hospital in New York before seeing the elder WW2 survivor. He walked over to the bedside and said, Peggy Carter? She looked over and smiled. If it isn't New York's hero. I guess you'd know, being the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Peter sat beside her and said, I have a proposition for you. Oh, and what does the great Spiderman need from an old gal like me? How'd you like to be the first new super soldier since Cap? Peter smiled as pulled back his mask. I'd say that the only way you could do that is if you had Abraham Erskine's research. Well, I just so happen to have such a method, Peter grinned as he crossed his arms. Are you serious? Yep, I even improved it quite a bit. Oh, how so? Well, for one, it'll give you a really long lifespan. So, it can de-age you while giving you the same strength and abilities Cap has. Have you tested it? Oh, it works, Peter said as he recalled the fake body he made with the reality gemstone. He was able to test it on a soulless body, and succeeded on the first try. Why offer me this? Peggy asked. Because Steve needs you, and I think that the Avengers could use a damn good leader. So are you interested? Peggy looked to the window and thought for a second. I'll do it. Peter smiled and opened a portal before pushing the hospital bed through. When Peggy saw the lab, she gasped as she realized how many similarities there were to the lab that made Steve Rogers a hero. However, it was much more advanced. The equipment was made with the knowledge of the Celestials and the Skrulls' understanding of the ancient constructs they left. Peter helped her up into a pod full of a nutrient bath that looked like clear water. He smiled and said, Are you ready? As ever as I'll be. I didn't have long left anyways. Might as well take the chance. Hey, your chances are 100% with me at the helm, Peter informed as he lowered her head. Just take a deep breath. It's not water. Peggy nodded her head as the liquid poured into her body through every pore. Peter closed the hatch and walked over to the computer before saying, I'm going to start the injection process. If you want this to be painless, you'll have to spend about 10 minutes absorbing the solution. Peggy nodded her head again, and Peter started the process. After the chemical concoction was added to the nutrient bath, mechanical arms delivered the serum injection process. 10 minutes passed before Peter looked up and said, Okay, now the fun part. He flipped the power switch as 10 potassium arc reactors came online and started to send energy into her body at a phenomenal rate. She let out a whimper of pain before everything started to feel good. She could feel her skin getting tighter, her muscles getting stronger, and most of all, the power that was coursing through her entire body. After the light show, the pod opened up and Peggy jumped out of it before falling on the ground. Feeling better? Peggy touched her face and looked at her supple skin. Better than I have in ages. I have a house ready for you, and I'll need you to go to Avengers Tower in a couple of hours. Until then, Use the gym to get a hold of your new strength. I have a house and gym? Peggy went wide-eyed as she saw the portal opening. Yeah, I put you in the same neighborhood as me. I think you'll approve. She walked through the portal and watched as Peter waved his hand goodbye while it closed. The sound of a bowl dropping on the floor drew her attention. She saw Steve standing in the kitchen with milk spilled on his shirt and Cyril on the floor. Peggy. Okay, now to the board of directors. Hopefully they'll say yes. Chapter 66. Issue 66. A New Age Part 3. Peter entered his company building and met with a group of people, some starstruck, others looking at him as if they were sizing him up. Hello, Peter smiled as he made his hero suit turn into a business suit. We have a lot to talk about. Peter looked at the group surrounding his conference table. There was Anna Maria, Max Modell, Betty Ross, Deborah Whitman, Richard Parker, Miles Warren, Emily Osborn, Samuel Smithers, Daisy Johnson, and Bobby Morse. Peter summoned portals in front of everyone and made a series of files fall through them. I've listed several projects for the company to move in. I've provided labs, resources, and funding for all your department. It's your job to make affordable products to keep them open. However, with the gold I gave you, it'll be impossible for you all to not turn a profit. Just remember, I prefer products that make a difference in this world. Reforestation, trash removal, recycling, improving medical procedures, anything is on the table as long as it can be sold for a fair price. The group looked through the documents and found several technologies and ideas that were leagues ahead of what they've been working on before. What will you be doing? Emily asked. I'm a superhero, an Avenger, and a scientist. It'll be a busy life, but that's why I've gathered you all here. This isn't just my company, it's our workplace, and each of us will take turns leading in projects. I've already got a line of products ready for a sale, and my new AI Samantha will be taking care of the company for the most part while I'm out at my other job. In fact, those that are currently in charge and sort of treat it as a vacation, because there isn't much you need to do, answer a few calls, sign some papers the aide I approves of, and mostly idle. They all discussed wages and work hours for everyone, and then on to what projects they'd be working on. It took him a couple hours to get everything in order before he had to leave. Avengers, Peter said as he pulled up his phone and answered. How did you do it? Fury shouted on the other line. What? Peter chuckled. You know damn well what. Oh that. That'll be covered in the meeting. You'll have to be a good boy and find out. @ $#% $. Peter laughed as he hung up before Richard said, Are you sure that's a good idea? I am. He knows if I'm jerking him around, I have good news. And that new is? The father Parker lifted a brow. I cracked and improved the super soldier serum. I'll also be empowering our family. What? Richard shouted with wide eyes. Peter waved goodbye as he stepped through the portal he made. Wait. Peter. He found himself in Avenger Towers, waiting for the crew to gather. Kicking his feet up on the table, Peter made his mask and gloves appear, but he kept the business attire. Fury was the first one through the door. Enough jacking me around, speak, Parker. You're coming at me all wrong. You act like I did something bad, Peter smirked. Wipe that smirk off your face, boy. How'd you know? I have a mask on. Peter thought before coughing into his hand. I think she can explain. No, she hasn't left Steve's room since you dropped her off. And how do you know that? A damn text. Fury held up the phone. Young again, at Steve's place. Don't contact me. Peter read the text before he saw the picture confirming it. Fa-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. Peter pointed and laughed. Before Fury could shout, the doors opened, and Tony came strolling in. Pete, you look older. I spent a year in a room that has a faster flow of time. I turned 18 a while ago. Ah, and you didn't invite me to your party? Tony pouted a little bit. I'll make it up to you. How do you feel like going to an alien planet that used to be the head of an ancient celestial being? Sounds like a blast. When do we leave? Tony smirked, thinking Peter was pulling his leg. Right after we set up a list for people to get the Captain America treatment. Wait, are you telling me? Tony started to get giddy and actually vibrated out of sheer excitement. I cracked it a while ago. I just wanted it to be a surprise, Peter chuckled. He didn't just figure it out, he improved it, Fury shouted as he slapped his forehead. Enough about me, how the Bleeding Edge project coming? Tony smirked and looked coy as he said, I finished it. Right on, show me. Peter stood up as Tony slapped the reactor and made the suit appear. Wicked. Peter shouted with stars in his eyes. I am far more impressive, Webster commented. Yeah, but let me geek out. Peter laughed as he poked the strangely soft metal. The doors opened again before the rest of the Avengers came walking through. MJ, Bruce, Natasha, Clint, Steve, Peggy, and even Matt. Why's the lawyer here? Tony whispered. Well, for starters, I want him to be an Avenger and will be the first one I empower. What? Matt looked confused. Peter sighed. Look, S.H.I.E.L.D. has known about your identity for a while. So, no need to hide it. Okay, Who is he? Tony crossed his arms. Do you mind? Peter asked as he looked at Matt. Not like it matters. Stark can probably hack the information if S.H.I.E.L.D. has it. That I can, but I'd still like to hear it, Tony smiled. Ever hear of the Devil of Hell's Kitchen? Peter smiled. But he's blind? So is Daredevil. He's got heightened senses and echolocation. Really? Tony walked over and threw a pen at him. Matt caught it and handed it back. Really? Isn't that like faking a disability? I'm still blind. D.D rolled his eyes. Yeah, but not really? Tony replied. Okay, I called you here to discuss who'd be on the Super Soldier Serum candidacy list. How come I'm not first? Tony sounded offended. Betrayed even. Because I owe Matt. He made me a billionaire. Relax, I'll get through everyone in this room. I'm not sure that's a good idea for me, Bruce spoke up. I know, that's why you'll be going to Camartage to learn magic. I think you'll find the answer on how to balance that other side of you and help you get the power without losing it to rage. You really think that's possible? I do. You just need to invest the time to learn. Peter opened 2 portals. One led to his lab while the other led to Himalayas. I had Wong agree to help teach you. Though now I owe him one, Peter said as he patted Bruce on the back. Magic, huh? Magic, Peter laughed. He stepped through while the other walked into his lab. Peter, you always take me to the best places, Tony smirked as he looked around. Careful, Pepper might get jealous, MJ laughed before pinching Peter's waist. This is what you had to show me? Ow wow. Yeah, so impressed. Very, MJ gave him a kiss. Matt, please take off your shirt and pants before getting in. The more skin you show, the better your body will absorb the solution. Do I have to? Nat grinned before saying, yeah, now strip. He pulled his tie loose before stripping down to his boxers. Not bad, Nat grinned. I can see why Elektra likes to brag. Okay, can we get this over with? Matt said with a red face. He hoped inside and went through the same process Peggy went through. When he came out, he was a few inches taller, and his muscles were more pronounced. He was in every sense of the word a super soldier now. How do you feel? Peter asked as he handed him his clothes. I can see, ha ha ha. He stepped out of the pod and stumbled a bit. However, he closed his eyes and still noticed that he still had his echolocation but was even clearer than it was before. Not only did his strength rapidly improve, but all of his senses had as well. I feel great, Pete. Glad to hear it. Tony, you're up next, then Fury, Natasha, and then Clint. Why am I last? You said my jokes suck, Peter stuck his tongue out. Quit your belly aching, Peter and I are last, MJ chuckled. Yep. And so, Tony giddily stripped down and jumped in the pod after it refilled with a new batch of liquid. After the process was completed, he jumped out and grinned as he flexed his muscles. I feel like a teenager again. We are so giving Pepper and Rhodey the same treatment. Tony took his suit back and made a mirror. Damn! I look 10 years younger. Fury went next and acted like it was no big deal. However, Peter could tell he was quite happy. Then came Nat, who while didn't gain an excessive amount of massive muscles, she certainly did gain some and was very lean. She was the idealized version of herself and had a build that was closer to the spider heroes. After Clint got done, he was checking himself out with the mirror Tony made. Peter walked over to Captain America and said, Steve, you're up. But I already went through this. Not mine. The professor was a genius. But I'm better. My solution has several other serum effects. I used the Eternity formula and ingredients that you've never even heard of before. So, trust me when I say, you can get even stronger. Steve grinned and went in the pod. When he finished, he still had perfectly toned muscles but was several times stronger than he used to be. He doesn't look any different, Tony said as he walked around him. Oh, but I feel different. It almost feels like when I first got the S.S serum. MJ, you ready? Yep. Mary Jane removed her symbiote and got inside the pod while Peter forced the men to turn around. I will poke your eyes out, Peter threatened before staring at Tony. And I will tell Pepper. All right, let's not do anything crazy. Tony waved his hand as he flipped around. MJ got the same energy treatment and suddenly twitched and spasmed in the solution. However, she wasn't in any danger. Instead, it was a good thing as she covered body in webs and formed a cocoon. This again? Tony called out. It's how our powers evolve, Peter grinned as he used his reality topaz to alter her bones with an additional element. When he finished, she broke through her webbing while feeling at the top of the world. Her muscles were more defined, she was a few inches taller, and Peter could have sworn that her hips and breasts were a bit bigger. Wow, you look beautiful, babe. Peter smirked as she put her symbiote back on. I feel like $1,000,000. MJ laughed as she clenched her fists. She hugged Peter till the point he felt like his bones were breaking. Careful, Tigress. You're a lot stronger now. MJ let go before she laughed and said, Sorry. I guess we have to get used to this again. Nothing we haven't done before, Peter said as he cracked his back. Now my turn. Tony. Peter quickly cleaned the tank and got it ready to use while Stark was looking at himself in the mirror. Tony. Yeah. Tony looked away with a grin on his face. Quit ogling yourself and start it up. On it. Tony giggled like a girl in love while his hand ran across the computer. Peter started the process and suddenly found himself growing stronger by the second. When he finished absorbing the serum, his body started to undergo another metamorphosis. His connection to the web of life and destiny grew stronger and stronger until he ended up making another cocoon of webbing. However, just like MJ, instead of taking hours for his evolution to complete, the silk absorbed all of the serum's properties and bled into every cell in his body. When he broke out of the cocoon, his body felt dozens of times stronger. He couldn't help but jump out with an excited expression. He was a roughly 3 inches taller, his muscle mass had increased somewhat, and he thought that his looks might have improved a little, not that he wasn't a handsome beast to begin with, but he did notice some change. Webster rejoined with him and informed him of the changes in his body. Other than all of his physical abilities becoming much stronger than before, his bones had gained an almost metal-like sheen to them. He noticed that his every last bone his body had 2 layers to it. The surface was covered in orichalcum, a magical metal from Atlantis that made his body the perfect wand to focus and enhance his magic, and the inside of the encasement had become better versions of what he had before. His internal bones were practically immune to magic, nearly unbreakable, and the webs he produced might as well be anti-magic weapons. The best part about it was that it actually wasn't a metal but all organic material with the properties of orichalcum, vibranium, adamantium, and adamantine. This is so cool, MJ commented with an excited expression. Agreed. Oh, and I forgot to mention, your lifespans have been drastically increased. I need to run some tests, but you all might live to your thousands. Everyone gave him a surprised look as he stretched out and tried to become more accustomed to his new level of strength. While they jabbered about the prospect of living for hundreds or thousands of years, he ported them back to the conference room and said, "Now, let's get working on that list." They all rambled with suggestions when Peter gave over a paper and said, "Here's my list, I've got to give my family the same treatment." After they disappeared through portals, the two went back to offer the same power-up for their families. Considering they were on the run from Hydra, they didn't take chances, and all went through with it. Now that his family members were superpowered and had a copy of his spider powers via magic suit, Peter finally felt like he could breathe a little. As they sat on the couch while their families marveled at their new strength and returned youth, MJ laid her head on his shoulder and said, "Didn't think my life would turn out like this when I got bit." "Any regrets?" "None." MJ looked at her family, chatting it up with the Parkers. "We've got patrol. Didn't you say we were on vacation?" MJ pouted. "All right, you win. I'll call Luke and get the Defenders to cover Queens again." The family then joined together for a big meal and celebration. They spent the rest of the day together and went off to bed early since they all had work the next morning. When they woke up, they had breakfast and met with the rest of the team at Avengers Tower. "So, how the list coming?" "I have some issues with your candidates. Mainly Magneto." Fury lifted a brow. "I'm trying to rehabilitate the guy. Are you seriously telling me that you don't want the Baba Yaga that sent shivers down the spines of the Nazi regime to help with the Hydra issue?" Fury paused before crossing his arms. "You really think he can come around?" "Oh, I think so. I just have to keep on visiting," Peter chuckled. "I can see it. Eric wants to be a force for good. He just got a little twisted from constantly losing everything." "And Frank Castle? Guy's good at what he does. I know you need some good agents, and he's quite the patriot when he's not brandishing his own form of street-level justice," MJ said in her boyfriend's defense. "Wheel Pepper is definitely getting the upgrade. I'm not going to deal with her nagging about aging while I remain the beautiful beast I am," Tony laughed. "We already figured that. What about Rhodey?" MJ smirked. Well, I was so excited to show off. I kind of spent all my time with Pepper. Testing the limits of my new physique." "Smooth," Peter laughed before Fury brought up another on his list. "You want Wolverine and Charles Xavier on the team?" "That I do. Charles can help keep Eric in line." Peter pulled up an image of Logan. "As for the other guy, you all know him as Wolverine or Logan, but what if I told you his real name is James H. Howlett?" Steve stood up with a surprised expression. "That he is," Peter replied before showing old WW2 pictures with him standing next to Captain America. "Well, I be damned," Fury muttered. "How is he still?" Peggy spoke up. "He's a mutant with an incredible regeneration factor. Honestly, he might just be immortal." "Neat," Tony added. "I knew I saw him get shot in the head." Steve shouted like he won the lottery. "Let me guess, just a scratch." "Bob." Steve and Peter mimicked his Canadian accent before they started laughing. Peter looked over Fury's list and said, "So, most of them are highly valued SHIELD agents you can actually trust." "That they are. Any problems?" Fury lifted a brow. "Nope. What about you, Cap?" "Isaiah Bradley and Sam Wilson are my candidates," Steve answered. "Got it. The second Captain America and Falcon." "Nice choices," Peter agreed. "Nat, any requests?" "I have a few agents I've been training," Natasha replied. "Okay." Peter said as he looked over their files. Really? Kind of wild card, isn't she? I think she'll make a great addition to the team, Natasha smiled. Your call. What about you, Clint? My family, Clint said without a second's hesitation. Got it, and approved. Thanks, Spidey. Okay, everyone look under your seats. Everyone did but found nothing before Peter started laughing. What did you think this was, offer? When they looked back up with expressions of annoyance, they saw a key sitting in front of them. A key? Now, I know we're good friends, but isn't moving in together a bit fast, Tony joked. Ah, that's no normal key, Peter said as he wagged his finger. Try it on the door. Everyone looked at him like he was crazy when Clint said, What door? Any door, Peter smirked. Tony was the first one to rush over and use it, and when he opened the door, his jaw dropped. Pete, I know this is my second time here, but where is this? I couldn't find anything with Jarvis scans, Tony asked with a dropped jaw. About 2,000 miles below the Venusian surface. Hold up, Venus? Your lab is on Venus. Tony's eyes sparkled. What I just gave you all is a key to my S.S lab. I'd love to be there for all the new soldiers joining the Avengers, but you know how it is. Busy Spider, busy life. Busy life, busy wife, MJ followed up with a chuckle. Why, MJ, was that a proposal? Peter smirked as she turned red. What? No. It was a joke. So now you're playing with my pure heart? I hate you right now, you know that, right? MJ ported out while Peter chuckled. She's still so cute when I tease her. One of these days she's gonna knock you out. Clint laughed. Shut up, Legolas, Peter crossed his arms. So, anyone else have any candidates? It takes time to find people to augment. Most of the people on our list have earned it some way or another. If any more S.H.I.E.L.D. agents want the Captain America treatment, they have to prove themselves worthy, Fury said with an adamant expression. Or heroes for that matter. We'll have our hands busy training them, Natasha sighed. Oh, like you aren't looking forward to the time off, Clint rolled his eyes. I almost forgot, I have one last nominee, Fury looked at his phone. And he should be arriving, right? The doors opened to reveal Agent Coulson walking in. Before the room could finish gasping, Peter webbed him over and hugged the guy while shouting, Agent Coulson! He put him down and checked his body. You're not a clone, are you? I mean, you're the genuine article, right? That I am, Spider-Man, Coulson smiled. How? Others in the room mumbled. Spider-Man's first aid saved his life, but he was comatose up until a few months ago, Fury explained. Everyone in the room rushed to his side and gave the guy a hug. Will someone turn this man into a super soldier? Peter shouted. I'll do the honors. Loose the pants and shirt, Tony grinned. What, can you explain? Coulson looked lost. Nope. Let's get this man naked. Peter laughed as he picked up the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent and ran into his lab. Chapter 67, Issue 67, New Age Part 4. After Coulson's super-powered rebirth, everyone threw a party while Peter went to pick up MJ. He found her in their house with her pouting at him. Ah, come on, I was just teasing, Peter said as he sat beside her. Humph. MJ looked away. We're throwing a party. MJ lifted a brow. Coulson's alive. Wah, humph. Peter clicked his teeth. I almost had her. The redhead beauty then smiled as she asked, Is Thor going be there? Oof, Peter felt like he just got gut punched. Right in the insecurities. I taught you well. MJ smiled. I'll go get something nice to wear. While the spider heroes partied with their friends, across the city in Brooklyn, a hooded kid was currently strolling through an underground subway tunnel. He dropped a backpack that made the sound of metal clashing against metal before looking at the wall space in front of him. Yeah, this is the one, the kid spoke as he tapped his foot to the music he was listening to. He opened up his backpack and started using spray paint cans to draw out an image. Yeah, this is the right stuff. A little red here, blue there, going with the classic can never be wrong. After 10 to 20 minutes, he stopped and took a few steps back. The picture was of the Spider Duo and Avengers kicking Chetari, but while his family was cheering them on from the background. He paused before adding a little more to the picture and made the Spiderling he saw on the news a long time ago. He stepped back and pulled off his hoodie to inspect his work. Damn, I'm good. Should I add a bouquet and a dress? People got to know my bro is taken. Chechich. I bet he'd approve. Unbeknownst to the kid known as Miles Morales, a certain spider would have to agree. Ow. Back at Avengers Tower. You know, we're going to have to invent an alcohol that can actually get us drunk, Tony groaned over his newfound metabolism. I think my magic teacher can whip something up, or we could ask Thor what Asgardians drink, Peter joked. Nah, tech can handle this. Just watch me, Spider. I'm gonna invent the world's strongest booze. He shouldn't even think of drinking, Pepper said as she yanked a cup of scotch out of his hand. He's underage, Tony? And you weren't when you had your first drink? Tony lifted a brow. Come on, I wanna dance? MJ grabbed Peter's hand and pulled him away. So, you like the new upgrades? Tony smirked. I'm not complaining, Pepper grinned as she downed the cup she took from Peter. After dancing with MJ for a bit, he looked over at Steven and Peggy before grinning. Finally got that NP dance? Peggy blushed as she looked at Steve. You told him? Yes? Is that a bad thing? You gave a mouther ammo, Peggy shook her head. But it's a just dancing? Captain America looked very confused. MJ started laughing before Steve asked. What? She means the other kind of dancing. NP dance, no pants dance. So did you? MJ asked as she wagged her brows. Come on, Spill. No. Steve shouted with a red face before Peggy, MJ, and Peter laughed. Oh, you're teasing me, haha, Steve's eyebrow twitched. You're too easy, Peggy giggled. Relax, I won't tease you, too much, Peter chuckled. While he twirled around his girlfriend, Peter leaned in and gave her a kiss. Did I tell you how much I love you? Okay, Tiger, what do you want? MJ smiled while lifting her brows. Mary Jane, I am appalled that you think I would do such a thing. Aha. Spit it out, Tiger. Okay then, Mary Jane Watson. Would you marry me? MJ froze as Peter got down on one knee. We've known each other forever, since we were kids. I remember the first time I saw you. I mistook you for an angel, and as I got older, that affection only grew into love. Mary Jane, I want to be with you for the rest of my life. So, will you do me the honor of being my bride? He revealed a diamond ring that was cut to look like a spider web from the top. Before MJ could answer, a loud explosion shook a distant building. They could see the fires from Avengers Tower. Are you fucking kidding me? Pepper shouted. He turned around to see everyone in the room smirking at him. Damn Parker luck, Peter sighed and got ready to stand up. However, before he could, Pepper pushed him back down and said, Oh no, I've been waiting 2 years to see this. You stay and finish what you started, Tony. We're leaving. We are. Tony smirked. Surprised you didn't call her out on that, Cap. She said a bad word. I'm not getting anywhere near that, Stark. Pepper dragged him out by the scruff of his jacket and shouted. Jarvis! Record everything. Yes, madam, Jarvis replied as they suited up. You'd think she's watching her favorite soap or something. Mary Jane shook his head. Peggy giggled as she left with the others. Have a good night. Peter snickered as he watched the Avengers rushing out the door. He held out the ring again and said, So, wanna be my Spidey wife? MJ jumped into him, knocking him to the floor as she nodded her head and said, Yes. 1,000 times yes. I love you, Peter Parker, and I want to be with you for the rest of our very long lives. Peter put the ring on her finger before she wiped her tears away and kissed him. The situation started to get a bit heated when Peter stopped and shouted, Jarvis! Quit recording. But Pepper said. I said stop. Override password sexy pepper shaker. Override password accepted. That's what he set as his password? MJ laughed. Peter picked up his now fiancée and carried her to their room inside the tower. They started taking off their clothes and rubbing up against each other before Jarvis interrupted. Sir. Sorry to intrude, but it appears Tony is calling you. Hang up. Peter growled as he stared at his naked supermodel wife-to-be. Sorry, sir, but Tony said it's important. Ugh. What? Peter answered the call. Hey, you don't have a sibling or something, do you? What the hell are you talking about? Peter nearly shouted as MJ nipped his shoulder. Well, we just stopped a guy from killing a kid with your powers. The two spider heroes looked at each other and sighed. We'll be there in a few minutes, MJ said as she hung up the phone. The two looked at each other before they started laughing. Parker luck, huh? MJ stifled her laughter as she felt Peter leaning his forehead against hers. You're a Parker too now, Peter said as they both got up and suited up. They opened the windows before jumping out and webbing to the nearest building. In just a few minutes, they were standing over a busted fire hydrant and a torn-up skyscraper. Okay, who do I have to give a ticket to? It's been a while since Spidey Cop has seen some action. Peter's eyes roamed around until he saw a kid in what looked like a very bad imitation of his classic suit. Ha! Peter and MJ spoke in unison as their spider senses buzzed rather than tingled. Weird. Holy crap. Spider-Man. The kid pulled off his mask with a huge smile on his face. I know you. Hey, you're that kid that took a swan dive off a skyscraper. You had guts, kid. Peter patted his shoulder. Well, it was either that or be shot by an alien laser. What were you doing up there? Nothing illegal, Miles thought of him tagging the building. Right. Peter smiled as he put the mask back on. So, first rule of being a superhero, protect your identity. Like you're one to talk, Tony snickered. When an alien from another universe that has bonded with your parallel counterpart, and has a copy of memories, only then you judge me, Tony. So until then, sush. Alright, no need to get snappy. Tony held his hands up as if he were surrendering. So, what do we do with the kid? Pepper asked. I suppose we should visit his parents, Peggy sighed. Well, if he needs training, Avengers Academy is about to go public, Fury commented. So, the spiders aren't going to train the new spider? Natasha lifted a brow. Hey, how about we let the kid decide? Steve put his hand on his shoulder. I'm with Steve on this one. It's a lot of responsibility to wear that mask. So, what's it gonna be? MJ snickered. Please don't tell my parents. Miles looked rather scared. What's your name, kid? Peter said as he knelt down slightly. Miles Morales. Holy sure. It is him. Peter thought before he shook his head and said, well kid, come on. Let's go see Mom and Dad. Do we have to? Peter put his hands on his shoulders and said, listen, Miles. When I say protect your identity, I don't mean from those you can trust. I made the same mistake and kept my secret from my loved ones, and it only ended up hurting them. I'm not going to force you to be a hero, but your parents deserve to know about your, condition. Okay, is it normal to be this nervous? Yeah, perfectly normal, MJ chuckled. Peter looked over the unconscious molten man laying on the ground. Damn, kid. What did you do? Webster, give me the street cameras and any security footage, Peter said as he watched the videos popping up on his HUD. He saw Miles being chased by the Prowler and Molten Man. The boy was evading them until the Molten Man started wrecking buildings and cars. Miles put his life on the line and managed to hit the Prowler pretty hard and used the fire hydrant to cool off the pyrokinetic villain. After that, Tony and the other showed up and put the flames out while the Prowler managed to sneak away. Well, kids got heart, Peter smirked. After getting the kid's address, the Avengers went to an apartment complex in the middle of Brooklyn. Needless to say, Jefferson and Rio Morales were surprised to see Earth's mightiest heroes standing next to their son. Mr. Mississippi Morales? I don't suppose we could take a minute or two of your time. Mijo, what happened to you face? Your clothes are in tatters. The new Spider-Man's mom grabbed his cheeks and looked over his body with a nervous expression. Did my son do something? Jeff said with a serious expression. Maybe we should talk inside before a crowd starts to gather, Peter said as he looked at the nosy neighbors. They went inside and closed the door when the parents shook off their star-struck expression. First, let me say that Miles isn't in trouble. In fact, it's just the opposite. Miles, show them, Peter said before he placed his hand on Miles' shoulder. Show us what? The parents said in unison. The 16-year-old jumped up and held his hand on the roof before sticking to it and just stayed hanging there. It seems your son has powers that are similar to ours. He was being chased by a couple of villains because he was testing out his abilities. They might have mistaken him for me. Seeing that his parents weren't responding, MJ chuckled and said, maybe we should take a seat. Right, Rio said as she felt faint. After they managed to calm down, Peter sat across from them and said, your son has been granted a great power, and with that power comes responsibilities. I want to offer him a place at Avengers Academy, and you are all more than welcome to come and live on Watker Island. But he's just a kid. Rio nearly shouted. I understand that. However, I'm not planning on throwing him in the field. Avengers Academy will teach him how to hone his powers and mind. We have the best teachers in New York, and with the right training, I think Miles has the potential to be a great hero. Peter pulled up the video logs Webster clipped together. Ma'am, your son put his life on the line to protect others from harm. It's an admirable trait that respect very much. However, if he continues to do so without any training, he may end up harming himself or others by accident. As a police officer, I'm sure I don't have to explain just how important training is to you, sir, Steve spoke up. I do, but he's just a kid, Jefferson sighed. I know, that's why we came to you. As his parents, you have every right to say no. However, I think you should get your son's opinion. Having this kind of power complicates lives, Peggy added. Are you saying people will come for him? Jeff saw where this conversation was going. Yes, and the worst kind, I'm afraid. Peter gave them both a pair of Spider-Man suits. They looked at the bracelets with a puzzled expression. People like Hydra and other criminal or government organizations will stop at nothing to capture your son, MJ commented. These bracelets will give you copies of my basic set of powers, proportionate strength of a spider, wall crawling, and even web shooting. I can only give this to so his most important people can have some protection. You can change the suit and bracelet to look how you want by imagining it. My mom uses it as a watch. Peter could see their reluctances, and was about to push the items on them when Tony spoke up. Look, one way or another, bad things are going to happen. It's better to be prepared, so just take it. The parents took the item and tried it on. They both turned into wristwatches as they felt the same power their son now had. As you know, the new city I built with Tony needs a police force. How do you feel about a promotion? Let's say, chief of the Watker Police Department. Peter pulled out piles of papers for residency and their possible paychecks. Oh, this is a generous offer. Rio went wide-eyed as she saw that she'd become a headmistress for a grade school. Housing is cheap, way cheaper than what we're currently paying, Jeff nearly coughed. Well, our city has its own power source, an automated water treatment facility, and is completely owned by one person. So, it's me that set the price. It'll cost you about $750 for monthly rent, or instead, you can buy a house on my island in payments for a fraction of the cost, and you can pay in monthly installments. I've setting the most basic housing that has roughly 1.5 acres of land for $25,000. Keep in mind. That comes with a really nice house. We need to talk about this, Rio said as she stood up and started pacing back and forth. No problem. Take all the time you need. I'll put some SHIELD agents to watch over you guys from a distance in case we have any more issues that might pop up. Oh, and your uncle is the Prowler, Peter said as he patted Miles on the back. So, we'll have to arrest him once he shows up. If he contacts you, please call this number. What? Everyone in the room shouted. Peter pulled up a camera feed of the Prowler taking off his helmet miles away from where he tried to capture his own nephew. This is Aaron Davis, correct? His mugshot appeared next to the image of his face. No way, Miles felt sick. No. He said he was done with all that stuff. This has to be a lie. I'm sorry, Mr. Morales, but it's true, Steve sighed before looking at Peter. Couldn't you have been a bit more subtle? No, Peter said with a stern expression. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news. However, it's not completely hopeless. While the Prowler has stolen some rather expensive items, he hasn't killed anyone yet. I'm not saying this to be rude, but if you want to save him, maybe I can offer you all a deal. Allow Miles to be trained up and I'll not only get rid of his records, I'll give him a job so that he'll never have to steal again. Miles doesn't even have to become a hero, but he needs training. Why would you do that? Jeff asked. Because, I see a lot of potential in Miles. For this kid, I can pull a few strings at SHIELD and get him a job as an agent. He has talents, and I just find it unfortunate that crime was the only choice he thought he had. I'd at least like to give him a chance. Miles looked at Peter with hope in his eyes. Plus, it'd be pretty jerkish of me to break a kid's heart like that and leave. The group then said their goodbyes and headed back to Avengers Tower. MJ and I are going to home. We have a lot of paperwork and a wedding to plan. Congratulations. Pepper hugged MJ. Thanks. MJ hugged back. I knew she'd say yes, Tony rolled his eyes. How'd you get my password? I just thought, if I were a childish billionaire, what would I pick as my password? Peter lied with a grin. He had to go through dozens of silly names and monikers to figure that one out. Congrats, Peter. Steve smiled. I'll be awaiting the invitation, Peggy added as she gave Steve an expectant look. See you later, Red. Natasha hugged MJ next. When's the bachelor's party? Clint grinned as he patted Peter on the shoulder. We'll let you know when we figure it out, Peter said as they ported to their house and picked up where they left off. Chapter 68, Issue 68, A New Age Part 5. The next morning, while MJ didn't let him get an ounce of sleep, Peter still had to go over thousands of residency applications that his AI had checked through. Luckily, a little sleep deprivation did little to his constitution. Throughout the day, he picked out several people to move in. He also spent $500 million on setting up several feast compounds across New York. With this much funding, they should be able to skate by on donations and recognition. He really wanted to give the poor a place to get back on their feet. Feast was just one method of many he had. Once he freed himself up, Peter spent time with the family, and they celebrated their engagement like a family would. They threw a party and invited everyone they knew. Watching his parents, aunt, and uncle brag about their kid was kind of funny to watch, so he wasn't bored at all. It wasn't until midday that Fury called him up. You want me to train a criminal? Oh please, like you haven't done that before. So, did the parents agree? Sigh. Sometimes I wonder if I'm even needed. Yes, I'll take an Aaron Davis in exchange for their kid going to Avengers Academy. You see the potential too, Peter smirked. Yeah, the same potential I saw in you. Kid is smart, talented, and now has some of the best powers in the world. He's a good future candidate for the SSS injection. Why don't we wait until he's off the training wheels? Peter chuckled. I'm not an idiot, Spider-Man. I know how to do my job. It isn't my first rodeo. Ah, you said it. So, do you think Aaron can be rehabilitated? Fury huffed before saying, yeah, he showed remorse when he learned that he attacked his nephew. I think he has a pretty good chance at turning his life around. Cool. Speaking of rehabilitation, I have a chess match to get to. Peter hung up and portaled over to see Eric waiting potentially. So, think you can beat me today? Peter sat across from before pulling out a bottle of expensive scotch. Magneto lifted a brow as he saw the hero make 2 glass cups appear and filled with ice while removing his mask. After Peter poured him a cup of some expensive whiskey he snagged from Tony's place, they got their chess game going. Smells good, Eric sipped and smiled. I figured you'd like that, Peter smirked as he started their game. They went back and forth for a while, moving their pieces into place and setting up their early game. Have you given what I said any thought? I have, Peter. Eric looked over the board. Well, don't leave me hanging. Check. Made in 3, Peter smirked before they reset the board. I want in on hunting Hydra, Eric said as he started moving his pawns. So, This is a yes to my proposal? Peter smiled as his hands rapidly speed across the board. On the certain conditions. It is to my understanding that you have been setting up something interesting in New York. I have, Peter moved his pieces into place. I'm glad you and Charles are talking again. Yes, he has been quite persuasive. Eric grinned as he moved his knight only to fall for Peter's trap. Check. Mate in 2, Peter chuckled. Eric let out a sigh and reset the board. Can you really terraform Mars in just 7 days? Yes, I already have the team ready to go. You're the only one left. I will agree on the condition you tell me what you have planned for the mutant race. First off, human race. Secondly, I want them to be seen as heroes, saviors that liberate mankind and help us touch the stars. No one would look down on them, but instead, I want them to look up to them. Of course, I also like to set up a proper prison capable of helping or imprisoning those that abuse their powers. Even you understand how important the law is to the people, despite us constantly breaking it. From what I heard, you're working in the light now. Magneto lifted a brow as he finally thought he found a way to win. Checkmate, Peter snickered. And yeah, but that doesn't mean that what I did before wasn't breaking the law. That's why I want the prison to focus on helping others too. I imagine a lot of these future incidents will be accidents due to their awakenings. Alright, you have one chance to show me you're speaking the truth. So, reluctantly, I will agree to your terms. Peter smiled. Alright, I'll leave the bottle with you to celebrate and pick you up tomorrow. Tell Mystique over there to report it to that Brotherhood group you got. The guard in disguise gasped before Eric started chuckling. How'd you know? The woman turned back into her blue form. Well, I can't just tell you all my secrets, Peter smiled. He then opened a portal and said, I'll pick you up first thing in the morning. As he walked through, Magneto looked at Mystique and said, Tell me, Raven, do you think this is the right choice? I'm willing to give peace a try. Are you saying that because you miss Charles? Don't you? Eric sighed again. It would be nice to work with him again. Peter hopped down on top of Professor X's mansion and crawled to his window. He tapped on the window and waved at the bald man before saying, Can I come in? Can't you read my mind? Peter shook his head as he opened the window and hopped in. No, I sealed that one away. I don't like invading people's minds, whether that's by accident or on purpose. Besides, it can get kind of loud. That it can. Charles sighed before he asked, What can I do for you, Peter? I want you to reconsider joining the Avengers. I want you as a council member. I already said. Hear me out. Peter pulled out a folder full of files. This is my plan to help save Eric, and I can't do this without you. Charles looked over the work and looked up to Peter with a look of awe. Is this possible? Yes, completely. He tapped his foot against the floor before looking Peter in the eyes. I will accept. However, I'd like to be part of this Mars initiative. You'll have to speak to Eric about that. I gave Mars to him to ensure mutants don't destroy the world fighting each other. A small price to pay if you ask me. However, he has agreed to turn over all the underage mutants to you so they can live peaceful lives. Peter opened a portal. Oh, and before I forget, I gave you a residence on the island. Come pay me a visit or set up a school there for me. I know you have great teachers. I'll check that out. Crap, I forgot. Peter opened a portal to the kitchen to see Logan cooking bacon in maple syrup. Hey, Logan. Huh? I thought I smelled you, bub. I got a present for you. Peter held his hand out and pulled the radiated adamantium bullet out of his head. Of course, he only left a pin-sized needle hole in his head so he could avoid blood splatter. What did you do? Removed a poisonous bullet that was stuck in his noggin, Peter said before he made magical circles appear all over Logan's body. Point 1. What are you doing now? Alchemy. I'm changed the adamantium to adamantin. It has almost the same properties but can cut through magic, is non-magnetic, and has psychic resistances. Not to mention, it's compatible with organic material, so the doofus isn't constantly poisoning himself, Peter said before he thought. Now I don't have to worry about old man Logan being a thing. Logan stared at Peter as the blood dripped down the side of his face. In just a couple seconds, his memories came back in full with the regenerated part of his brain. I remember everything. I'll be picking you up tomorrow. Here's your Avengers card. So, don't forget to say hi to Steve. He's missed ya, and don't you have like kids to check in on? Peter laughed as he ported back to his house. He spent the rest of the day going over applications, and eventually was pulled out his office to help MJ plan their wedding. They set the date for springtime next year, and were more than excited that Tony helped them find a nice garden chapel to do it in. After chatting it up with his family, Peter and MJ went to bed that night, but didn't get any sleep. The next morning, Peter picked up Eric, Charles, and Logan before taking them into his lab. Even Mystique was invited. Though she wasn't getting the upgrade, she still found it all fascinating. Each of them went through the enhancement process and churned out 3 new super mutants. Peter smirked as he saw Mystique put hands on their faces. You guys look so much younger. And we feel that much stronger. I did not realize how incredible my powers were before. I can feel the world around us, the connection that binds us all together. Eric clenched his fists. Logan grinned as he said, "Gonna take a while for me to get used to this. All my senses are way stronger than before." "It appears that the serum was capable of empowering our X gene," Charles added. "So, you guys ready to go to Mars?" Peter smirked as he opened a portal to a lab that had a group of mutants waiting for them. With everyone gathered, Peter started his recording and looked to MJ. "Care to do the honors?" "Sure thing, Tiger. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for viewing the live Spider-Cam. Now we've started a stream to include not just you, but all of humanity on another great achievement. In just 7 days, Mars will become a habitual planet. We want you to see firsthand how important metahumans will help all of humanity move towards a more prosperous future." Peter opened another portal to Mars and made it large enough for everyone to look through. While the chat was blowing up, Peter smiled and said, "Eric, if you would. Oh, before I forget, this is Eric Eisenhart, a Jewish Holocaust survivor and a metahuman with the power to manipulate and create magnetic fields. Ferrokinesis for the nerds out there. I know he looks a bit young to be a WW2 survivor, but let's just say some mutants have some pretty good genetics. Not bad for a 94-year-old man, am I right?" "Was that necessary?" Eric lifted a brow. "Just trying to get you some good coverage. Lighten up, old man." Eric walked over to the portal and reached out his hand. He could feel the great source of metal coming from the red planet and then looked to Peter. "What am I supposed to be doing exactly?" "Reach out and push the metals into the planet's core. Make its composition similar to Earth's." Peter pulled out holographic display, showing the ratio he needed. Eric started the process and after several hours, he stopped and panted, "This is going to be harder than I thought." "But doable, correct?" MJ smiled for the camera. "Yes, it'll take me all day." Magneto stood tall and started growing more experienced with using his powers. "Now this may take a while, so I'll show you what's happening with a few different spectrometers." Peter showed the heated metal particle as they were slowly sinking into the Martian core. "Judging from the rate he's moving, it'll be a little over 8 to 10 hours. So feel free to do something else or just keep watching. I know all you science nerds out there like me won't want to miss a second of this. In the meantime, we'll take a few questions from the viewers. Of course, you have to donate if you want answers. Every bit of money earned on this stream will go to improving orphanages and teachings of low-income areas all around the United States, so don't hold back on those chat donations." MJ winked at the camera. While Eric worked, Charles offered him advice to better control his abilities, even teaming up with him to help take some of the strain off his mind. The Spider Heroes answered many questions, which in turn improved their social standing and image. "Why do you call mutants metahumans? It's clearly a DC ripoff." Foxy Shady sent $10. "Because it sounds nicer than mutants." MJ rolled her eyes before saying, "Hoping it trends. I never liked that name they stigmatized humans with." "How'd you open up those portals during the conference?" Madlad sent $50. "How do we teleport?" "Oh, that's something I can't say. But I can tell you that it related to our powers." MJ giggled. "Why did you pick spider-themed names?" Dorwinathipu sent $100. "Why spiders? We swing, shoot webbing, and stick to things. What better than spiders?" Peter laughed. "You are criminals that are illegally imprisoning the leader of Latveria. Shame on you." US Asuxminute sent $1. "Doom? Oh, you think you're smart, huh? He attacked Americans on American soil, so he got what was coming to him. What we did was an act of self-defense. Just because you rule another country doesn't give you the right to try and murder us. Your footage is most likely fabricated. If you do not release him, it will be war. Is that what you brain-dead Americans want?" US Asuxminute sent $1. "If you're from Latveria, then find a new leader, because he's never coming back. And while I would never support war, I'm not against protecting my country and the citizens from dipshits like you. You think we're afraid of war? You think you can harm American lives and threaten us? Get over yourself." Peter crossed his arms. "America is the home of the Avengers, a worldwide peacekeeping force. If you attack us in any way, you're not just making an enemy of America, but all the other nations that agreed to send their best heroes here for training. Good luck getting your leaders to agree to a war when the whole world will turn against them," MJ added. "Ban that douche from the chat," Logan chuckled. With the various scans he showed and different types of spectrums, and the Spider Heroes managed to continue answering questions, the crowd stayed ecstatic for pretty much the whole viewing. Eric smiled as he said, "It's done. Good, now spin that bad boy until the magnetic shielding starts up," Peter smirked. Magneto nodded his head and said, "Much easier than gathering every grain of rusted metal." The planet's core started to spin quicker and quicker, getting hotter for every second that passed. Within minutes, a powerful magnetic field covered the planet while the active core started melting the rock surrounding it. It eventually started to make volcanoes and spew out new materials into the air, while quakes shook Mars like a baby with a rattler. "Think you can speed up the rotation to a 24-day and night cycle and give it a wobble?" Peter asked as he pulled up another screen. "They have to be precise, so follow the calculations." "I can," Eric grinned. Once that was set, It was clear that they were off to a good start. Peter smiled and said, "Quake, you're up. I need you to make tunnels for the magma to travel across the planet without making volcanoes. I want you to make it like a circulatory system to keep the core at a stable temperature." Peter watched as the Brotherhood member stood up and worked his magic. With the portal moving around the planet, he was able to do just that in a little over 10 hours with 10 30-minute breaks to be recharged with a symbiote. Peter also made sure to copy his power for himself. Once it was done, the volcanoes stopped erupting and the planet's seismic activity was even better than Earth's. The chat was going ballistic before Peter announced their next lab assistant. Ebony, known as Geo-Girl in this world, stepped up with Aurora Monroe. This is Geo-Girl, an X-Man with the ability to control Earth. She's an up-and-coming hero with lots of potential, so let's give her a round of applause, Peter said with a smile. The chat used a bunch of hand-clapping emojis. /n, clap here .1. Thank you. I bit my tongue, Ebony pouted. It's okay, sweetheart, just focus on the task. Right, I'll be making a moon for Mars, Ebony said with an ecstatic smile on her face. Peter opened up another portal to the Kuiper Belt and said, "All the material you need is here. First we should mix the 2 moons, Ebony said while holding up her finger. The crowd watched as material from the asteroid belt and the moons started clashing together. With Peter making a force field to only let things in, no matter was lost, and the moon quickly began to take shape. He had to admit, he really liked Sue's power. It took her almost 3 hours to finish the whole project before she started on her next one, turning the desolate dirt of Mars into permeable soils. This was a large task for the young girl, but with Peter's symbiote enhancing her abilities, she was able to not only do this in 8 hours but carved out the ocean floors. Iceman, Wind Dancer, Storm, show them what you can do, Peter said as he let the girl rest. The 3 X-Men stood up and got to work. Aurora and Wind Dancer were making the air breathable while Iceman was freezing up the surface and filling the oceans. Another day passed before they finished and Peter was up 2 more powers, weather control and cryokinesis. The planet had a bluish tint to its atmosphere, clouds were visible with a steady current, and there were plenty of land masses to live on. Incredible, it went from red to brown, and now has a hefty ocean salt. Good job, Geo-Girl. Moving the salts to the ocean was a good idea. Now for our last genius, our very own plant man. Not only does he have the power to control plant life, he's a brilliant scientist that works for my company. Tell us, good sir, what do you have right there? Sam smirked as he pushed up a rather large machine. This is a plant growth ray. In conjunction with my powers and the seeds, I will propagate this entire planet. I can't wait. MJ smiled as she kept the camera on Mars. Peter started to control the portal and rotated it around the planet. First, we have to plant algae and seaweeds in the ocean. So, I've prepared all sorts of seeds from Earth. Peter, if you would. Peter lowered the portal to the inside of Mars' atmosphere and said, "You're green to go." Very funny, Plantman said as he held out what looked like a large tube and pointed it at the portal. I've loaded a large tank up with seeds for oxygen production, so let's start with the ocean. He flipped a switch while countless algae spores sank into the new ocean. After several hours of him seeding the planet with various plant life, he added the final touch, grass. When everything was finished, he used the machine and activated his power. The entire planet started to turn green, bit by bit until Mars looked a lot like Earth. What's the time? Peter asked. 6 days and 14 hours, MJ replied. Well, it's been a long week with many breaks in between, but how about we go ahead and see the new planet firsthand? Cheers surrounded the group as Peter lowered the portal to a tall mountain overlooking the ocean. It was green, quiet, and the freshest air Peter had ever breathed in. Incredible, the group walked around while the camera stayed floating inside the lab room, looking in as it followed them around. We'll have to transport animals here, worms, and certain types of bugs, but once that's done, Mars will be a fully habitable planet, Plantman said with a mile-long smile. Can we not with the bugs? MJ shook while the chat laughed. Sorry, but a lot of animals feed on bugs. We'd be depriving them of their natural predation cycle, though we can be selective, Peter patted her shoulder. Peter turned to Magneto and said, So, what do you think? I'm amazed, Eric smiled. Same, Charles looked around. You can take it from here. I know you can make an entire city in less than a day, so I'll get you an AI to handle planning everything, Peter said as he ended the stream. He then made a door with magic and crafted a key that led back to the lab. With this, you can move any metahumans that are in trouble and want to leave. Just give them the option to stay on Earth. I will. For now, let's return. I want to tear Hydra apart. Eric thought of unleashing all his newfound powers. Okay, I'll link you up S.H.I.E.L.D. I'm sure they'll appreciate the help from the first president of Mars. When they got back, Peter started up the stream again and said, Well, there you have it folks. A planet in 7 days. And this is just a start. Venus is next. Not to mention any other planet in our solar system can become habitable with the right resources. I hope you enjoyed the first monumental success of Arcadia Industries, because there is more to come. Oh, and before I forget, Eric here will be the first president of Mars, and he's promised to model the government after America's. So, he has term limits and stuff. When questioned with why Eric would be the first, MJ responded, because without him, none of this would have been possible. We could pretty up the planet, but without a powerful magnetosphere, all the progress we made would disappear with a few years. Not to mention, we made this planet for metahumans that have lost their faith in humanity, those that want to run, those that want revenge. I can only ask you to forget your enemies and live a better life. Peter gave a sincere bow. This is the end of the stream, and in these 7 days, you crazy chatterboxes have managed to raise $32 million to the charities we've set up. Peter and I will match this outcome and put $32 million of our own money to support the cause of uplifting the lower class to better lives. Goodbye for now. And I am so not looking forward to the news reporters that are going to be rambling at our gates. We could just invite JJJ. He seemed like a pretty solid reporter with integrity, Peter said before thinking. Never thought I'd say that about Jonah. As they left to get back to work, they returned to Avengers Towers to celebrate a job well done. When Steve eventually came out his love nest with Peggy, they ran up to Logan and gave the guy a hug. While they caught up, Peter and MJ continued to add new residents to Walker Island and got their companies off the ground. Of course, they still had to deal with asshole leaders who thought they owned Mars, but laughing in their faces and hitting them with facts was enough to shut them up. No one has a claim on other planets unless they're the ones that terraform it. Peter had Charles, Eric, Steve, Peggy, and Tony on the council. He just needed a few more. After accepting 2,000 new candidates to move on to the next screening process, he started up another batch of documents and smiled when he saw that the Morales family was moving in. Peter also managed to snag MJ's father and George Stacy to work for his police departments, and made both him and Jefferson Morales the chiefs of their own stations. MJ took care of the selling shops and finding honest owners to take care of their wares and do good business. She even opened a couple of malls with her clothing line ready to go. They spent almost a week before the numbers in their city was rapidly growing to almost 800,000 citizens. The city was quiet, and crime was at an all-time low. Human relations had improved worldwide, and since the schools and hero courses were open to the entire world, it meant that they could come here, learn, and bring back their successes to their countries. As for Herta, once Eric and his Brotherhood of Metas joined in, they started crushing bases all across the world. Peter even heard about Tony taking down an aide I made to handle all information on Hydra. Another week passed and it was another hectic day, but since they were roughly 1.5 million people now living on Walker Island, he could open it up to the public. Peter even gave the current president a tour with JJJ being the one who recorded the whole event. Everything was going fine until he got a call from Matt. Yo. Spidey hotline, we do have a sex line, but it's reserved for my wife. Hey, you have to get down here, you won't believe what your defenders and I found, Matt spoke with a serious tone. Look man, if you found a sex dungeon, you should keep that kind of thing to yourself. Would you just get down here, we're at building in Brooklyn, the address is. Peter nodded his head and opened a portal to a building that looked a lot like the one from the Defenders series. Holy crap, they found the Hands base. Dragon bones. Peter's eyes sparkled. He could make some with his stone, but he only used that if he didn't have the resource or it didn't exist. Responsible use and all that stuff, plus, it would have sucked the life out exploring this world. Peter ran inside the building and moved past dozens of unconscious and cuffed ninjas. He hopped down the elevator shaft and saw the dragon graveyard and the defenders. Yo. Peter smiled as he walked over. Peter. The group ran over and gave a hug before they started chattering away. I know, it's been a while. But in my defense, get it, defenders. Ahem, well I've been busy. New city and all. Oh, and how'd you like your houses? We love it, Jess shouted as she was still thrown through a loop when she heard that her brother and her had houses of their own. It's nice. Really dig the grill you got me, Luke smiled. I didn't need it, but it's nice to have another house, Danny nodded his head. Anyone know what we're going to do with these? Angel said as she pointed to the dragon bones. Webster, how many dragon skeletons are in here? Running scans. Estimated 201 intact skeletons found. More could be buried deeper. Well first, I'll have to help Danny out. I'm sure Ku and Lewin will be thankful for returning dragons to their little pocket dimension. You can do that? Danny gasped. Yep, I'll clone them and give them to you as eggs. When the project's done, I'll give you a call, Peter said as he gathered up all the bones with his bag. Eventually, he took out every last one he could find and ran scans to discover roughly 138 more. Once he finished, he slapped the team on their backs and said, You guys did great. Keep hunting these psychopaths and let me know what you find. My vacation ends in about a week, so I'll see you all back on the streets. He teleported away and ended up at his lab for a while, working on his new project until his vacation days came to an end. During that week, Peter's products such as noise-canceling headphones, improved solar panels, and several other patents came flying out into the market. The world was exploding with a buzz when Tony and him announced a new power source that could power any city in the world almost indefinitely. With the creation of a Philosopher's Stone being Peter's graduation as a master alchemist, Tony combined it the potassium arc reactor's tech and created a brand new power source, the Arc King reactor. They both agreed the name had to be a pun. The design of the reactor was made by MJ, Tony, and Peter's combined efforts. They named it Project Ambrosia and created near endless source of energy in the form of an Arc King reactor. With the Philosopher's Stone added into the mix, the potassium would recharge when the elements started to run dry. With the Arc King reactor available to buy, almost every continent wanted them. Of course, they used magic to protect the designs and power source, so not even the world's greatest scientific minds could dismantle or probe the reactors for information. While making a bit of money, the power consumption needs of the world were quickly becoming a thing of the past. Since their tech couldn't be copies, they had personally to install the reactors across the world, but Tony and the spider heroes were into it. They figured it would be a good excuse to see the rare and exotic life this world had to offer. Pepper and Tony enjoyed themselves too. Good old Iron Man also worked up the nerve to ask Pepper to be his wife. When they got back, they were richer, and the world was doing even better. Crime was down on a global scale, new heroes were being born every day, brilliant minds were getting the funding and safety they needed, and international relations had never been better. With the exception of a few like Latveria, who could only steam in their poo while the world advanced around them. Without Doom there to lead them, the country was actually falling apart. Another upside to them opening Avengers Academy was the rise of several Avenger towers all across the world. There were even people vying to get residency on Mars. A lot of people wanted to get to space, so a new space age race started and many people began studying long-distance space travel. Peter and MJ got back to work and dealt with the usual nonsense crimes. Drug deals, random acts of violence, robberies, and even stopped a few rape incidents. There didn't seem to be too many bad guys in New York, or at least, they were getting very good at hiding. After almost a month of little to no crime, they found themselves were out patrolling like usual. The aid Peter and MJ made for their companies really helped free up time, not to mention since human greed wasn't a part of the issue, there weren't any scandals with management. They ran clean companies and made honest money. They made so much money that they constantly found themselves donating to worthy charities that actually did something for people. MJ's silk clothing line could be sold for cheap, so the world had basically bulletproof clothing that was both comfortable and lasted a long time. She had high-end clothing and employed many of their friends as models. She even offered Flash a job since he actually had a good body type. Peter's new inventions were side by side with Tony. They were revolutionizing the world with one product at a time. They even competed to see who could make a more profitable piece of technology. Peter managed to give many of his possible enemies such as Doc October, Connors, and others jobs working at his tech company. His father unveiled a new medbed that had the same protections he and MJ gave the Arc King reactor, so it couldn't be copied or dismantled. They made a nanobot version of the symbiote and pushed the tech out into the world, selling them to hospitals and clinics alike. With MJ's bulletproof clothing line and a medbed that could cure most wounds and cancers, the death rate for New York plummeted. On top of that, Gwen joined Avengers Academy with Miles Morales, both of them taking hero courses while representing the next generation of spider heroes. Thanks to everything they've been doing for humanity, the popularity of the spider heroes was through the roof. They were recognized and celebrated more than Hollywood celebrities. While they swung, Peter smirked as Webster informed him that a human hybrid had ended up in nowhere. About time, he chuckled as he teleported over to MJ and snagged her through mid-swing. Peter, you scared me half to death. Want to go to an alien planet? Really? We just got back to patrolling a month ago. Yeah, but it's quiet right now, and I finally found something I've been looking for a long time. Fine, it does sound fun. But who's going to take our place? MJ said. We are. Peter activated his reality and power gemstones, making copies of them that would act in their place. Huh? When'd you learn that one? I was inspired by a spell Doctor Strange likes to use. This is my version. It can be used for about a day before the energy dissipates and they disappear. Could you make them permanent? If I wanted to, but I don't. It's kind of creepy having a perfect clone of you that acts just like you. Besides, I have no doubt we can mimic the same thing with magic. It'll just take us a while to figure out. Point taken, MJ chuckled before she grabbed Peter's waist. Where to? Nowhere, Peter grinned. But first, we have to get Tony. I promised him a stellar trip to another world. Chapter 69, Issue 69, A New Age Part 6. Peter busted into Tony's lab when they heard a moan coming from the garage. I think we should get him later, Peter chuckled as he teleported out and ended up at the collector's place, right around the time he was explaining the history of the Infinity Stones. Cool, I'll be taking that, Peter said as he webbed the guy's mouth up and snagged the stone. Who are you? Peter Quill and the rest of the Guardians pointed their weapons at him. Oh, I'm this criminal's jailer. Peter grinned as he opened a portal underneath the collector's feet. He fell into the prison pocket dimension Peter had built for those that had unforgivable sins. It kept them alive by providing meals, but all they had to look forward to was a padded white 10 by 10-foot cell. As for you guys, you have quite the bounty on your heads. Escaping from a max security prison the Nova Corps owns raises a few eyebrows. Peter, what's going on? MJ asked. Huh? Do I know you? Quill asked. Ha ha ha. How about that, a human all the way out in space and we even share a name. Peter removed his mask and looked around. Why are you pointing toys at me? What? Gamora and Quill saw that the gun had been replaced with a squirt gun and the blades with a softball bat. Ah! Quill screamed. My element gun. Oh relax, I'll give them back. Peter waved his hand and made their weapons reappear. I didn't come here to arrest you. I just want the collector's collection. Not to mention he was a bad dude. Do you know how many people he's killed and enslaved? So if you're not going to arrest us, can you give me my Infinity Stone back? Quill held his hand out. No, Peter answered as he walked up to the pink-skinned alien girl and removed the slave collar. You're free, but if you could do me a favor, help the other slaves escape as well. At least the non-dangerous ones. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. The woman gave him a hug and cried into his chest. There, it's okay, Peter awkwardly patted her on the back. Can you get me a profile of all the living species in here? Yes. Right away. The girl wiped her tears away and ran off. MJ snickered. So what is this place? The head of a celestial that died a long time ago. This place is the collector's abode. I plan on taking everything in it. Can you quit ignoring me? That was supposed to be my big payday. Quill shouted. Who are you? Gamora asked. I don't trust them, Drax commented. Who cares about trusting them? I want my money. Rocket yelled. I am Groot. Oh hello. I'm Mary Jane Watson, and that's my husband, Peter Parker. We're from Earth, like this guy. What? You were serious about that? Quill shouted. Peter pulled out a Big Mac with fries and Coca-Cola. Quill's eyes widened as he drooled a little and said, Is that McDonald's? It is, bet you missed it. Peter passed it over. How long have you been out here, Peter? My whole life, Quill said as he started woofing down the food. So good. Really? Give me some, Rocket said as he sniffed the food. Get your own, trash panda. What happened to sharing? I want yours. Rocket jumped on Quill's face. Peter, it's a talking raccoon. The hell is a raccoon? Rocket said before snatching a few fries and munching down on it. This is good. I am Groot. Peter pulled up a holographic image of a raccoon from Earth. I'm Groot. It's not funny, they look nothing like me. Sir, here is the list. The pink-skinned woman came back with a tablet. I see. Okay, I can send most of these guys back to the worlds they came from. The rest I'll throw into my prison since they have quite the list of crimes. Peter opened several hundred portals and used his reality and space gemstones to connect them to where they came from. After that, he sent the more dangerous and evil collections into his prison. You might want to leave the room. Oh, and here. Peter passed over the tablet and said, Swipe your cards and you guys will have half of the collector's funds. Oh hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Rocket jumped up and swiped his card. 150 billion. Wait, is this his cut between us all? Quill's eyes widened. Yep. Enjoy. What do you plan on doing with the stone? Quill asked as he finished off his soda and burped. Disgusting, Gamora frowned. Sorry, it's been a long time since I had a carbonated drink. I couldn't help myself. Peter smirked. Well, I plan on eventually sending it to the end of time. This stone has too much power for any one person. The universe is better off without them. That's what you're going to do with ultimate power? Gamora couldn't believe her ears. Actually, I'd like to study it for a while. Besides, I'll need all 6 if I'm going to get rid of them for good. Let me use it, Gamora said with a determined expression. What for? To kill my father? You plan to kill Thanos? Drax spoke up. Brave, but stupid. Yes, Gamora nodded her head. Who's Thanos, and why would you want to kill your own father? MJ asked. A madman with too much power. He's not my real father. He came to my planet many years ago, gathered up half the population, and had them killed. My parents died, but he took an interest in me. I was his slave, his puppet, until recently. Gamora looked at the crew in front of her. I was sent to collect the stone, but I betrayed him. He'll want me dead, and I'm afraid I have nowhere to run. I'm so sorry. That sounds terrible, the spider heroine commented. There is a reason he's called the Mad Titan. He plans on wiping out half of all life in the universe because he says that there aren't enough resources to go around. That's crazy, MJ shouted. Actually, it's crazy and wrong. First of all, the universe is infinitely growing. Secondly, there is a disproportional amount of stars and planets compared to the small amount intelligent life that populate them. Even if every species became spacefaring, we'd never be able to use all of that the universe has to offer before the eventual heat death of the universe. Thirdly, most if not all objects in this reality can be recycled. Heck, you could even make your own stars and resources with enough power. Wouldn't it make more sense to uplift these worlds rather than kill half of them all? Now that makes sense, MJ added. Gamora cracked a smile before she started laughing. Oh, that's such a good argument. I wish I had thought of it. She's got a really pretty smile, Quill said with a smile before she looked at him. Did I say that out loud? I am Groot. What a moron. Rocket rolled his eyes. Ha ha ha. You like her. Drax laughed like an innocent kid. Okay, you might want to evacuate the building. I'm going to be storing it in a bit. I was wanting to ask, how you took that stuff out? Quill questioned. I got a magic bag with infinite storage space, Peter said as he started walking towards the exit. Wicked, can I have one? I'll pay for it, Rocket asked as he watched the bag disappear into Peter's suit. Wait, the stone. Gamora said with a frantic look on her face. I'll help you beat this Thanos fella. I'd hate it if he ever found his way to Earth. If he's after the Infinity Stones, I imagine he'll come to Earth for the Time Stone. The Time Stone is on Earth? MJ asked. Yes, Doctor Strange has it, Peter said before he waved everyone out. When they all stepped outside, Spider-Man pulled the entire building into the bag. Thanos is Earth's problem if he's looking for the stones. I imagine if he collected all 6, he could accomplish his goal of wiping half of all existing life. You don't understand how powerful he is. He is an old being as ancient as this universe. Some say he is above even the gods, Gamora complained. I doubt that. I know a few gods. I'm pretty sure they would be able to take this guy out, Peter yawned. You know gods. Quill's eyes bulged. Yeah, the Norse god Thor, Peter smiled. I think I remember that one. Quill thought back to his early years. So, about our bounty, Rocket spoke up. I am Groot. What? No, I'm not going to turn anyone in. I just want to know how big mine is, Rocket grinned. Actually, I think I can do something about your bounty. I paid a little visit to Xander and learned a few things about the universe from there. If you guys take down the tyrant Ronan, they'll not only get rid of your criminal records, you can become heroes. Heroes? Why would anyone want to be that? Rocket groaned. Hey, we're superheroes back on Earth, MJ frowned as she put her hands on her hips. I am Groot. I am not going to apologize. Heroes are suckers. Rocket crossed his arms. Wait, heroes like Captain America? Quill's eyes sparkled. Oh, he's still around, Peter chuckled. Really? Yeah, he was frozen in ice for more than 70 years, Peter smiled. We thawed him out a couple years ago. He's a good friend of mine. Oh my gosh, you know Captain America. This is so cool. Quill cheered. Who's Captain America? Drax asked. It's America, and he's one of Earth's strongest protectors. In fact, we're on the same team, MJ bragged. How strong is this, Captain? Gamora asked. Well, he was strong enough to turn the tides in a war pretty much by himself, MJ mentioned. Our team is called the Avengers. We can probably fight this Thanos guy together. Earth has changed a lot since Quill here disappeared from it. There are countless strong people that are basically universal threats living there now. I did not know your home planet had such mighty warriors. Gamora looked at Quill. Well, Cap is pretty cool, but he's no Star-Lord. Quill puffed his chest out a little. Who? MJ asked before Peter snorted. Star-Lord. It's my outlaw name. Quill's shoulders slumped over. If we get to kill Ronan, I will gladly become a hero, Drax said as he pulled out his daggers. Heroes don't kill for vengeance, Peter groaned. Not unless there's another choice. What would you suggest? Drax gave him a serious glare. The spider hero grinned as he gave Drax a trip to his prison and pulled him back a few minutes later. Does a lifetime in that prison seem fair? Can you starve him at least? Drax wiped away the food he ate from his lips. I think about it, Peter smiled. Can I kill him if I get to him first? He slaughtered my world and family. I want my revenge. Peter sighed as he thought it over and gave him a pair of wristbands that could increase his physical abilities several-fold. I don't know if it's right to stop you, but I'll promise to stay out of the fight. What are these? Drax examined the bands. A gift that will increase your strength. You know what, if you all agree to form up as a team that will live together and support one another, I can get you on the Avengers and make you all several dozen times stronger than you are right now. Are you speaking the truth? Quill really liked the sound of that idea. Peter grinned as he opened a portal. Step into my lab. The group lifted their brows before they curiously stepped through. How'd you do that? Rocket asked. Magic, Peter snickered. He then made a magic contract that outlined the duties of the Guardians of the Galaxy he was familiar with. Sign here and become part of the Avengers and the Guardians of the Galaxy. Cool name, Quill said as he signed up. So how are you going to make us dozens of times stronger? Well, for starters, I'll be giving you the same treatment Captain America got. I'll have to make something for Groot, and Rocket could use a suit. You can make me like Cap? Yeah, but I'll need a blood sample from you three. Gamora and Drax are aliens. And while you're human, Quill, but you're also half celestial. An ancient race I've only heard about in legends. I don't think it's possible for Rocket to be augmented because he's clearly been augmented before, and Groot. Well, he's Tree. I am Groot. Say what? Quill tilted his head while everyone looked at him with a curious expression. He's part celestial? Gamora couldn't believe it. Your genetic markers are a close match to the material that giant head floating in the middle of nowhere. Wait, that was a celestial, like from the history book we read in Camartage? MJ had a look of realization. Yeah, so hands out, Peter said as poked them both and took the blood samples to his computer. What's a celestial? Quill asked. A godlike being, all are thought to be dead, Gamora replied. So, I'm a demigod? Cool, I knew I was awesome, Quill smirked. After running some test, Peter had to change the recipe for the serum to work with their biology. But with his reality topaz and power ruby, he could easily conjure up the resources he needed. While he waited for the serum to synthesize, Peter gave everyone some food and decided to go through the collector's collection. Using the time opal in conjunction with the reality and mind gemstones, he was able to learn about the histories and effects of the items he gained. There was Alibaba's lamp that can summon a four-headed djinn with mystical powers, Alibaba's flying carpet and cape, a biogram imager that created a false image of the wielder while hiding their real location, birthstones that can summon a vulture of Nepenthe, boxers the rectangular interdimensional traps that can weaken a victim's strength or sanity, coats of Hercules. Animated animal hides engulf their targets totally, cutting off their oxygen supply enough to render them unconscious. They were even able to subdue Thor at one time. Next was the Ether Ion armor, an armored battlesuit that is made of the alien metal Ether Ion. This metal actually amplifies the wearer's strength to superhuman levels, and the suits have jets that allow for omnidirectional flight. Gorgon gun. This large artillery weapon fires pellets which freeze metal joints. Cosmic viewer, with which he can monitor events on various worlds. Oh yeah, I can use this bad boy. Electrified comb that can be electrified, which allows it stay attached to anyone touching it. Incendiary capsules that can burst into flames a few seconds after being discarded. After finishing that section, he moved over to the chameleon flute that can translate any language. Magic beans that can conjure up warrior giants, obedience potion with which the collector used to compel victims into do his bidding. It's not here, so I guess the reality stone must be in the ether, Peter said as he shook his head. He continued to perform inventory and saw the shockwave gong that is capable of producing powerful sonic attacks, a stun gun that was fairly high-tech, a temporal assimilator, that allows time travel, putting that in the Black Vault. Hate time travel. The Black Vault was a sub-dimension of pure darkness that he made weapons and items he deemed too powerful or threatening for the universe. Should anyone but him somehow enter it, they and all the contents are dropped into a black hole. The poison, the most powerful poison in the known universe, this was able to kill even Wonder Man and the Silver Surfer in the comics. Maybe I can get Thanos to ingest this somehow and save us a lot of trouble. Though, I don't know if it'll work on an eternal deviant like him. Especially one with connections to death. I'm pretty sure he was cursed to be immortal or something. Tibetan crystal balls that emit mystical rays. What the hell does this even do? Maybe I can ask someone in Kunlun. Time Probe allowed him to find and procure artifacts from other time periods. Ooh, that's pretty good. But it messes with the timeline. Too bad it doesn't make copies like what I do with my gemstones. Peter tossed it in the Black Vault. Vampire stones, when hit together, can summon or banish a swarm of vampire bats, dropping you in the sun. Peter said goodbye to the demonic artifact as it burnt into a crisp. Vandarian Power Wand, a powerful artifact which can hurt even gods. Well, I take this baby apart and see how it ticks. The collection was also comprised of several novelty items. Their Nova's helmet, Stan Lee's aviator glasses. How did they even get this? Next was the Book of Cagliostro, Kang's time chair, Watu's eye, a shattered cosmic cube, Angela's icores, a raptor amulet, Firelord staff, and several different types of formulaic recipes. It'll take me years to sift through all this stuff. Peter groaned. Chapter 70. Issue 70. A New Age Part 7. Peter walked up the spaceship and technology portion of the collection and worked on identifying and learning how they worked until the serums were finished. Once the machines had done their work, he went out and told them to gather around before giving Drax, Gamora, and Quill their upgrades. When they exited the pods, they each felt an incredible amount of power surging through their bodies. Holy crap, is this what Cap felt? Quill asked as he clenched his fists. With this power, Ronan will fall by my hands. Drax laughed joyfully. Gamora grinned as she said, You kept your word. Perhaps I finally stand a chance against my father. Right, pleasure doing business with you, but if Thanos is really as powerful as the ancients, what I gave you might not be enough. Start with Ronan, build up some teamwork, and then we'll take Thanos down together. What about us? Rocket frowned. Here's some suits that increase your physical abilities dozens of times. Peter tossed them some wristbands. It's also made of some pretty durable and self-repairing materials. That's it. Rocket looked at the others. They get turned into super soldiers and we get suits? MJ smiled and said, I got your back. She gave Rocket a multi-gun capable of using several forms of weapons, from lasers, ballistics, and explosives. This bad boy just needed on push of a button to transform it. Wicked. Rocket started gushing over the weapon. As for you, Groot, this is a plant growth gun. I improved Plant Man's design and made it so it can not only grow plants but make them stronger. So, if you shoot yourself with it, it will increase the density of your body and magnifies your ability to photosynthesize solar energy. I am Groot. No, it can't grow other Groots, MJ chuckled. You have to use a seed or existing plant. I am Groot. Well, I suppose you could, MJ rubbed her chin. You understand him? Oh, most certainly, MJ pointed to her suit. My suit can translate all forms of language. It's semi-telepathic. Neat, Quill said as he put his clothes back on. Gamora did the same before she said, just one issue, how do we find Ronan? Peter grinned. Now I can help with that. But first, you guys need some training to fight as a team. Peter opened a portal to Kamartaj and entered the time room. He spent around a week running them through drills and acting as their therapist. Please, step into Dr. Spiderman's office. Rocket had a lot of abandonment issues and major hate for authority. Peter had to web him to the chair to get him to talk. You know, if you hate authority so much, why not become it and change what it means? The hell is that supposed to mean? Rocket nipped at the webbing. And what the hell is this stuff made of? I'm saying that if you become a leading authority, you can stop people from experiencing the pains and suffering you went through. Quill, Gamora, Drax, and most certainly Groot, would die to help you achieve such a goal. Groot I get, but those losers? They barely know me. They'd never fight for me. Rocket was nearly in tears. Then give them a reason, Peter leaned in. Give them a reason to fight with you, give them a reason to consider you family, Rocket. If you keep going like this, no one will want you around. Peter removed the webbing. Now, go train with the others. I have another patient. Peter Quill came in and was heavily against the idea of therapy. However, once Peter got him to speak, he opened up like a tap with its valves ripped off. So, abandonment issues, daddy and mommy issues, and a lot of anger. Quill, you are one unhealthy man. Hey. But, you're also empathic, clever, and when you're not being a total douche, you're a pretty nice guy. Peter, I understand that you're hurting, and you need answers. However, if you keep on going down this path, you'll miss out on a family that's right in front of you. Quill looked at the door and thought of the others that had joined him on this little journey. Blood don't make you family, Quill. Sticking by each other, fighting for each other, helping each other, and caring for each other, that's a family. Ugh, God, that's sappy. Shut up, you know you like the sappy stuff, Peter chuckled and opened the door. Next up was Groot. I am Groot. Yep, you're the sanest one in the group. Have a nice day. Peter opened the door. Drax came in and was very honest about his life. A little too honest. Drax, I don't need to hear about how your father made you. Why? It's a beautiful story. Petra rubbed the bridge of his nose. Drax, vengeance is important, and I'm not going to pretend like I care about mass-murdering planet killer. However, I want you to think, would your family want to see you as you are now? What would your daughter say if she saw her father only living for revenge? If you're going to fight Ronan, do it to bring their souls to justice, not to satisfy your desire for revenge. Thank you, Spider-Person. I understand now. I will kill Ronan for justice. Drax declared as he pulled out his knife and stood up. Right, that works too, Peter patted him on the back. His last patient was rather stern and stubborn. This is stupid. Daughter of a psychotic warlord says what? What? Peter snickered before he held up his hand and said, honestly, Gamora, I can completely empathize with you. He came to your planet, killed half the population, your parents included, and then kidnapped you. If I were in your shoes, I'd want to run a dagger through his throat. Accurate. What about the children of Thanos you told me about? Did you ever have a friend you could confide in? Was there no one to give you any comfort? Wasn't there a single person that made life just a little bit better? Gamora looked away while thinking of the one person she could even consider. You don't have to answer. I just want you to know that there are good people out there, people that can be there for you and help. I'm hoping this group can show you that, be that for you, and just between you and me, I think Quill has a little crush on you. He could never crush me. Gamora frowned. Sorry, that's Earth slang for he's developing romantic feelings for you. Gamora looked completely baffled. What? I say give him a chance. Love can change a person and give them strength in ways people would normally find impossible. Peter pointed to the door as he said, back to training Jolly Rancher Green. She stood up and started walking towards the door. You, wife, is a very powerful warrior. I respect that. She said that she kicked your butt a few times during training. Is this true? She cheated, Peter gave a pout. He could still recall the times she used seduction as a weapon, and damn it if he didn't enjoy it a bit. I'll have to ask her for some tips. Gamora left the room. They trained the group for almost 3 months with standard therapy sessions. He could see that the bond there shared in the lore was starting to show. During their fights, they cooperated and even managed to wind the two spider heroes at times. Okay, training is over. How do you all feel about taking down a tyrant? I'm ready, Quill said as he put on his headphones. I am Groot. I'm looking forward to crushing that guy's face in, Gamora cracked her knuckles. Ronan's life is mine, Drax said as he drew his new adamantium daggers. I just want the bounty for myself. But if you play your cards right, I might share. Rocket grinned. He used his space and soul gemstones to location Ronan and teleport in the middle of his ship. Standing across from the Guardians of the Galaxy, Peter smirked and said, "There's your bad guy. Take him down." Sister. Nebula frowned. You have a sister? MJ lifted a brow. Who are you? Ronan looked around at the group that jumped through the portal. I guess you could call us the Guardians of the Galaxy, Quill said as he aimed his gun at Ronan. The what? Nebula and Ronan said at the same time. Peter made some popcorn and held it out for MJ to eat and asked, So, how long do you think this fight will last? Are we really going to just let them kill this guy? I mean, he doesn't seem too strong to me. Aren't we kind of bullying them? Are you actually defending a man who's slaughtered entire worlds? Touché, MJ nodded her head. Ronan, Drax yelled as he stood up. Need any help? Star-Lord asked. Please, let me have this, Drax said before he readied his blades. You think you are a match for me? Ronan laughed as he summoned an armada of Chitauri troops. However, the Guardians and the Spider Heroes leapt into combat, dispatching alien after alien at incredible speeds while Drax charged Ronan. For my family. Drax clashed with the war criminal's hammer. How are you this strong? No Kailosian could ever match my blows. I learned humidity and trained hard. It's humility, you moron. Rocket shouted as he ran on the ceiling and shot down dozens of Chitauri soldiers. Get some, you stinking alien bugs. I am Groot. Groot sent his vines and branches out to tear through rows of enemies. Peter rushed forward and punched, kicked, and webbed up his foes, killing the Chitauri aliens in single blows. MJ hoped around the battlefield and tore through her enemies like they were made of paper. Using her technopathic abilities, she took over the ship's defense system and let them shoot the Chitauri. Quill switched between using his element gun and melee as he ripped and tore through Chitauri soldiers without little to no issue. I see you've betrayed, father. Nebula growled as she felt her fingers twitching. I don't want to fight you, sister. Gamora held her arms up. Then why are you here? To put a stop to Thanos' madness. I'm tired of being his weapon. Aren't you? Nebula ran at her sister and threw a punch. However, Gamora grabbed it and said, I'm not fighting you. Fight, damn you. Nebula tried to punch her with her free arm. Yet, once again, Gamora grabbed hold of her fist. Before she could do anything, Gamora pulled her sister into a hug and said, I'm sorry. Drax was going toe-to-toe with Ronan. Every blow shook the space around them while their weapons made sparks of light every time they clashed. Where did you get such weapons? Never before has a blade survived my hammer. Jealous. No, I simply wish to know the maker of the weapon I'll take from your cold dead corpse, Ronan grinned. The bands on Drax's wrists started to glow as he shouted, The only one dying here is you. Drax held his daggers crossed at the tip of the hammer's grip when his strength was suddenly magnified. He pushed back and kicked Ronan's leg, snapping it like a twig as he forced the giant onto his knees. This is impossible, Ronan shouted. No, it is not. Drax let his dagger fly as he stabbed Ronan right in the throat. Justice, for all those you have killed, my family included. Gamora was still hugging her sister when she looked Nebula eye the eye and said, I'm sorry. Nebula was shocked to see Ronan fall so easily, and even more shocked at her sister's strength. She was never this strong, at least not to the point she couldn't put up a fight. You can't do this to me. Nebula struggled. Why now? After all these years, after he gutted me and took me apart piece by piece. Because I couldn't. If I showed so much as a hint of affection towards you, Thanos wouldn't have stopped with just replacing one part. He would torture you to get to me, and it would be far worse than what you have already experienced. A Chitauri head rolled on the ground next to Gamora before Peter landed next to her. You know, if you hate Thanos too, I can help you get away from him. I can even fix what he did to your body. Peter placed his hand on her forehead and used the reality topaz to rebuild her entire body. The metallic parts fell to the ground before her long blonde hair sprouted from her head. Nebula touched her face with an astonished expression when Gamora suddenly hugged Peter. She quickly backed off with a more than awkward expression as she said, Thanks. Who is he? Nebula asked. He's my therapist, Gamora replied. What's a therapist? I'm someone she can talk to and vent her feelings with. I also offer her advice. Though I'm not licensed. Don't tell anybody. Hi. I'm MJ, a good friend of Gamora. Spider-Woman dropped down next to them. You made a friend? Nebula asked with wide eyes and a look of disbelief. She made lots of friends, Quill said as his rocket thrusters stopped and his feet hit the ground. I am Groot. Yeah, she can be called a friend for now. No telling when they'll stab us in the back. Rocket rolled his eyes. I am Drax, Slayer of Ronan. Nebula looked at Peter and said, "Why did you help me? You're Gamera's sister. She told me about you during our therapy sessions. She also told me you hate Thanos just as much as she does. So we could use an ally like you to fight him. You do possess strange powers. I suppose it might be possible. Is this why you betrayed Thanos? Because you found a strong accomplice?" "Actually, I had planned to just run until I could find something strong enough to hurt him," Gamora answered with a sad expression. "Spider-Man informed me that. I should have taken you with me somehow. I'm sorry, Nebula." Nebula looked the other way and hid her tears before she almost laughed as she thought, "I can cry again. So now that Ronan's dead, I'll send you guys to Xander to get your bounty." "I call dibs on the ship," MJ shouted as she saw Peter's eyes widen. "Damn it, she beat me to it. Oh well. You plan to steal a ship that belongs to Thanos? I don't know if you're brave or stupid," Nebula commented. "He could track it back to your planet. I highly suggest not taking that course of action," Gamora added. "Oh, you don't have to worry about trackers. I'm a technopath. I can take this entire ship apart and rebuild it in a snap," MJ demonstrated as she placed her hand to the cold metal floors and suddenly jettisoned the remaining Chitauri into the vacuum of space. She then fired on the neighboring ships, destroying them while removing all forms of tracking hardware and communication devices. "We good to go?" Peter smirked. "Yep." Peter opened a massive portal leading to a barren moon. "What?" Nebula's eyes widened. "Your therapist is a practitioner of the mystic arts?" "Yes," Gamora nodded her head. "This isn't Xander?" Rocket said as he crossed his arms. "Oh, we know. Just give me a second to store the ship," MJ said as she watched Peter open another portal. "There you go, Xander is right there," Spider-Man smirked. "You're going to have to teach me that trick," Quill said as he grabbed Ronan's body and hauled it over his shoulder. MJ waited until they all passed through to exit the ship and stored it in her bag of holding. After that, they jumped inside the portal while the Guardians stood at the center for the Nova Corps activity. Peter pulled out an ancient relic the Nova Corps had been in search of for countless years. He walked up to the front desk and said, "Hey, get your boss." "And who are you?" Peter placed the helmet in front of him and said, "Someone who has come to return something of yours." The Nova Corps member looked at the helmet with bugged eyes when Quill came up and threw the body of Ronan next to it. "We're here to collect a bounty on Ronan the Destroyer." The receptionist nearly fainted as he quickly fumbled pressing his communication device. While he was talking with a superior, MJ shook Peter and said, "Now this is an alien planet. This place is incredible, Peter. The technology, all the alien species, and the planet itself. I can't wait to explore." "It can be a date," Peter snickered. "I'm looking forward to it, Tiger." MJ seductively whispered her nickname for him in his ear. "Why can't we do something that cute?" Quill thought as he looked at Gamora. "What? Is there something on my face?" Gamora lifted a brow. No. Say, after we get paid, do you want to maybe go out to eat? I can show you around Earth." "I do miss the food." Gamora almost licked her lips. "Does this Earth place have good food?" Nebula asked. "Oh, the best." Rocket rubbed his tummy as he thought of all the food Peter brought them during their time training in Camartage. "I am Groot." "I know that there's good stuff out here too." Rocket rolled his eyes. "Alien cuisine, I can't wait." MJ smiled. "The Nova Prime will see you now," the clerk said as his eyes were glued to Ronan's corpse. Chapter 71, Issue 71, A New Age Part 8. They walked into another room where a group of Nova Corps members pointed their weapons at them. "Really?" Peter lifted a brow as he put his hands up. "You can't blame me for being cautious. After all, you are traveling with fugitives that escaped from a maximum penitentiary level facility." Irani Rail spoke up. Peter sighed as he snapped his fingers. "Nice pets." The men looked at their guns to discover that they were each holding puppies. He then threw the helmet at her before she caught it and questioned the hero. "How did you?" Peter snapped his fingers again and returned their weapons but didn't remove the dogs either. He wasn't about to kill a bunch of puppies. "I just wanted you to see that nothing you have here will be able to harm me. I came bearing gifts, and you aim a gun at my friends? Not very nice." She felt the power surging from within the helmet and said, "No, I suppose it isn't. In return for getting you the Nova Prime helmet, I want you to scrub their records. And don't forget our bounty," Rocket shouted. "Now, can we talk like civilized people?" Peter asked as he put his hand behind his back. "Very well. Follow me," Irani said as she gave the signal for the Nova Corps members to disperse. The men left the hall while she directed them to a meeting room. The Nova Corps members looked lost at what to do with the animals when Peter poked his head back through the archway to the next room. "Take care of them. If I find out you abuse them, well, I'll be turning you into the puppies next. They eat meat and need water to live. Man's best friend we call them on Earth. They're easy to tame, protective of their owners, and very loyal animals." The threat did its job, and Nova Corps looked frightened at the thought of becoming one of these animals. They didn't want to bother the man who could mess with reality, so they did end up adopting them. He quickly ran back to the group and stopped when they entered into a large conference room with a circular table and egg-shaped chairs. Take a seat. The group sat down, and the conversation started. He explained that he found the helmet within the collector's possession and that Ronan was only a test for the Guardians of the Galaxy. He told that he'd like to give them an official title and for them to be considered a subsidiary peacekeeping task force to the Nova Corps. Why should we do that? Rocket lifted a brow. Rocket, Ronan is just one bounty, a big one, but just one. If you have connections to the Nova Corp, you can get a decent paycheck and use their resources to find jobs. He's right, you know. While Ronan had an 800 billion bounty, there are others out there with even higher ones. Not to mention our connections to countless other planets and civilizations. A deed like killing Ronan the Conqueror will give you status, but working with us will give you prestige, Irani explained. Sounds good to me. Wait, billions? He had a bounty with billions? Split 5 ways, that's 160 apiece. Quill's eyes sparkled. I'll give you half of my share, Gamora nudged Nebula's shoulder. You're gonna share? All you did was hug it out with your sister and your best buddies. You should give it to me. Rocket frowned. I am Groot. The tree man slapped Rocket in the back of the head. You too? Fine. Traitor. Rocket pouted in his seat. So, we're in agreement? Peter said. Yes, I can agree to these terms, Irani said, though I'm curious about whom you two are. We have no records of such powerful people or technology. We're from Earth. I think you guys call it Terra, MJ replied with a smile on her face. Ooh, hey Pete, should we try and form a partnership with them? I think the Avengers could work well with an intergalactic peacekeeping organization. I think that'd be more suited to SWORD since it deals with outer space stuff, Peter replied. The agency Coulson proposed at the last meeting? Makes sense. We'll discuss this when we get home. Sounds fun. Well, MJ and I are going to go see the sights. Quill, here's some coordinates to Earth. Drop by when you settle your business. I'll drop your ship out front. You're not sticking around? Nah, if we're going to take down Thanos, we need to prepare. Oh, and I'll stock your ship up with enough food to last a few years. Won't it rot? Rocket asked. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Of course you would say that, MJ thought as she chuckled. I can cast a preservation spell on a fridge. Anything that gets stored inside will last years. Neat, I really need to learn magic. Quill shook his head. Peter teleported out and did as he said. While the Prime Nova was gasping at his display of power, he gave Quill's ship an overhaul. First, he changed the material to be as tough as adamantium and as light as aluminum, expanded the ship size to 3 times that of a house, making 10 rooms, 2 bathrooms, an entertainment room with as many movies, music and games that had come out over the years, and lastly, a fully stocked kitchen with all the best foods from Earth. To make sure Quill recognized his ship, he stamped the Guardians of the Galaxy logo right on the side. MJ gave it all sorts of tech upgrades, new weapons, advanced radar functions, telecommunication, and completely overhauled the engine. Think he'll like the gift? Oh, he'll love it, Peter grabbed MJ's hand. Come on, let's explore an alien world. MJ smirked as they ran off in civilian clothing that matched the people of this planet. They went to tech stores, libraries, gift shops, and went out to dine in an expensive restaurant. They ate something called the 8-legged tusknoman, which was essentially a giant boar with plant and animal DNA. It was basically a seasoned boar without having to season it. 1. Oh wow. It's really good, MJ said with her mouth half full. Taking a sip of a purplish wine, Peter agreed before saying, the wine kind of tastes like a mix between grape and cherry. I like it. While they were chatting about the meal and sights they saw, MJ asked, I don't see why anything surprises you with that search engine cheat you have. Knowing and learning about the universe and experiencing it are 2 completely different things, Peter munched on his meal. That is true. Still, we're on an alien planet, Peter. How can you be so chill about all this? MJ giggled with excitement. Technically counting Mars, we've been on 2, yet I still haven't come across a more beautiful sight than what I'm looking at right now. MJ blushed as he looked away. That was so corny. Why do I love it? They chatted for a bit longer and finished their meals. Peter then opened a portal and took her to some of the more nature-esque sights. They saw forests, waterfalls that defied the laws of gravity, and countless fields of multicolored grasses. After almost a full day of touring Xander, the 2 sat on a blanket surrounded by a field of grass that sparkled like blue gems. Peter had his hands behind his head while MJ rested her head against his arm, and they watched the stars come out. It's beautiful, smiled and kissed his jaw. Peter wrapped his arm around her shoulder and said, Yeah, you really are. MJ patted his chest as she hopped on top of his waist. I'm not letting you get any sleep tonight. Wasn't thinking of it. Peter grinned as he flipped her on her back and started nibbling on her neck. MJ moaned with pleasure while he slowly removed her clothes and started kissing his way down her torso. He started with her breasts and massaged them before sucking on her nipple. He then went lower and lower until he was at her wet entrance. Peter smirked as he started eating her out. MJ let her voice out while holding onto her head while his tongue penetrated her. Oh, good, Peter. Don't stop. While his tongue explored her depths, he used his hands to knead her large breasts and clit. After a few minutes, she was bucking her hips wildly. She bit the bottom of her lip before groaning out loudly enough for anyone within a mile to hear her when she said, "I'm gonna come." "Do it," Peter said as he pierced into her with 2 fingers. MJ yelped while running her hands through Peter's hair and came hard. However, before she could finish her orgasm, Peter unzipped his pants and thrust into her with one swoop. "Oh, heya. God, you feel so good, Mary." Peter kissed her neck before she pulled his head to her lips. He started rutting into her depths while knocking on her womb with every thrust. She moaned into his mouth as she wrapped her legs around his waist when Peter suddenly lifted her off the ground and stood up. "Holy shit, so good, feels so good." MJ yelled as she started grinding her hips in unison with his pistoning hips. She wrapped her arms around his neck while his balls slapped against her luscious ass and started to pick up speed. After almost an hour and several more of MJ's orgasms, Peter kissed her deeply and sat her on top of him. "I'm getting close, MJ. God, you feel so hot, so tight," Peter groaned as she giggled. "Good, come inside me, Peter. Fill up your wife." Off. Peter thrust one last time and broke through her womb's entrance, flooding her with his virile and potent seed. Why yes. MJ's hips shook and while her entire body quivered in excitement, Peter didn't stop. Their fluids began to mix as he went for another round. Several hours later, the blanket they were on was completely ruined while MJ panted into his chest and his seed pooled out of her body. Ha, that was amazing, MJ smirked as she stared into his eyes and kissed him. Huff, oh man, I can get used to the whole outdoor vibe, Peter chuckled and made MJ laugh. "Wanna fuck on Mars?" the sexy redhead grinned. "Hell yeah," Peter snickered as he held her close. They laughed together and kissed a few more times before they cleaned up. Once they were ready to leave, Peter teleported them back home and their phones blew up with messages. "Seriously? We were gone for 1 day." Peter groaned as he saw Fury's string of missed calls and texts. MJ chuckled as she saw the same messages on her phone. "I wonder what's up." Peter sighed. "Well, there's only one way to find out," he called up Fury and said, "What's up, Baldy? Where the hell were you two? And what the hell were those things parading around with your bodies?" "How'd you know it wasn't me?" "It didn't stop at a single hot dog joint," Fury replied. "Ugh, they don't need food or water. It's a duplication spell I came up with. They don't talk much, but they do their jobs." "Is that why you called us?" "No, ugh. I'm starting to fucking hate magic. Anyways, there's something strange happening with the Hadron Collider Reed built. We've been getting spatial anomalies for about 6 hours or so. We called in all the eggheads to take a look." "Ah, well, I guess I better head over. I swear, if you guys made a black hole." "We didn't. In fact, the machine wasn't even on when it started acting up." Peter groaned as he started webbing over the city. "I'll be there in a couple of minutes," Peter said as MJ swung beside him. "More work, huh?" "More work," Peter said as a booming noise was heard. Their spider senses went haywire as a shockwave traveled across their bodies. Peter's body suddenly glitched out as he felt the space amethyst activate to stabilize his body. However, the next thing he knew, he was flying through a wormhole made of countless colors and shapes. "Hey-ya!" Peter yelled as the spatial tunnel started to close, and he went flying into a strange room that looked mostly collapsed. When he was able to see straight, he noticed exactly where he was. "This is... It won't bring them back, it won't be them, Fisk," Peter heard his voice coming from another Spider-Man. Oh. Peter acted quickly and webbed Fisk's arm seconds before he was able to smash into the Peter of this world and yanked the fat crime lord into the air. "Ally up!" Peter yelled as he kicked the Kingpin in the gut, landing between the Prowler and the injured Spider-Man. "Hey!" Peter grinned as he put his hand on the Prowler's shoulder and shocked him into a wall. "How? What?" "No time to explain," Peter said as he used his symbiote and chi to heal his wounds. After he healed him, Peter sat the scene back up and altered the memories of everyone in the room while left a soulless clone to take Kingpin's finished blow. Before his other self could say anything, Peter grabbed him by the shoulder and ported them out. "What the hell was that? Doctor Strange? Is that you?" Peter R. Parker asked as he stared at his younger counterpart. "Sorry, I know magic, but I'm no sorcerer supreme. Yet. Though, I can confirm one version of us took Stephen Strange's job." Peter retracted his mask. "You're me?" Peter R pointed his finger as he figured it out. Snickering, Peter pointed back and said, "And you are me." "Oh crap. It worked." Peter held his hand to his ear and said, "MJ, are you here with me?" However, all he got was static. He then tried to use his telepathic link their symbiotes shared, and it nearly split his head open. As he gripped his head in pain, Peter Richard Parker grabbed and kept him from falling. Whoa. You okay, kid?" "Kid?" Peter groaned as he stood back up. "Not a kid, I'm almost 19. "Right, So want to explain why you did what you did back there? For one, it's a canon event. 2, the time opal I have is informing me that lots of bad things will happen if you don't play dead for a while. What's a time opal? You ever heard of the Infinity Stones? Ugh, I wish I hadn't. Well, I have artificial versions. I know it's hard to trust me, but I'm begging for you to let the world think you're dead. There are people, connections that need to be made, heroes to be forged. I can't do that. Peter almost yelled. This city needs me. Please, just 3 days. That's all I'm asking for, Peter pleaded. I can't do that to MJ and May. It'll kill them. I didn't say you couldn't let them know, but Peter, your funeral is an important event that needs to come to pass. There are countless lives that require that spider kid you met with to go through a stage of growth. So, I can contact my family. How am I supposed to do that without being noticed? I'm pretty famous in this world. Peter nodded his head and said, I can't believe I'm doing this. He used his reality stone to make a copy of Webster and equipped Peter with it. You know how to use a symbiote, right? You put that thing on me? Peter shouted. Relax. It's a synthetic version. I didn't even copy Webster's personality or abilities I collected. No one but you up there. Peter poked his forehead. Phew. You panicked me there for a second, kid. Peter chuckled. Well, shapeshift and do your thing. I'll be waiting next to Ben's grave. Thanks, kid. Call me kid again, and I'll put you in the negative zone until this shit is finished. Peter rolled his eyes. As he watched him jump away, Peter changed his costume to look like Iron Man's suit and flew off. When he landed next to the grave where Ben was buried, he put his hand on the tombstone and said, Sorry about dropping in like this, Uncle Ben. I'll do my best to look out for them. I know, kid. Peter looked around while his soul emerald glowed slightly, but there was no one there. Okay. Peter jumped over to a rooftop and switched his suit back to his classic colors. While waiting, he focused on finding MJ with his gemstones. She's still traveling. Not through space, but time. Peter opened a portal and connected it to her current location before she came tumbling out on top of him. MJ opened up her mask and puked a few times before groaning. That was worse than a roller coaster ride without tracks I've even been on. I give it no stars. Peter patted her back. You okay, babe? Handing her some mouthwash, she rinsed her mouth and shook. Where the hell are we? Another universe. Again? 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 You two have been to other multiverses. The sound of Peter said as he hopped on the building. Yay, I get to see another sexy older Pete. MJ removed her mask. Hey. Peter sounded offended. I'm sexy and you know it. MJ? Well, I guess it makes sense. It's the symbiote, right? Maybe I can give mine to MJ when this is all over. You have the one of the universe's best gene editors in your hands. Have Tony sup it up with A8I or make one yourself, and you can give her a copy of your spider powers. The mutation is in your blood, brother. You just need to extract the gene and have the symbiote alter her to get the same boost. Peter's eyes widened. I know, I'm a genius, but so are you. Serious, put Spider-Man away for a while and work on Pete. Lord knows you need it. Something I miss? MJ asked. A lot. Sorry, MJ, but we can't just explore this world willy-nilly like last time. We have to be careful and wait for our chance. Why? MJ tilted her head. Because if we mess this up, a new spider hero might not even be born. We need the kid to take the leap. This is about that kid? 1610 Peter questioned. Yeah, and another version of us that's going through some hard times, Peter sighed. 3 Peters in one room, if that isn't a dick joke waiting to happen, I don't know what is, MJ commented. Peter started laughing. 3 Peters walk into a bar. Damn, I bet that hurt, Peter added while grabbing his crotch. So this a regular thing for you guys? Peter asked. Well, this is MJ's second multiversal adventure while I'm on my third. I guess that makes me experienced but not an expert. He's just being humble. With those fancy Merlin stones of his, he's been learning from countless other spider heroes across the multiverse. Oh, and can I call you something else besides Peter? It gets a little confusing. Neat trick. I mean, what better person to learn from than yourself? And sure, MJ, you can call me Richard. It's my middle name. Cool, MJ smiled. So, tell me about you guys. What's your universe like? What kind of things have you been up to? Oh, I have got some stories for you, Peter smirked. But first, let's take some precautions. Snapping his fingers, Peter made a small blue police box before he said, Step inside. Oh, you nerd. This is so... Richard ran into the box. It's bigger on the inside. Chapter 72. Issue 72. A New Age Part 9. After informing his loved ones of his survival, the 3 sat, ate, drank, and chatted for hours. So, how did Aunt May take the news? Peter asked. Pretty well. Better than MJ. She looked like she wanted to rip my head off when she saw the symbiote. Why? MJ asked. Because we had some bad experiences with them. So, is Uncle Ben and our parents really alive in your universe? Yeah, infinite possibilities and all, Peter shrugged his shoulders. Right. I wonder if I can build something to help me travel there. I know he wouldn't be my Ben, but it's just... Peter grabbed Richard's shoulder. I get it, man. It was pretty heartbreaking to hear how our uncle died. He made me what I am today, and I just want to see him, one last time. I'll tell you what, after this whole debacle, I'll let you guys visit. That would mean the world to me, mini-me, Richard snorted. We're the same height, and I'll have you know that I'm still growing. I bet I'll be taller than you in a year or so. Ha 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 ha. It's my second time doing this, but it's still so weird, MJ laughed before the two Peters joined in. By the time it came to leave, Peter walked out and saw Richard watching over his own funeral. This city really loves you, MJ nudged him as she saw tears in his eyes. Richard covered his face and hid his expression with his hands. Damn, sniff, I told myself I wasn't going to cry. They waited until nightfall and saw Miles walking up in a shoddy store-bought Spider-Man outfit. It's the kid, Richard whispered. Wait for it, Peter said as he held his hand out. They watched as someone in a coat came up to him and touched his shoulder. Miles turned around and shocked him. As they all cringed at the thought of being electrocuted, they saw the web line that caught the kid and yanked him over. Oof, that looked like it hurt. What did that kid do? Use chi to make an energy attack, Peter explained as his fists sparked. I need to start over and learn some things from my friends, magic and chi? Impressed. MJ snickered. Very. They're on the move, let's keep a watch on them, Peter said as he jumped after. Quietly, MJ whispered with her finger against her lips. I really need to give MJ my powers. All the time we could have spent together. Ugh, Peter Richards Parker webbed off after them. They stealthily watched from a distance and even laughed a few times as they saw Miles trying to keep Peter B. Parker from running into things. Eventually, they stopped across from Miles' apartment. We need Miles to inspire that Peter down there. What the hell happened to me? Richard asked. Money issues, Aunt May passed away, and marital issues. This Peter is scared to have a kid, Peter answered. What? Why? Kids sound great. MJ and I just put that on hold until her acting career stabilizes. Your life isn't failing at every step. Honestly, I feel bad for this version of us. However, he just needs a good kick in the butt and I know he'll be back to normal. They saw Peter walking up and down the side of the building while Miles gave him the great responsibility talk. It was clear that it was going to work when Peter said, We can wait at Aunt May's house. Bring your MJ over. Right. Richard jumped off the building. He's awfully compliant, MJ mentioned. He understands how powerful the Infinity Stones are, so he knows I got a plan. They stealthily made their way to Aunt May's house and knocked on the door. Peter smiled when she opened the door. Hey May. How've you been? She smiled and hugged him. Thank you for saving my boy. MJ removed her mask and waved. Hi May. Oh my MJ. You look, oh, ha 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 ha. I'm sure Peter loved seeing you in his colors. Technically, it's reversed. MJ showed off her classic suit. Come on in, I think you're going to want to see this, May smiled cheerfully. Before they entered the house, MJ suddenly glitched and knelt over in pain. Hey, you okay? Peter asked as he grabbed her. MJ, it's okay, it'll pass, May said with a worried expression. What the hell was that? MJ said as she took in deep breaths. Since we didn't come here the right way, your body is being torn between our two universes. We need to make a stabilizer to keep you molecules from disassembling. Peter made some tech with his reality topaz and said, use your abilities to make something for that exact job. MJ smiled as she crafted a pair of bracelets with the tech he provided. God, I love watching you work, Peter smirked. I know, Tiger, MJ said as she put her stabilizer on and took a deep breath. Phew, that feels a lot better. She passed one to him and asked, how come you didn't glitch? I probably have some resistances built up due to Magneto's abilities. I get it. It's the compacted magnetic field around your body holding you together. But why didn't we glitch the last time we did this whole multiverse tango? MJ questioned. It's because we were brought there through the use of magic. Using tech is like breaking the rules, thus consequences, Peter explained. Can you make a couple more of those? May asked as she led them to the spider cave. Sure, but whoa, he made a bat cave? MJ shouted in surprise. Yeah, even I got to give that guy props, Peter chuckled. You made a lab on Venus, Mary Jane rolled her eyes. You did what? May went bug-eyed. I built a lab the size of a few city blocks 2,000 miles under the surface of Venus. Oh, and yeah, I am by far the most broken Spider-Man here. Peter smirked as he felt his senses alerting him of the other spider totems in the room. May, we're home. Peter R. shouted from upstairs. At the same time, Peter B. Parker was webbing his way to Aunt May's house alongside Spider-Gwen and Miles. So where are we going? Peter B. shouted. Somewhere familiar, Gwen. Why can no one ever give me a straight answer? Peter B. sighed. Woohoo! Miles cheered as he leapt from building to keep up. At least someone is having fun, Peter B. sighed. A few minutes later, the trio of spiders landed near May's house when they saw her open the door with a bat in hand. Hey May, it's good to see you, Peter B. said with a depressed stare. When she saw them, May shook her head and smiled. We've been expecting you. She walked up to her nephew from another universe and placed her hand on his cheek. You look so tired. It's because I am, Peter looked ashamed. And overweight, May chuckled as she poked him in the stomach. Yeah, things have been. Giving him a hug, Peter showed a surprised expression before he sighed and hugged her back. Come on in, I think there's someone you guys should meet. She led them down into the spider cave when the heroes felt their senses tingling. Heya! A talking pig hopped down while holding out a sweaty palm. I'm Peter Porker. Nice to meet ya. There's a talking pig. Miles snorted. I can see that. Don't forget about us. A girl's voice shouted as she jumped down. Hi everyone. I'm Penny Parker. I'm Spider Noir. A man in black and white said as he landed next to Penny and struck a pose. I'm Peter Parker. Peter jumped down. I'm Peter Parker too, but you can call me Richard to make things less confusing. Peter R. dropped from the ceiling. And we're the Mary Janes. MJ and this world's counterpart wearing the artificial symbiote landed next to them. And together, we're the amazing spider heroes. Ha! Ha 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 ha. Oh wow. I can't believe his is happening. Peter B. slapped his hand on his forehead. Wow, I really let myself go. Peter walked around his older self. That's not nice. I'm Peter Parker too. You're insulting yourself, Peter B. said as he frowned. Neither is neglecting your workout. What would Master Shang-Chi think of us if he saw your condition? Peter R. replied. I'ma call you Benji, MJ said as she walked up to them. Your middle initial is B for Benjamin, like my Peter, right? Fine with me, Benji sighed as he looked at the Mary Janes with a sorrowful expression. So what do we call me? The MJ in this world asked. Mary? Why is she wearing a symbiote? Benji nearly shouted. Relax, it's a man-made symbiote. I'm letting it make changes to her gene structure to give her my spider powers. We could have done it quickly, but I figured slower was safer, Richard spoke up. I got it. MJ is the visitor and the homegirl is Mary, Penny said as she clapped her hands together. Homegirl? Miles' eyes widened. Are you this world's Mary Jane Parker? That I am. Mary walked over and looked at the older worn-down Peter. What happened to you? A lot. I can see that. Richard pulled his mask to reveal his golden hair and pretty blue eyes. How? I saw you die. Miles shouted. You saw what I wanted you to see, Peter snickered as he poked the boy's head and used the symbiote to unseal his memories. Oh, that's messed up, man, Miles frowned at Peter. If it makes you feel better, I don't use the psychic powers like that. My suit does. I can respect your privacy, Miles. Kind of make a little bit better, but why fake his death? So you two could meet, Peter poked the tubby belly. So you could give him the kick in the butt he needs to get out of his slump? How did you even know? Benji asked. Know what infinity stones are? You have an infinity stone? Benji and Porker shouted. Something like it, but the point is, I've seen certain things about this universe and its history upon arriving here with my time opal. We, Peter pointed around the room, don't belong here. As if to demonstrate, Benji's body suddenly glitched, and he cried out in pain. MJ slapped a bracelet around his wrist and smiled when he breathed a sigh of relief. Feeling better? Much. Benji stood back up. Oh, I see what you did, placing a magnetic field around me to keep my molecules from being ripped apart. Smart. Hey, can I get one of those? Gwen spoke up. MJ smiled and put the band on before hugging Gwen. It's good to see you again, Blondie, MJ chuckled. You too, Red, Gwen nearly cried. Universe, 65 MJ and Gwen had issues, mainly with her constantly bailing on band practice. Her hero career put so much strain on their relationship that it ended with them fighting and her being kicked from the band. However, before that, they were best friends. MJ and Gwen from the 881211 universe were getting along fine. They were good friends, and Gwen considered Spider-Woman as a role model of sorts. Peter smirked as he whispered, Your MJ doesn't know about your secret identity. Does she? You should tell her. Gwen's eyes widened. MJ can keep a secret, and she's pretty damn understanding since she ends up with this dork in multiple universes. Peter pointed his thumb at the Parkers. Hey! They all shouted at the same time. You just called yourself a dork, babe, MJ laughed. I'm not going to lie to myself. I'm probably the nerdiest Peter in the room, and I know you like that. Peter wagged his brows while the MJs looked away and blushed. So Peter, it's a regular sausage fest, isn't it? Especially with the pig. Really? Dick jokes? I thought we were above that. But what should I expect from a monkey version of myself? Porker rolled his eyes. Shut it, Looney-Tunes, or I'm letting Porky use my lawyer. The other Peters started laughing. Oh man, I've been holding that back. You look like you stole Porky's style, but at least ours had the forethought to wear pants, so thanks for that. Benji clenched his stomach. Seriously, I was having flashbacks to my childhood. T.A., that's all folks, Richard slapped his leg. Har har. Poker crossed his arms. I don't think you get to make fun of me being a pig. You look like you're not too far off becoming one yourself. Wouldn't you say so? Benji. Oof. Miles covered his mouth and tried to stop from laughing. Really, kid? Well, I mean, you look thinner than you did yesterday, Miles shrugged his shoulders. It's our metabolism. We can't stay out of shape for long. To get a guy like him. Peter poked his belly. Like this, he must have been binging ice cream and junk food while not working to burn off the calories. Seriously, what happened to you, man? Everything, the hero gig, Aunt May died, constantly going broke, losing my friends, my marriage with MJ falling apart because I was scared to have kids, all of it. I'm just tired. Peter put his hands on Benji's shoulder. Dude, you know just as well as I do, that you have no one to blame but yourself. We are some of the smartest guys in the multiverse. You should not be broke. You should be making tech or advancing biological research and earning millions. You need a break. You should be improving Peter Parker, not Spider-Man. A little harsh, don't you think? Gwen lifted a brow. No. How can he have kids if he can't provide for his family? Benji here is making bad life choices. A family? That's what you're worried about? Kids are great. I'll prove it. You guys want to see yours from another reality. Peter pulled up a video log and played it on his holographic display. It showed another Peter who looked a bit older than the oldest in the room. So, what am I supposed to say? Spider-Dad tilted his head. I don't know, something inspiring? If a world of infinite possibilities exist, then we might find a version of ourselves down on his luck. Heck, I know one of them almost wiped out all of existence. Really? He came close, but a group of Spider-Men across the multiverse stopped it. In fact, one of the best Spider-Men I know of actually managed to get through to the guy by using his words. What? Every Peter in the room shouted. You're going to tell me more about that one, and more importantly, how do you know about such an event back then? MJ questioned. It's hard to explain. Anyways, let's get on with it. So, man, this weird. Look, I know things may look bad, terrible things might happen to you, stuff that makes you feel like you want to give it all up and throw the suit away, but you can't give in. Spider-Men get knocked down from time to time, but we always, and I mean always, get back up. Let's see. If money is your problem, keep in mind that our inventions we make to take down our villains can actually be repurposed to make a decent earning. I have this one here to thank for that. God, I feel like an idiot. You're welcome, on camera Peter replied. If it's your identity, don't be afraid to share with those closest to you. Honestly, it causes more issues than it solves, Spider-Dad said with a frustrated expression. Was that one for me? On camera Peter asked. Could be, Spider-Dad chuckled. Oh, and if you're dating MJ, never let her go. That woman is amazing. You know it. Spider-Mom came into the video and kissed her husband on the cheek. If we lost someone, I'm sorry. But you can't put that on yourself. I know I did. And all I got out of it was regret and remorse. You have to stop putting the world on your shoulders. You got friends who can help you lift it too. So know that you can't save everyone, but you can keep pushing ahead to save more. Dad, is it my turn? Mayday shouted as she hopped into the footage. The adult Peters in the room all looked on in shock. Richard and his wife had smiles of joy on them while tears threatened to pour down Benji's eyes. She's beautiful, Mary said as she covered her mouth. That's my grandbaby, May said with tears in her eyes. As I was saying, look, times get tough, but we keep going. If you had a Ben in your world, then I'm sure you know why, Spider-Dad continued. With great power comes great responsibility. Mayday cheered. Kind of our family motto. Keep at it, I promise you, this ending, this family, it's worth it. Spider-Dad hugged his wife and child. And don't destroy any universes, we might live in it, Spider-Dad joked. Hey, I'm Mayday. To all the dads out there watching it, I'm the best thing in your life. So don't ground me, let me stay up late, and let me eat all the ice cream I want. The room burst into laughter. She's so damn cute, Gwen and the Mary Jane said at the same time. Daddy's girl, Spider-Mom hugged her family close. So for us, for the good of your own soul, get up, Spider-Man. This is the amazing Spider-Fam. Keep up the good work, heroes. Mayday shouted as they waved by on the screen. The video stopped while Benji felt like crying. Madam Jane. I really should pay her a visit more often, Noir said while shaking his head. I want to go home, Porky said with waterfall tears coming from his face. Damn, you look good in the future. It's official, I have the hottest wife in the multiverse, Richard bragged. Looking at other women? Mary lifted a brow. Babe, I saw your thoughts when you looked at not one, not two, but having 4 Peters in the room. Hey! Sorry, 4 Peters and a Porky, Richard corrected himself. The Mary Janes blushed while the other Peters laughed. Come on, we should get going, MJ said as she nudged her fiancé. Go where? We have to use this flash drive to stop Kingpin, Miles shouted. No, what you need is time. Come on, we're going to Camartage. They have a room in there that allows us to get in a couple weeks of training for a few hours. Ooh, I've never been to Camartage before, though Strange is always trying to get me to go, Benji said. Me too. Starting to realize I should have taken him up on the offer. With a room like that I could have gotten a lot done, Richard sighed. In a lot of worlds, Strange asks Spider-Man to become a mage, but in ours, we gladly accepted, MJ explained. It certainly made life easier. Peter opened a portal to the time room. Right, magic. You know magic? Gwen was shocked. Wait, magic is a thing? Yeah, now let's go. Every second wasted is minutes lost inside the room. Won't we get in trouble? May asked. Nah, I'm Sorcerer Supreme in another reality. They'll let slide. Peter explained. That doesn't sound reassuring, Miles commented. Plus, Strange owes me a few favors, Benji and Richard said at the same time. Come on, Miles. We got work to do, Benji chuckled as they walked through. Everyone else did at the same time and walked into a large facility. Nice digs. What is this, a castle? Not what I pictured it to be like, Miles said. What did you expect, a white room with magnified gravity? Peter laughed. You're a fan. Damn right, Peter replied as he led them to the training room. It was a desolate space since not many came in here due to them losing their lifespan. However, every few weeks some would come in here to read books. It was even rarer for them to use the training space. Peter and MJ got to work setting up the machines for spider heroes and each decided to take turns training Miles an hour at a time. It only took Benji 2 days to get back into shape. He even started gaining muscle thanks to all the good meals Peter conjured up. So, you can turn invisible? Peter asked. Yeah, can't you? Miles questioned. Well, yeah. But I either use the copy I made of Sue Richards' ability or my suit for that. Yours is a natural ability that differs from our methods. Different spider, different ability. Sweet, Miles grinned. Indeed, Peter nodded his head. As for your Venom Blast, it's a form of chi manipulation. I'll teach you bit by bit how to use that energy. It's not just destructive, but it can heal too. May? May walked over. I'm going to heal you, okay? But I'm not hurt. May showed a confused expression before Peter covered her with his symbiote and injected years of his chi into her. When it was removed, May threw her hands up and said, Hoot! I feel 15 years younger. I gave you enough chi and lent you my regenerative abilities to knock off a few years while cleansing your body of any toxins or cancerous cells. You don't just feel 15 years younger, you are about 17 years younger now. Holy shit! The Peters shouted at the same time. Peter! Language! There's a child here. May shouted. Chi is life force. Miles, pure unadulterated life force. You just instinctually channel it into those blasts. So cool. Miles had stars in his eyes. I can do something similar and make heat with my hands. It's an extension of our wall-crawling abilities. My clone, my brother Cain taught me how it was done, Benji said as he used it to burn off all his beard hair. That's what you use it for too? Richard laughed. Too cruel to use on a person, Benji shrugged his shoulders. Just another application of chi, Peter said as he made a ball of fire. When'd you learn to do that with chi? MJ asked. Around the time I discovered I could amplify Johnny's pyrokinesis, Peter replied. God symbiotes are cheap, I want one, Miles said. No. Mary, Richard, and Benji shouted. Why? You should say you want to make one instead, Peter nudged his shoulder. That's fine. Benny sighed. Venom. He's a symbiote and the worst kind, Richard spoke up. I don't know about that, Peter spoke up. It was an alien, it has no clue how humans operate and why we do what we do. With the right teachings, I think Venom could have become a great hero. They got back to training, and on the 5th day, Mary had officially joined the Spider Heroes without the symbiote. Going to miss that thing, Mary said as she checked out her new muscles. Can you make another? Richard asked. What am I, your daddy? Make it yourself. Peter threw out his portable lab that made the other scientist in the room gasp in astonishment. Ooh, now I'm definitely learning magic. Benji walked over. I'm in love. Nerd, Mary chuckled. They got back to training and spent the whole 2 weeks getting Miles ready and Benji back into shape. When everything was said and done, Benji and Richard managed to make suits for all of them, excluding May. She shook her head and chuckled before saying, Heroing is for the young. Getting a few years back is more than enough for me. All right, let's go home, guys, Peter said as he put on his classic suit. Oh, Kingpin is going to poop his pants, Richard saw May eyeballing him. Dude, just say shit, Peter said before May slapped him in the back of the head. I won't have any nephew of mine cussing on my watch. All right, sheesh, it's just a word. Peter rolled his eyes and made a portal to a very high skyscraper. They all jumped off the ledge and started webbing towards the location of the super collider. The only ones standing on the ledge were Benji and Miles. Come on, kid. The time to leap is now. Just trust your instincts. Right. Miles took a deep breath and jumped. He screamed for a bit, but once he realized how long it would take to hit the ground, time slowed. With pure instinct, he shot out his hand and made a web line that landed on distant building. Miles felt the shift in gravity, and instead of freaking out, he started to laugh. Hitting the peak of his swing, he stretched his arms and soared ahead. With a flip before slinging out again, he rode the web and saw Benji beside him. What did I say? You're a natural. Now see if you can keep up. The two started laughing as they moved even faster, hopping off buildings and zipping across the street. Needless to say, when they got there, Kingpin and his group were completely outmatched. The Lady Octopus went down with a single venom shock. 3 different Peters knocked out Tombstone, while Mary, MJ, and Gwen kicked Kingpin in the gut so hard he was lodged into a wall. Everyone then webbed the criminals into the hole in the wall, while Richard went up to the control room. Think it'll send us all back? MJ asked. Oh, my husband knows what he's doing, Mary replied. Wow, that was easy. I didn't have to do much. Miles suddenly ducked at the Prowler, tried to swipe his head off. Wow. Easy there, fella. Why you so angry? It's not the suit. I told them that it wasn't good for bulls. Miles effortlessly dodged the Prowler's attacks. He then uppercut him hard enough to shatter the mask. Uncle Aaron? Who you calling Uncle, Miles? You're a villain. What the hell is wrong with you? Miles webbed him up and pulled him close. You told Dad and Mom you were done with this shit. Language, Noir called out. Listen, kid. The machine turned on before Richard shouted out. It's time. Right, everyone ready? Peter asked. Yep. The spider heroes spoke in tandem. Let's go home, MJ said as she webbed up the ceiling. Here you go, Miles. Penny said as she tossed over the flash drive. You know what to do. Right, you and me are going to have a long talk with Dad, Miles growled at his uncle. Oh, so that's how it's going to be. Yeah, that's how it's going to be. Miles webbed him to the wall and walked over to say his goodbyes. Remember, spiders, use your senses to take you to the right portal. Take care, bud. Peter webbed off with his fiancée. We'll find a way to visit. MJ shouted as she held Peter's hand and jumped through a portal. Well, I guess this is all, folks. It's been a porking good time, but I got a barn to protect. Peter Porker jumped into his portal. Hey, buck up, I'm sure this won't be the last time we meet. Gwen put her hand on Miles' shoulder. I know though, I'm gonna miss you guys, a lot. Miles grabbed his arm. Gwen gave him a quick kiss on the cheek and said, I promise, this won't be the last time we see each other. Ah. Way to go, kiddo, next time kiss her back. Noir nodded his head while tipping his hat. They both jumped off into their portals with Penny shouting her goodbyes and tearful sobs. Well, that was a thing, Richard grinned. Come on, let's get Uncle Aaron home. I'm curious as to how your father is going to react, him being a police officer and all. Aren't you going back too? Aaron looked at Richard. For what? This is my world. Impossible, I saw you die, Aaron frowned. Actually, that was magic from that sorcerer version that Kingpin brought here. Oh crap, what am I going to tell my parents? Miles shouted. That you helped save the city, and that you're Spider-Man's protege. I'll train you up good, kid. Really? Miles and Aaron shouted. Play your cards right, Prowler, and I'll help you with your prison sentence. Does he have to? I mean, can't I just deal with my uncle? I don't want to see him go to jail. It's fine, kid. I said I'd help. I know a few people that can keep him out, but on certain conditions. Such as? Aaron lifted a brow. You give up the costume and get a job, or you start putting those skills to good use. I'll go with Miles. You take care of the boneheads. Mary kissed him on the cheek and walked away with Miles, who was dragging his uncle behind him. Now, for you morons, Peter R. looked at the webbed-up hole in the wall. Chapter 73, Issue 73, A New Age Part 10. Riding the wormhole wasn't as bad as it was the first time. Peter and MJ were together while the space amethyst shielded their bodies. When they popped back up in their world, they fell a few dozen feet before landing on a roof. Huh? We're back, right? Peter looked at the clock on the large screen in the distance. It's only been a few minutes. Cool. Think we'll see them again someday? I know we will, Peter smirked. Come on, let's make sure the Fantastic Four is okay. I've been meaning to offer them a place on the Avengers. MJ nodded before they swung off and landed at the Baxter building. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary when they went inside. They had clearance to come and go whenever they wanted, so they rode the elevator up to the lab to see Richard on the ground panting. Hey, you okay? Peter ran over. Strange, it shouldn't have done that. Reed got up and moved to shut down the system. What happened? MJ asked. The machine just turned on. I barely had time to get up here before that. Shockwave, Reed frowned as he looked over the data. It was activated in another universe. That energy tied everything together, Peter explained. Reed's scan ran across Peter for a second. Huh, you have the same radiation that you get when passing through a wormhole without shielding. Yeah, we just got back from a trip from another universe. Met me again, MJ said with a smile. Dude, there were like 4 of me, 5 if you count the cartoon pig. Pig? Wait, are you saying you went to a universe that had a cartoon pig? Reed nearly laughed. No, a cartoon pig got stuck in a universe with us, Peter replied. Ahahaha. There's a cartoon universe, that's hilarious. What am I, and zebra? Hee hee, 'cause you stretch. That's pretty good. I think you're pigs too, or was it cats? Porker said you guys call each other the Fantastic Fur, Peter scratched his head. Reed laughed harder. Maybe we should shield this thing so we don't get a repeat and end up falling into another universe. Right, a tachyon field and a wave jammer ought to do, Reed started thinking. Hey, can we use this thing to visit other universe? MJ questioned. Yeah, but we would need something to track the universe you want to go to. Like an object, or... The radiation our bodies are emitting, Peter smirked. Yes, that would work, Peter. Brilliant idea. MJ handed over her stabilizer cuff and said, Here, you'll need to make some of these. Going to other universes with tech has issues. Like? Reed lifted his brow as he inspected the tech. Like having your molecules ripped apart. Though I'm not sure you need it. Bah, it was probably some side effect of traversing a wormhole without shielding. With a good enough vessel, you might not even need this. But I will take it into consideration. Reed smiled as he took it over to his desk and started dismantling it. Hey, want to join the Avengers? Peter, I'm far too busy for that. With a kid on the way, studying the technology and data you brought back from a Skrull planet, and keeping the Baxter Foundation going. Well, my hands are tied. Reed stretched his hands out into the shape of a pretzel. Well, there are some good benefits that might entice you. Such as? Reed smirked. What if I said I perfected the super soldier serum? Reed nearly choked on his own spit before he coughed and said, What? On top of that, I can make a temporal room that can operate on different times. How would you like the Baxter building to turn a day into a week? I know you can spend a lot of time in the lab and with your kids. We can even offer you magic training at Avengers Tower. That sounds like a pretty good deal. I'll even throw in another building in my city for you to make a new lab, Peter grinned. All right, I already had a house there, and I was searching for a building to purchase. Yes. Peter pumped his fists. How many seats do we have left? Let's see, there's Tony, Charles, Eric, Fury, Peggy, Steve, and myself. With Reed, that makes 9. So, 3 more, MJ nodded her head. Who do you have in mind? You. I told you I didn't want the seat, MJ lifted a brow. Can't blame a guy for trying. I need Strange and someone else who's used to the darker side of magic. You think you can get our teacher to join? Oh, I know I can. I'll wear him down until he agrees, Peter smirked. You're gonna bug the hell out of him, aren't you? MJ chuckled. I'm gonna bug the hell out of him, Peter nodded his head, especially now that I've learned to make clones. As her soon-to-be husband laughed, MJ shook her head and said, I feel bad for him. Rubbing his hands together, Peter was thinking of all kinds of shenanigans he could pull. In response to her soon-to-be husband's antics, MJ rolled her eyes and called Fury. Yeah, we fixed the problem. Anything else? Just keep up the good work. Anything on Hydra? Still cutting them down. They have a lot of resources and way too many hideaways. Actually, I've been working on something that can help with that, Peter smirked. What? A spell I've managed to work out. I tested it with a little trip into space. How'd you like to put an end to Hydra on our terms? I'm listening. Good. Tomorrow, we'll wipe Hydra from the world and end one of its biggest threats. There's a lot I have to unpack and tell you guys as well, so I'll go over with the rest of the council. You found more, right? Once again, how do you know I just filled another seat? Peter scratched his head. Kid, your call is coming from Reed's lab. It doesn't take a genius. That you are not, Peter snorted as he heard Fury cussing him out before he hung up. You really have to stop teasing him. Why? It's so fun. Peter laughed as he held up his hand. Wait for it. Their comms rang as Peter answered. Calm down? Fuck you. Who did you have in mind? Ha ha ha, Master of the Mystic Arts, Dr. Stephen Strange, and Slayer of all that goes bump at night. I know about Strange, but who is the other? His name is Blade. Kills vampires mostly, Peter explained. Never heard of him. His real name is Eric Brooks, and trust me when I say this, the guy is worth the trouble. More trouble, Fury sighed. All right, fine. I'll look into him. Peter smirked and said, I have a lot to set up for Richards, so I'll be busy next week. Anything else? Yeah, prep the serum for the Fantastic Four. I want my friends to live long and healthy lives. What do we do about the thing? Fury sighed. I'll take care of him, Peter smirked. He had done tests with Reed and pretty much confirmed his suspicions when he used the symbiote to inspect his body. Hey Reed, how is the Cosmic Infusion project going? Peter asked. Almost done. It's why I built the collider. If we're going to mimic the cosmic radiation that changed us, we'll need access to the realm that gave Ben his powers. Hopefully the universal bridge will hold up until it's done. What are you talking about? MJ asked. Curing Ben, Peter smiled. How close are you? MJ asked. Very. I should get it up and running in a month or so. I want him to be able to feel his nephew when he holds him. To hold Richard without fear of hurting him. I just hope it works. Peter put his hand on his shoulder. You'll figure it out, Reed. You almost as smart as I am. Funny. Reed rolled his eyes before letting out a chuckle. Come on, let's go home, I'm tired, MJ said as she yawned. Have a good night you two, Reed said as he watched them crawl out the window and web away. They met with their family and hugged before they explained what happened. On top of visiting an alien planet, they went to an entirely different universe. They saw the pictures and video footage of their highlighting moments. After they ate and went to bed, Peter smiled happily with the love of his life in his arms. Tomorrow would be the day everything changed. They woke up ready to work. Some breakfast, a little family time, and they were out the door and off to Avengers Tower. They waited for the team to come in, and surprisingly enough, Fury wasn't the first one through the door. Hey kiddo, Steve waved his hand. Peggy gave him a nod. It's good to see you again, Peter. You too, Peggy. And dude, I'm almost 20. Can we quit with the kiddo stuff? Huh? Weren't you 18? Steve showed a confused expression. No, MJ and I spent a year inside a room that moves at a faster time. Week out here, year inside there. We also recently spent about 4 months in there recently. Oh, sounds like an interesting place. Maybe we could take some time off from hunting Hydra. Peggy sat down and took a deep breath. I think I got just the thing for that. I made a spell that'll help us in a number of ways. So, how have you two been? MJ said with a smile. Well, other than fighting Hydra, we've taken, quite a few breaks after missions, Peggy blushed. MJ smirked. Well, how was it, what you do? While they talked, Steve sat down and asked, Life treating you well? Well enough. Honestly, I kind of want to lock myself up in the lab for a few weeks. I've been working on something monumental. What? Interstellar travel. I'm even thinking about buying a few star system that has multiple planets with habitable environments for humans to live on. Really? You can buy planets? Steve's eyes went wide. Yep, and ones that habitable but don't have intelligent life on it. I'll explain that later. What I'm working on now is way better. I mean, wow dude, I'm talking infinite resources and so much more. Fury walked thought the door. Hey, it's my favorite cue ball. Bite me, spider bitch, Fury sat down. Ooh, someone's in a bad mood, MJ chuckled. I cleared out a bunch of my teams from Hydra hunts. This better be good. It is, Peter smirked as Tony came in. Hey spider dude, Stark shouted by waving his hand. Why are you talking like that? Just because you are younger, doesn't mean you should act it, MJ rolled her eyes. Ha! Fury let a rare laugh out, causing everyone in the room to look at him in surprise. Peter scanned Fury, and while the light ran over his face, the bald shield leader then looked at the spider hero and asked, What are you doing? Making sure you're not a Skrull, Peter explained before the room burst into laughter. I hate you, Fury's eyebrow twitched. No, you love me and you know it, Peter chuckled. Next came Eric with Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver before Charles entered with Jean and Cyclops. Good morning everyone, Charles said with a smile on his face. We were in the middle of a mission, so I hope you don't mind the company. It's fine, Peter said as he held his hand up. Any X-Man can consider themselves Avengers too. Good to know. Can we get this over with? Things on Mars are. Peter could see the rings under Magneto's eyes. Not so easy running a new planet, is it? It's complicated for sure, Eric groaned. So this is the Spider-Man, Pietro said as he ran over and looked Peter up and down. He doesn't seem so tough. How'd you lose to this guy, Pops? Son, Spider-Man is quite strong, I assure you. He may not be as fast as you, but his greatest weapon isn't his body but his mind. Pops? Son? Multiple people in the room gasped. Ah, yes, let me introduce my children. I managed to save them from a Hydra base a few months ago, Eric said as he held his hand out. This is Wanda and Pietro. I bet that was a shock, but you guys seem pretty tight now, kind of like a magnet and a couple pieces of metal, Peter snickered. Ugh, are all his jokes this bad? Wanda groaned. Yes, Eric sighed. Ah, that's crap, man. I'm hilarious, Peter rolled his eyes. The door opened again, and the rest of the Avengers minus Thor entered. All right, now that everyone is here, I have some good news, and some bad news, Peter said as he pulled up a holographic display in the center of the table. Images of their trip to space started playing. Good news, we're not alone in this universe. And the bad news, well, as you can see, not everyone in space can be considered an ally. Hold up. You went to space. Tony looked betrayed while the rest of the group was marveling over the images. Well, we stopped by to take you, but you were, busy. Maybe soundproof your garage or at least leave a sock the door. Peter scratched the side of his face. At least Pepper seemed to be enjoying herself. MJ laughed. Ignore that. Tony looked at the other to see them all giving him funny looks. You're taking me to space, and knock at the front door next time. Well, more good news. We made friends with an intergalactic police force called the Nova Corps. This can be a bridge and useful partnership that will help us in countless ways. I'm sure you understand the most, Fury. Fury shook his head to snap himself back to reality as he said, yeah, this is certainly good news. Sword would be a good match for seeking partnership. That's what we said, MJ smirked before she suddenly smiled and passed out a 6x4-inch black box. Peter and I also got you all some new phones. These are secure, untraceable, unhackable, and can allow us to talk wherever we are. I made enough for everyone that will become part of our council members. Ooh, can't wait to take a part, Tony smirked as he checked out the phone. On to more bad news. Peter opened up a portal and dropped Loki's scepter on the table and grabbed it. This here isn't what we thought it was. Pete, how'd you know where that was? Fury frowned. Well, for one, the radiation it emits harmonizes with my Merlin gemstones, which means that this isn't some cube of immense power. Peter crushed the glowing gem and revealed the stone inside it. This is an infinity stone, and the Mind Stone no less. While the room marveled at the energy the stone emitted, he stored it in his vault, and felt a sense of relief that he now had two of the stones that would forever be outside Thanos' reach. Before they could ask, Peter replayed the collector's explanation through his own words. As you can see, these ingots are too powerful to trust humanity with. If someone collects all 6, they can use it to quite literally become a god. On top of that, the video played of Ronan and the team that took them down. You guys remember the Chitauri that attacked us? Well, meet one of their commanders. Turns out, the guy commanding Ronan sent his troops to Earth in order to get the Mind Stone. Our new allies, the Guardians of the Galaxy, had information about who's behind this and what their goals are. The image changed to Gamora explaining Thanos. He's after the stones because he believes that if he collects all 6, they'll grant him the power to wipe out half the life in the universe. He's a sick and demented man that is as old as the universe itself. You're being hyperbolic, right? There's no way he's that old. On screen Peter asked. I don't know, but I know he was born from a race called the Eternals, and according to him, they were the first species to be born in this universe. They are powerful, eternal lifespans, and have more knowledge than the majority of life forms that I've come across. What did you do with the stone? Fury asked. I stored in a pocket universe to keep any and all radiation from leaking, and that's where it'll stay until I find a way to get rid of them for good. Thanos is probably scratching his head trying to understand where it disappeared to. You plan on destroying them? Eric lifted a brow. I plan on sending them to the end of time and space. Well, there are ways one could get them if needed, but that would require a cosmic entity to pull off. You need to be a time traveler with a shit ton of luck, be the physical manifestation of a phoenix, or have a power like the Enigma Force to recall all 6. What are these cosmic entities? Charles asked. Well, the Phoenix Force is a cosmic entity of rebirth, meaning it is the physical manifestation of life, death, and rebirth. Her job is to keep the universe from stagnating. The users of the Enigma Force are heralds of the universe itself. It only manifests in a few chosen hosts during dangerous moments that threaten all existence in some form or way. How'd you figure all this out? Fury questioned. Oh, I didn't tell you guys. Okay, check this out. These Merlin gemstones on my back are mock creations of the Infinity Stones. In each of my gemstones contain a universe of their own, and while can only activate them at most for 60 seconds every day, it's possible to use them in a variety of ways. One method is searching the universal web of information. Peter held his hand out. By combining my magic with the Time and Mind Stone, I can peer into the past and get just about any bit of information I need. Peter brought up the search engine and said, search for a listing of all known Hydra members on the planet Earth as of 1 second ago. A huge list started compiling on the screen with detailed information on every living and active Hydra member. Everyone's eyes bulged as they saw the names, pictures, and information. Next, I'll use the reality topaz and print it all. A stack of papers appeared on the table while Peter grinned. So, think it's helpful for taking down Hydra? Yes. Everyone in the room shouted. Are you sure they won't have problems in the future? Fury asked. If you're worried about someone stealing, they only work for me. They would need magic stronger than the Maker to overcome his security measures. Even if Thanos somehow got a hold of them, and if there was some way he could use him, he can't accomplish his goal as these stones only contain a fraction of the Infinity Stone's power. And yours were made by a mythological wizard? Tony lifted a brow. Merlin was real, and he might be the strongest spellcaster in existence. He can make entire universes, has already moved to a higher dimension outside time and space, and might have evolved into a fifth-dimensional being. Peter explained. None of that sounds real, Wanda spoke up. Well, it is. There are demons and gods that live out in space, and humanity is an ant just waiting to get stepped on at the moment. Great, just what we need, Fury groaned. Hey, it's not all bad. In fact, one of the cosmic forces I spoke about is on Earth, Peter grinned as he looked at Jean. Everyone followed his eyes and made the red-headed psychic say, What? Jean Grey. You are the current host of the legendary cosmic entity known as the Phoenix Force. The room gasped while Charles furrowed his brows. What? Peter pulled up some scans. Tell me, have you ever been bombarded by cosmic radiation like the Fantastic Four? And no, Jean shook her head. Well, you're emitting a lot of cosmic energy, Peter showed the scans to everyone in the room. How do you know that it's this Phoenix thing? Scott asked. Well, for starters, the same person who made my gemstones made a contract with the Phoenix Force. I'm sure you've felt that strange attunement to me since you've walked in the room, correct? I'm guessing he made these stones when he had the Phoenix Force. The room gasped again. I'm reacting to your gemstones? That you are. You don't need to freak out about this. You're not going to get your body hijacked or anything. You just have to believe in yourself. Jean, your psychic potential far surpasses that of the Phoenix. But if you two can work together, you might be our best chance at stopping Thanos. Me. You two should receive training from the Ancient One and learn magic, MJ said while pointing at Jean and Wanda. Why me? I get Birdie over there. Oh my gosh, she's got jokes. I think I like her, Eric, Peter said as he chuckled a few times. And to answer your question, it's because you have an insane amount of magical energy. Honestly, it might be as powerful if not stronger than the power of the Phoenix. I do / she does? The twins shouted with their father. Yeah, honestly, when I first saw you, I thought I was staring at the Reality Stone. You don't have that on you, do you? Peter asked. And no. Oh good. Be weird if there was a third stone on Earth, Peter sighed. Third. Tony lifted a brow. Oh yeah. Our master is in possession of the Time Stone. Hey, I didn't think of this before, but it's probably what's keeping the Ancient One alive, MJ spoke. Hey, I think you're right. Man, it's going to awkward to ask for it, Peter groaned. We don't have to take it right now. No, after this meeting, I'll go on over and see if our Estes serum is enough to extend the Ancient One's life. I've also been working on a longevity potion with those Philosopher's Stones I can make. Hold up, you never told me you could do that. When you brought me the stone, I thought you were joking. Those were legit Philosopher's Stones? Why didn't you tell me? Tony shouted. I asked if you wanted to learn alchemy, but you laughed at me, Peter stuck his tongue out. I want to learn, okay? I spent months trying to figure out how you stuffed all that energy into such a small object. I'll lend you some books, Peter snickered. Can we get back to the Phoenix issue? Charles asked. Right? After you train we can talk about that more. The only reason I'm telling you guys this is in hope that you don't create a dark Phoenix. If you reject the Phoenix, try to suppress the Phoenix, or harm it, it will just straight up corrupt you. Your impressions on this age-old deity shape how it will act. Treat it with respect, but don't allow it to control you, and you'll be fine. You make it sound like I'm not carrying a nuke in my body, Jean sweated. That's because it isn't. You can communicate and reason with her. It just takes time and a lot of mental strength, MJ said. I read up a lot on the Phoenix and other mythological beings during my magic studies, and there were Phoenix heralds that were great heroes and or terrifying destroyers. You can do this, Jean. Thanks, Spider-Woman. And it's good to see you again. Yep, you too. We should catch up after Hydra's defeat. Knowing Pete, he's going to lock himself in the lab for the next couple of days. He's got that itchy twitch again, MJ laughed. Ah, my soon-to-be wife knows me well, Peter snickered. So, how are we going to deal with them? Fury questioned as he looked through the stack of papers. I was working on a spell in combination with my Soul Emerald and Space Amethyst. I can teleport everyone on this list into a star right now. However, there are lots of victims and bases that are holding innocent people, so I suggest I teleport them all to Venus and take them down as a team. Eddie will never see this one coming. We'll need every abled fighter and then some. I've also prepared equipment that emits hypersonic vibrations for you all. If Hydra has symbiotes, then we need to use their biggest weakness. So, get some sleep and prepare. Tomorrow we carry out the biggest mission in the Avengers history, MJ said as she opened a portal. We have work, so we'll pick this up after removing Hydra from Earth. Peter opened a portal to Camartage. Scarlet Witch, Jean, I've contacted the Ancient One for you and she has agreed to be a teacher for you both. Please step in the portal. Wanda looked to her father who nodded her head while Scott and Jean looked at each other with a nervous expression. I promise, depending on how you are trained, it won't be that long. A year maybe. A year? Both women shouted. Did I forget to mention there is a room where time flows quicker? If you do the training in there, a week is about a year, Peter chuckled. What about the mission? Charles asked. Won't we need their firepower? Oh, I think we'll be fine. After all, we have a Hulk. Finally, the voice of Bruce Banner echoed in the room as he stepped through the portal. Only, he was 8 feet tall and green. Hey guys. The Hulk called out. Banner. Tony tilted his head. Yeah, it's good to be back. I've got a lot to catch up on. Nice tattoos, Tony said as he saw the tribal-like ink bracelets. Oh, the only thing I could do was work on mental-type spells. These are kind of like training wheels. It keeps the Hulk in check until I can control it without them. So, no more outburst? Actually, I can do one better. Bruce started to shrink down to roughly 5 feet and looked way less bulky. Isn't it cool? The cloths shrink and grow with me. Though I feel uncomfortable, like I'm squishing my own body. Bruce held his arms out in a presenting manner. Well, I'll be damned. Fury looked at Peter. What, you want to learn magic too? Not my thing. Fury rolled his eyes. So, you girls ready? Peter asked. Yeah. Wanda walked through the portal before Jean gave Scott a kiss and went in after. Peter saw Scott pouting as the portal closed. Relax, Scotty boy. Look at the upside, it's just a week for you. And a year for her, Scott sighed. Yeah, but think about it this way, she is going to be pent up when she comes back. You might not even make it to your rooms before she rips your pants off. Red heads are feisty, that I would know. Scott blushed as his jaw dropped. Everyone in the room snickered before the hero Cyclops responded. The hell, Peter? Sorry, couldn't resist. I just glad MJ already left. Peter opened another portal to the New York sanctum. Oh, fill the jolly green giant in on what's been going on. I've kept him updated for the most part, but a lot has happened these past few months. Chapter 74. Issue 74. A New Age Part 11. As the portal closed behind him, Peter walked over to where Strange usually was, meditating upstairs. He sat down and waited for him to respond, only taking him minutes of relaxation before the sorcerer finally spoke up. Something I can help you with, Peter? For one, you can hand over the time stone so I can dispose of them. Is it that time already? Don't worry about the ancient one, in fact, I have a proposal for you. Peter lifted a finger. I accept. Like I was saying, if you don't agree. Wait, what? I accept, Strange smiled. Ah, why'd you have to ruin this for me? I had all sorts of wacky and strange, Peter wagged his eyebrows, gimmicks to make you agree. Yes, I saw them, quite annoying I might add. Right time stone, Peter passed over a few items. Here's a key to my lab, you're a doctor, shouldn't be too hard to figure it out, and give Jean and Wanda the upgrades too. Strange opened up the Eye of Agamotto and revealed the stone before Peter tossed into the pocket dimension that existed outside their universe. Clever, they're inactive in other universes, so they won't generate any energy for radars to pick up on. And it keeps them from being snagged up since I'm the only one that knows the exact spatial coordinates of the vault. Why not keep them there forever? Strange asked. It's the stones. I believe they have great importance and destiny. At the peak of entropy, it will be the phoenix that becomes its wielder. The universe will be reborn. Ah, I see, it appears I still have much to learn, Strange chuckled. Just a bit, Peter snickered. Not all of us have access to the multiverse, Spider Supreme. Dr. Strange gave a knowing smirk. Yeah, I found a shortcut, so what? You're just jelly, Peter laughed. Just a bit, Steven snickered while holding up his thumb and index finger. So, I'm curious, what's got you so antsy? Ha, insect joke, never heard that one before. I've been dying to work on something for a while now. I've just been pretty busy lately. Well, good luck. Strange nodded his head as he watched Spider-Man leave to his lab on Venus. Once the portal closed, he walked over to the computer and started typing in a series of equations and started running a simulation. It'll take at least 30 hours to run this simulation, Webster announced. Really? We're talking about building a universe, Peter. It's going to take time. Right. Peter snapped his fingers and made a time acceleration spell around the supercomputer. Now it'll take a fraction of the time. My limit right now is speeding up time by 10 hours, so it'll only take 3. Peter then sat down to meditate. Okay, let's get my Merlin stone practice in while I wait. Sir, perhaps use the Soul Emerald. It is your least used gemstone, Webster suggested. Ugh, fine, Peter sighed. It's not that he didn't like the gemstone, he just didn't like messing with souls. Don't know why, but it just weirded him out and made feel uncomfortable. Not to mention, he'd hate to piss off someone on death's caliber. Messing with souls was a surefire way to alert all the most powerful entities in the cosmos to his presence. That's not the kind of attention I want right now. Peter shook his head and started to think of an alternate way to use his stone. What if I use it on myself? Could I track my soul's birthplace back to its origin? Peter thought as he closed his eyes and focused on his soul. I can, let's follow it and see if I can't return home. After searching for a bit, Peter tilted his head. Universe 38119. Wait a second. I've heard that one before. He thought hard before opening his eyes in realization. Oh, Get out, I'm from the universe the 90s Spider-Man went to and met with Stan Lee. That's actually really cool. Peter laughed at his origin and said, I guess this makes Stan a prophet or the one above all's incarnation. No wonder they're in every universe. The 90s Spider-Man was the one he watched growing up. He'd have to pay a visit sometime in the future. It's been his dream to help the guy out after he lost MJ at the end. Peter sighed as he tried using his soul emerald in a different manner. I got soul tracking down. I've made an A.I soul. I'm pretty sure I communicated with Ben's soul in Universe 1610, and I know I can manipulate the souls of others. But what else can I do? Return the souls of dead people and resurrecting them is definitely possible, but that comes with pissing off Death. I know she doesn't like people stealing souls from her. Peter ran his hands through his hair in frustration. Ugh, I just can't think of anything. Maybe I can combine it with my physical powers to attack a person's soul. I know plenty of beings in this universe that are impervious to such attacks. This isn't a bad idea. I can either kill or cripple their souls. Peter continued his train of thought until it hit him. Wait, I could make copy souls and read their minds to gain their knowledge. Testing it out, Peter activated his emerald for a second before he used both magic and the reality topaz to recreate Otto Octavius 616 soul. Using Charles's mind-graping abilities, he stole all the scientific knowledge from the copy soul and dispersed it. To avoid any privacy invasions, he made sure to stay out of any personal stuff and solely focused on the scientific genius that was 616 Doc October. Wow, dude really is crazy smart, Peter took a breath of fresh air, but cramming decades of data and scientific methodology wears me out. I feel like I just went through a 1,000 classes in 1 minute. I can actually feel my brain throbbing. However, it has its uses. I could learn what a bad guy is planning without actually reading his mind. I could use it to learn of tech, but I don't like this method. Feels way too cheap, and it takes the fun out of learning it yourself. Peter got up and started tinkering around until he had built a large circular gateway and grinned. Hee. Well, Thanos, if this doesn't prove you wrong, I don't know what will. Using a small amount of tritium, he started up the machine and watched as it formed a star. Stars are the biggest resource makers in the universe. Well, now I can say I forged a star. I wonder if I can get the dwarves to teach me their methods. Ooh, now I want my own Nidavellir. Peter also wanted to test his strength against an Asgardian too. Should I ask Thor for a spar? Using the power ruby, I'm sure I could fight with him. Maybe I should look into increasing my strength more. I know the Celestials created gods, and I just so happen to have their spinal fluids and brain matter. Peter pulled out a vial of the stuff and tapped his foot on the ground. I really don't want to become an omnipotent being right now. I still feel I have a lot to do as a human. But, I guess I should prepare for the worst. Building a super soldier serum with this as its base might be able to make me as strong as a god. I just hope there are no side effects. Peter started working on the formulas and possible ingredients, and for the first time in a long time he had a challenge. Whenever he tested the blood with his own, it would undergo rapid and wild evolution. It could take him years to modify it in a useful manner. He got to work and didn't even notice his phone's alarm blaring for over 20 minutes. Huh? Oh crap. I'm supposed to be teaching combat and biology class at Avengers Academy. Peter noticed that his time until his supercomputer finished his calculations was only a few minutes away. He sighed. Ugh, lots to do. I'll get back to you later. I should have put a time bubble around the whole lab. Which reminds me, I have to do the same for Richards, get him up to date with what's been going on, and I have to take down Hydra tomorrow. I can't wait until Avengers take all this off my back and get back to daily patrols. Peter opened a portal to the school and got to work. He taught alongside scientists such as Hank Pym, Otto Octavius, Kurt Connors, Henry McCoy, his own mother, and a few dozen of Spider-Man's old nemesis were working in this school. With cutting-edge technology, resources, and a hefty paycheck, the scientists were right at home. He spent about 8 hours teaching science and advanced technological engineering before heading off to see the Avenger recruits. Peter didn't want any incidents like what started the Civil War in the Ultimate series. So, heroes under the age of 18 were forbidden from fighting crime without a license. And to get one, they must have had adequate training and completed the promotion exam. He took some ideas from My Hero Academia but made a few changes. For one, you're allowed to keep your suit and gear. Secondly, regardless of whether or not they had their license, they could engage the villains if they were in the right place at the right time after calling the authorities. Thirdly, a body cam had to be on whenever they were in the field. And lastly, they had the same courtesies and benefits spies had, which meant that their identities would be kept secret for as long as they wanted to. Of course, if their identities were ever ousted, their immediately families and closest friends would enter a form of witness protection. Peter went to the danger room and met up with students. Unlike other classes, this one wasn't separated by age groups. The hero thought that it would be a bad idea to segregate the combat and situational lessons because it would be detrimental to their training. You're not always going to end up fighting someone the same age, and having experienced a loss from someone more experienced or more powerful despite their age is a good lesson for them to learn. He looked into the room on the other side of a one-way window and smirked as he saw the first group of kids enter. Amongst them was a 16-year-old Miles Morales and a 17-year-old Gwen Stacy. Her outfit was almost a perfect match for her Ghost Spider variant, and Miles had on what looked like his own black and red version of the MCU one Peter recognized from Tom Holland's first appearance in the movies. Peter watched as the room came to life and started preparing a series of hero tests. They fought against robots that impersonated the abilities of well-known villains, rescue operations, environmental disasters, and hostage situations. There were mutants like Archangel, people with tech like Amadeus Cho, and of course, empowered people like the Spider Heroes. He couldn't help but feel proud as the two spiders not only completed their training, but excelled at it due to their unique abilities. Peter watched the students change out the roster and gave his advice before looking at the two Spider Heroes and said, "You two, come meet me after class. I'll be waiting on the roof." "Yes, sir," the two shouted as they gave a salute. "Put your hands down, I'm not in the military," Peter chuckled as he dismissed the class. The classes continued for another 3 hours straight, and when it finally ended, he went to the roof. He only had to wait a few minutes before the group showed up with excited expressions on their faces. "Pete." Miles held his hand. Peter gave him a high five. "Good to see you again, kid," Peter chuckled. "Dig the suit, you make it?" "Yeah, I had some help from a friend though," Miles rubbed the back of his head. "So, Gwen, enjoying the school?" "It's great. Besides getting to geek out over alien tech, I get become a better hero," Gwen smirked. "Yeah, I bet. But I didn't call you up here to catch up. Care to tell me what you were doing patrolling?" Peter pulled up video footage of them going on night shifts in their neighborhoods. "Ah." Gwen's eyes darted around like fish in a bowl. "Are we in trouble?" Miles asked. "PTHBB, no. While you have to abide by the rules of the school, we can't exactly stop vigilante behavior, nor should we want to. The most we can do is try to convince them or at least instill morals that align with our own. Just try not to get caught." Peter opened a portal to his old underground lab. "Come on, follow me." The two followed through and gasped when they saw the old abandoned train station that had been reconstructed into a lab. "I used to use this place back in my rookie days. It's yours now. You don't have to pay for anything, and you don't have to worry about people tracing it back to me." "How'd you pull that off?" Gwen asked. "I purchased it under a false identity." "Is this really for us?" Miles started geeking out as he looked through the carts and saw various pieces of technology. "Yeah, I know how hectic the grind can be. Feel free to make yourselves at home. Oh, and the password for the door is Spider Cavern. Don't forget the hyphen." The two chuckled. "I'd love to stick around and give you guys a tour, but I'm a busy man these days." Peter looked at the symbiote and asked, "So, is Spiderette behaving?" "Oh, ever since you got me those unstable molecules, she hasn't been an issue. No more chocolate cravings either." "Good to hear," Peter looked at the suit and said. "Take care of your partner, symbiote." "I will." The voice echoed through the room, making Miles jump. "Who said that?" "I did." A small head appeared on Gwen's shoulder. "Ah." "Relax, Miles. It's a friend," Gwen chuckled. "I hope so," Peter sighed before looking away and opening a portal. "If you two are going to go out patrolling, change your appearance or costume. The Spider Heroes are students at Avengers Academy now, so if you get caught, you could lose your chance to become public heroes." "Right," the two said at the same time while Miles poked Gwen's suit. "How does it do that?" While Gwen started to explain, Peter left the room and returned to his lab. He started by enchanting the building with the same time acceleration spells and pushed the effects to the max. Now he could spend 10 hours for every hour outside. "I'll do the same to my house and a few other places," Peter mumbled as he walked over to the supercomputer. "Good, it's done." So it is possible." Peter ran through all the formulas and advanced physics at a rapid pace. When he finished, Peter smirked and sat down before focusing all of the stones together to give birth to an entire universe the size of a torso-sized bubble. Inside it were dozens of pinwheel galaxies that spun around before Peter placed it into his Power Ruby. Power Ruby's evolution has begun. Time limit improved by 0.5 seconds. "Oh man, this is going to take a while," Peter said as he continued to use up his gemstone's powers and made entire galaxies for his Power Ruby's improvement right up until he ran out of time. Peter smiled and worked on other projects while he waited for them to recharge. Once he felt like he had done enough, Peter went home and worked on enchanting his house. Once that was finished, he went over to the Baxter buildings to do the same. First was the one in Watker and then the one Manhattan. When he got there, he saw the whole crew working on the project that would get Ben back to normal. "How's it going, everyone?" Peter said as he hopped down from the roof. "Peter!" Johnny shouted as he wrapped his arm around his friend's neck and hung from his shoulder. "It's been a while," Sue smiled. "What are you doing here, Webhead?" Ben waved as he walked over. "Oh, just setting up a temporal shifting spell." "A what?" the group asked at the same time. Chapter 75, Issue 75, A New Age Part 12. Peter smirked as he started making spell circles that covered the building. 1 hour outside is 10 in here. Thought you might like this. You made the Baxter building a time chamber? Johnny's eyes sparkled. Yeah, but I'm not as good as the 5th Sorcerer Supreme yet. Time magic is actually really hard to pin down. There's a room in Camartage that makes time flow roughly 52 times faster inside. 1 hour becomes 54 hours. So cool, Johnny smiled. Seriously, you should make magic part of that school you and the Avengers are running. Good advice, I'll talk to Dr. Strange about that. So, is that why you dropped by? For us to help with the Avengers' money-making issues? Sue asked. Actually, I also came here to ask for a portal to the negative zone. I figured it'd be good to have something that'll give us enough funding to support the coming heroes in the future. I can agree to that, Reed walked out of his lab. Stretch. Good to see that you're finally out and about, Peter patted his shoulder. It hasn't been that long. Right, I forgot. You don't know about my time dilation spell. Short time for you been a while for me. Oh, and Strange will be stopping by to give you all the super soldier boost for joining the Avengers. Pardon. Sue looked at Reed. Well, with all the extra time we have now, I figured it shouldn't be an issue. Hold up, we get to be like Cap? Yeah, but we have to wait for the little one to be born before you get it, and after Ben gets his body back, he won't need it. What? Johnny and Ben shouted as they looked at Peter. You see, Ben rocks aren't actually his skin but a cocoon that is protecting and metamorphosing his body. So, he's a butterfly? Johnny snorted. Sort of. Only his new body will be imbued with so much cosmic energy, Galactus would have to think twice before ever coming for Earth again. Oh, please explain? Sue showed an interested expression. You see, the issue wasn't that he was exposed to cosmic energy, but he wasn't exposed to enough of it. Once his body gets the energy it needs, he'll bust out of those rocks like a butterfly shedding its cocoon. So, this is temporary? Ben could feel the tears welling up. Yeah, though. I don't know how you'll look when the rocks are gone, Peter smirked as she gave Johnny the fuel he needed. He could end up uglier than he already is, or even worse, he could end up looking like he did before the whole rock thing. Oh, the horror. Shut it, Spitfire. Ben swiped his fist only for Johnny to dodge it. Relax, Ben. My symbiote got a look inside those impenetrable stones. Your body still looks about the same, just a bit shinier. I also brought you guys some gifts. Paperwork. Peter pulled out the Avengers registration form and passed them out. Other than the responsibilities listed on the contract, you all get paychecks and workspaces at Avengers Tower, although I don't think you'll need them with the new Baxter building set up. Oh, wow, this is impressive. Is this really our building now? Sue asked. Yep. You guys can move in at any time, or rent it out, I don't care, it's your building. Peter opened a portal and said, see ya later. Leaving already? Reed asked. Yeah, I'm a busy arachnid these days. Not to mention I'm getting ready to terraform Venus. Oh, we so have to get in on that. Johnny smiled. For once I agree. We saw the video with the metahumans, and I'm curious to see it in person. I'll let you guys know when it's going down. I have some free time coming up next month, so we can spend some time with our friends. Sounds like a plan. Later, Bug Boy, Johnny joked. Great, he's flame retardant and a plain old retard. How many times do I have to tell you? Arachnids, spiders are arachnids. The portal closed before Johnny could get another word in. Peter was back in his lab and worked on other projects until his gemstones had recharged. The project he worked on was the revival of the dragon race and the study of their physiology. He looked at 5,000 floating eggs inside incubation chambers, while the other side of the room was built to preserve the dragon bones. With these many, it goes way beyond the 50/500 rule. I also managed to alter the genetic coding of each dragon so that the majority of them aren't even siblings anymore. With this much diversity, there's no need to worry about inbreeding or genetic drift. I'm sure Kuan Luan will enjoy it enough to allow me to learn from their dragon god. Peter looked at the genetic structure of the long species. After several months of testing, he had managed to extrapolate quite a few useful genetic markers from the dragon bones. One being their ability to have a godlike lifespan, however. There were also several other useful abilities he could make use of. With the symbiote to edit his own genes, Peter could gain skin tougher than dragon scales, fangs, claws, and incredibly robust blood cells. Is the serum ready? Peter asked. Safety protocols have reached a 99.999999999999999% probability of a successful mutation without drawbacks. Webster called out. So no scales or slit eyes. I'm not going to turn all lizardy. Testing is required. Right, better safe than sorry. Peter created a soulless clone of himself and injected the serum. With the symbiote working its magic, Peter watched his scans and saw that he grew fangs, sharp retractable claws, and its overall muscle mass increased by 15%. Peter read off the scans data and laughed. Is this right? Yes, my math is impeccable, Webster said with a snarky attitude. Incredible, regeneration factor has increased by 500%. With this, I could regrow limbs in half a day. With chi, I can heal it in minutes. And with me, you could heal it in second. There also has been a substantial increase in physical strength, Webster finished. How much strength are we talking about? Peter remote controlled the doll to his testing room. Without the symbiote, his soulless double was able to lift up around 750 tons without any effort, and 1,000 tons being its peak limit. With the symbiote, it could lift 50,000 tons. Still don't know if that's enough to beat Thor. Let's see speed. Running on a track made out of hard light, Peter's jaw dropped as he saw the clone hitting 1,000 miles per hour like it was nothing. When he told it to go all out, the clone hit 5,000 miles per hour, and that number only got faster as they symbiote amplified it further. 25,000 miles per hour? That's 32.58309 times the speed of sound. When I started this gig, I could barely get up to 250 miles per hour. I'm not Quicksilver, but I'm certainly no slouch. Peter noticed a drastic increase in stamina, reflexes, senses, and visual acuity. He had near-perfect night vision and could see that his chi levels were through the roof. If I'm right, I can live up to a few 100,000 years. If I imbue chi throughout my entire body, I can enhance my physical abilities 100-fold. Webster, run the numbers. Running calculations, total increase estimated at 155x increase to all current abilities. Too bad you can't magnify chi, Peter chuckled. Indeed. But I can amplify your base physique to get better enhancement during chi use. I'm turning into a super scion, Peter laughed. But you don't have a transformation, Webster replied. Oh hush, quit ruining my fun, Peter snickered before saying, let's test those claws. Peter put up a dozen or so different types of metal. The claws easily slashed through almost all of them, titanium and tungsten as well. It didn't make a dent and even broke his fingernails when he tried to cut adamantium and vibranium. However, he was even able to break through alloys that the Nova Corps considered invulnerable. So as long as it isn't a legendary tier metal, I can cut through it. Good to know. I suggest you try applying chi, Webster suggested. Peter lifted a brow and went ahead with it. He noticed that unlike his usual red color, his chi looked like gold fire with black mixed in. Whoa, Peter said as he stared at his nails. With a swipe against the shield, the clone made the metals spark but didn't break. No noticeable damage, Peter looked over it and scanned it. But, there is microscopic damage. I scratched vibranium. Peter examined the same way with the adamantium and sighed as he noticed that it didn't so much as scuff the metal. Ah, adamantium is the denser material, and I'm basically scooping rather than outright cutting. Still, my claws are on par with vibranium. This is so cool. Peter retracted his claws until they looked like his plain old, trimmed nails. After his test run, he made the body vanish and created another to test a different dragon serum on. The one he used previously was made from the bones of the youngest dragon that he had at his disposal, and the next one was from middle age to oldest. Peter injected the serums and saw that the physical boost remained similar, but the chi magnification was greater the older the specimen was. The oldest dragon allowed him to boost his physical and mental strengths by 200 times when using his chi. It just occurred to me. I can run around 4% of the speed of light with you and my chi amplifying everything. If Quicksilver hasn't discovered that he's faster than light yet, I might be able to outrun him. His phone buzzed. Well, I'm glad the mimic molecule I made works. Peter thought long and hard after losing contact with the Earth during his trip to space. His solution to long-distance communication was a cloned molecule. With it, regardless of space, time, or distance, these molecules would mimic the state of the other one. Once he made the mimic molecule, he had MJ make the technological equivalent in the form of new phones for the Avengers. What serum are you going to use? Webster asked. None. I want to see if there's a difference from a living dragon. Not to mention, if the chi enhancement is better the older the dragon is, then I imagine the immortal dragon of Kuan-Luan must be worth the wait. What about the Jade Tiger? Webster asked. I'll send MJ after her to get White Tiger join the Defenders. I can probably revive the tiger god species, but I'll need a corpse of some kind. Any DNA from that era will be hard to find. You could just create it, Webster informed. Yeah, but I told you about this before. I'd prefer to use all other methods before relying on them. You and your sense of accomplishment, Webster sighed. Hey, it's not just about that. If I can do it without the gemstones, then that means that others can too. I want to pave a path, not make think people it's impossible without godlike powers and cheats. Peter opened a portal and said, I'll go get Danny. We have work to do. Peter snapped his fingers and made all the incubators appear inside his bag of holding. After jumping through, he smirked as he saw Danny training in Colleen's dojo. He had her pinned to the ground and was seconds away from giving her a smooch when Peter snickered. Man, is my timing bad or what? Peter. The two shouted as they separated. I can always come back, Peter grinned as he opened a portal. No. It's fine. What did you come here for? Danny said as he helped Colleen up. I thought you might want to return to Kunlun a hero? Peter smirked as he tossed the torso-sized incubator. The moment Danny caught it, his chi began to react to it, almost as if it were excited. Is this a dragon egg? Peter finished as he changed the portal location to the gates of Kunlun. Ah! Danny looked nervous while Colleen looked excited. Relax, Danny boy. Once they realize I have 5,000 dragon eggs that can restore Kunlun to its golden age, you abandoning your post won't really matter. Those old fogies are the type to weigh good deeds and bad before coming to a decision. How did you? Peter lifted a brow. Danny, I can learn anything I want as long it's considered past information. So when I say I do background checks, it's the whole shebang. I know about you leaving Kunlun, and before you say anything, I think that you were in the right. The world is changing, and Kunlun's reclusive nature has left the world weaker and more open to attack. I promise you, let me talk to them, and I'll do my best to resolve our particular situation. I'm scared. Scared of what they might think of me. I don't wish to see the disappointment in Lei Kung's eyes. Who is Lei Kung? Colleen placed her hand on his shaking shoulders. He picked me up after my parents died, raised me as his own, and taught me everything I know. I just don't want him to hate me. Peter shook his head. A father can never truly hate their own child. Come on, Danny. No more running. It's time for Kunlun to stop hiding from the world. They won't think the same, Danny sighed. He knew just how stubborn the people in Kunlun were. I can be quite persuasive, Peter patted his bag of holding. I'll go, but there is just one issue. Kunlun only opens up every 5 years. Peter lifted a brow as he pointed to the glowing portal that he was holding open. Right. I almost forgot you were a master of the mystic arts. Get something warm on and let's go, Peter chuckled as he hopped on the roof and laid back. I'll wait. The two walked off and came back 5 minutes later with heavy jackets, boots, and their masks on. Peter smiled and put his mask up as he jumped through the portal with his friends. They ended up in a snowy mountain with a long and narrow canyon path when it closed behind them. So, how's the battle with the hand? Peter asked. We took down 3 of the 5 fingers, Colleen informed. Make that 4, I took out their leader a while back. Have you had a chance to meet Shang-Chi yet? Really? You took out the hand's leader? No wonder they've been running around like a bunch of chickens with their heads cut off, Colleen snickered. Shang-Chi. We met a while ago. He's a good martial artist. He taught me a thing or two on how to manipulate my chi. Big world, lots of talent, yet another reason to end the seclusion of Kunlun, Peter sighed as they approached a stone gateway. Let's see, Peter started deciphering the runes carved into it. Oh, this is pretty good. It uses ambient energy to charge and open itself every 5 years. Well, if the power is the problem, then it's no problem at all. Raising his hand, Peter filled gateway with an abundant amount of pure energy, opening it up without any trouble at all. Let's go. Peter walked through first, only to meet with 2 spears that stopped short of his neck. Guard dog's heel. Peter snickered as he grabbed the spear tips and bent them inward. Who are you? The monks shouted as they got ready to fight. Brothers. Stop. Danny walked through the portal while holding the dragon egg in his hand. As if the hidden realm knew what they brought, the chi in the area suddenly became several times stronger, growing the plant life around them, making the flowers bloom, and filling the air with life force. Ooh, now this is interesting, Peter mumbled. I understand our chi reacting to the dragon's presence, but the realm itself recognizes it? It's like it's alive. Danny, you're back. One of the guards seemed happy while the other, not so much. He's a traitor. Danny flinched at the accusation and sighed. I did leave, but I had my reasons. Peter pulled out a couple more of the dragon eggs and watched as more and more chi started to gather around them. Stop. What are you doing? The guard with the nasty attitude yelled out while pointing his broken spear tip at them. What are you going to do with that? Tickle someone? Colleen spoke up. I'm having fun, quit being rude, Peter pouted as he put the eggs away. I need to see F.A. Lei Kung. I bring good news. The dragons will return to Kunlun.